as the opening card softly fades into darkness. Let your eyes close if they wish, and allow your mind to settle into a quiet, welcoming stillness. Much like a mirror-smooth lake at dusk, when the evening wind has completely died away, and the water reflects the quiet twilight sky, long before majestic tall ships carved their deep paths across stormy oceans, before towering wooden masts lifted vast fields of woven canvas to catch the ocean breezes. Human beings began their long, peaceful relationship with the water in the simplest and most tranquil of ways, guided by a restful harmony with the natural world around them. In those ancient times, the waters of the earth were not intimidating barriers to be conquered with heavy tools or rigid structures, but peaceful avenues inviting quiet exploration, silent movement, and deep contemplation. Walking along marshy shorelines, riverbanks, and lake edges, early ancestors observed how fallen leaves floated effortlessly upon slow currents, how dry branches drifted without sinking, and how dense beds of water plants swayed gracefully beneath the surface, while keeping their delicate tops floating effortlessly in the warm sunlight. This quiet observation sparked a soft realization that the world of water could be entered safely and easily using the light, buoyant materials that grew naturally directly along its borders, long before metal blades existed to cut and shape heavy tree trunks into hollowed wooden canoes. Early people turned their attention to the flexible, hollow-stemmed plants that thrived in shallow wetlands, river deltas, and high mountain lagoons. These water reeds, growing thick, tall, and resilient in soft shore mud, held thousands of microscopic pockets of trapped air within their cellular structure, making them naturally buoyant, surprisingly strong, and inherently resistant to sinking. As the quiet of the night deepens around us, we journey back to those restful beginnings, listening to the soft rustling of tall marsh reeds in the breeze, and the delicate lap of small ripples against simple floating platforms, taking our very first gentle step into the long, soothing history of human seafaring. High in the Andes Mountains, where the night air is remarkably crisp, cold, and still, and the unclouded sky opens into an infinite canopy of soft, glowing stars, lies Lake Titicaca, a tranquil high-altitude inland sea whose glassy surface mirrors the surrounding snow-capped peaks. For centuries along high-altitude Lake Titicaca, Yuru boat builders harvested tall *tatora* reeds and bound them into tight, buoyant bundles with wild iku grass cordage, crafting flexible vessels that glided weightlessly across calm waters. The creation of these remarkable vessels was a slow, traditional art passed down through generations of craftspeople, deeply rooted in an intimate understanding of natural plant fibers and seasonal growth cycles. Boat builders would wade quietly into the shallow lake waters to select mature tatora reeds, cutting the tall, straight stems near their underwater base and laying them out neatly across across the sun-warmed shore to dry under the clear mountain sun. As the moisture slowly evaporated from the outer green skin of the reeds, it hardened into a durable, golden protective shell, effectively sealing in the spongy interior, filled with millions of microscopic, air-filled cellular chambers. Once thoroughly dried in the sun, these long golden stalks were gathered in large quantities and aligned carefully from bow to stern in parallel rows to hold the voluminous reed bundles under intense structural tension. The Uru boat builders harvested tough iku grass from the surrounding high-altitude steppes, twisting its long, wiry blades together by hand into thick, incredibly resilient cords. By lashing the tatora stalks into tight, tapered logs and pulling the iku ropes with steady, coordinated strength, they created a solid, unified hull shape without using a single piece of heavy timber, metal fastener, or synthetic adhesive. What emerged from this peaceful process was a vessel uniquely adapted to its mountain environment, a hull that did not fight the water with unyielding stiffness, but instead flexed naturally with the gentle swells of the lake, absorbing the energy of every small wave and preserving a smooth, weightless glide across the mirror-like surface. The physical and biological principles that made these ancient reed craft so remarkably effective are grounded in the natural mechanics of fluid displacement and cellular buoyancy, because each stem of tatora reed contains a dense network of closed, air-filled parenchyma cells. Bundling thousands of individual stems together creates a lightweight composite structure that water pressure cannot easily penetrate or overwhelm. Even if the outermost surface of the reed bundle becomes dampened by long contact with the lake, the internal cellular air chambers remain dry and sealed, maintaining high reserve buoyancy for many months of continuous daily use. Furthermore, as the outer reeds absorb a small amount of moisture, they expand slightly against the tight bindings of iku cordage, effectively self-sealing the exterior shell and pulling the entire raft structure into an even firmer, more unified shape. As a traveler stepped onto the flexible deck of such a vessel, their body weight was distributed evenly across the broad, buoyant bundles beneath, creating an astonishing sense of balance and stability. The boat sat lightly upon the surface of the lake rather than sitting deep within it, riding smoothly over shallow shoals, submerged rocks, and aquatic plant beds where rigid, heavy wooden hulls would strike or drag. When propelled by a long wooden pole or a light hand paddle, the swept-up bow of the bundle hull parted the water's surface with barely a whisper, producing a soft, soothing hum as the smooth plant stems swept through floating water lilies and gentle currents. Similar methods of reed vessel construction appeared independently across ancient cultures worldwide, from the papyrus craft of the Nile River Delta to the balsa rafts of coastal South America and the Thule reed boats of early California marshes, demonstrating how early humans across diverse continents shared a deep, intuitive wisdom, recognizing that nature had already manufactured the perfect floating building blocks along the quietest edges of the Earth's waters. As we rest tonight in the peaceful memory of these ancient, quiet waters, we can appreciate how these humble reed vessels laid the quiet foundation for the entire grand story of human seafaring. Long before navigation, charts were drawn, before magnetic compasses spun toward the north, or heavy iron anchors rested upon dark ocean floors, the story of human travel upon the water began not with noise, speed, or conquest, but with patience, careful observation, and gentle craft. The quiet discipline of harvesting totara reeds under a bright mountain sky, drying them until golden in the sun, and binding them securely with wild iku grass cordage, reflects a profound, restful relationship between human hands and the natural world. It reminds us that our earliest steps onto the water were quiet, light, and in complete balance with the living environment. Tonight, as we begin this 40-chapter journey from these humble reed rafts to the magnificent tall ships of later centuries, there is no need to hurry toward distant horizons, stormy seas, or complex machinery. Here, at the very beginning of our journey, everything is calm, slow, and anchored in quiet safety. In the deep stillness of the high Andes night, the golden reed boats of Lake Titicaca rest peacefully along the marshy shore, swaying gently with the soft, breathing rhythm of the water. Let the soothing image of these flexible, weightless craft drifting across mirror-still waters fill your thoughts, bringing a deep, restorative calm as your breathing slows, your muscles relax, and you settle comfortably into a restful, undisturbed sleep. As dusk descends over the ancient floodplains of the Near East, the slow, steady waters of the Euphrates River carry the quiet memory of humanity's earliest journeys upon the water. Long before ships possessed sharp wooden keels or towering masts to catch the high sea winds, gentle communities along these fertile banks looked to the river not as a barrier, but as a soothing highway flowing softly toward the distant horizon. Here, amidst the whispering marshes and fertile fields, early observers watched how light bundles of dried river reeds drifted effortlessly upon the surface, bobbing gently with every rippling wave. To navigate these serene currents, craftspeople developed rounded, bowl-shaped vessels woven carefully by hand from the abundant flora growing along the water's edge. Around 2300 BCE, Mesopotamian artisans along the Euphrates River wove circular kafar craft from flexible pomegranate branches and reeds, coating the exterior in thick natural asphalt from quiet petroleum seeps that dried into a smooth, waterproof shell. These unique circular boats, resembling large, sturdy baskets resting upon the water, possessed no distinct bow or stern, allowing them to spin very slowly and peacefully with the river's natural drift. The dark bitumen, gathered patiently from quiet pools, where crude petroleum seeped through natural fissures in the earth, was smoothed over the tightly woven frame with careful hands, hardening as it dried under the warm evening sun into a protective shield that kept the inner space completely dry and secure. As the pitch dried into an impervious finish, it imparted a smooth, dark gleam to the craft's outer surface, sealing every small gap between the interwoven pomegranate twigs and reed bundles. Floating downstream under calm, starry skies, traveling families and local traders could rest comfortably, while the river's steady current guided their path, carrying harvests of golden grain, fragrant oils, and hand-molded pottery from one riverside settlement to the next, while the soft, rhythmic lapping of water against the bitumen hull created a peaceful lullaby that echoed across the darkening landscape. The art of early river travel was marked by a deep, patient harmony with nature, where human ingenuity worked in tandem with the soft push of water and breeze, rather than striving forcefully against them. The broad, circular shape of the asterisk kafar offered remarkable stability upon calm riverways, spreading weight with exceptional balance, so that even heavy loads of clay jars or bundled textiles rested effortlessly without any danger of tipping, guided only by a simple wooden paddle or a long, slender pole pushed gently into the soft riverbed. The boatman moved with unhurried grace, watching the long shadows of date palms stretch peacefully across the tranquil banks. In the quiet warmth of twilight, when the heat of the day gave way to cool riverside breezes, these dark-hulled craft drifted along the winding channels, perfectly mirroring the calm rhythm of the Mesopotamian night. The natural asphalt that protected their hulls was an enduring gift of the land, an organic resin that sealed out every drop of moisture and allowed these humble vessels to remain afloat for years of quiet, reliable service. As the river carried them gently through silent reed beds where roosting waterbirds nestled down for the night, the tranquil vessel moved like a shadow across the shimmering water, reflecting the cool starlight above. The serene journey of the asterisk kafar demonstrated how simple, local materials could be transformed into a floating sanctuary, bridging distance with a quiet, effortless glide that brought a profound sense of rest to all who traveled upon the water. Farther to the east, along the tranquil gulfs and coastal estuaries of the Indus Valley, ancient maritime communities were developing their own sophisticated and quiet relationship with the movement of the sea. In coastal regions, where the ocean surged gently inward twice a day, and then receded into the vast blue distance, early mariners recognized the need for safe, motionless harbors where wooden trading vessels could rest without being pulled away by outgoing currents or stranded awkwardly upon exposed mudflats. In response to these complex natural rhythms, Harappan engineers built a tidal dockyard at Lothal using kiln-fired brick walls and sluice gates to keep water levels perfectly still, so wooden merchant vessels could float peacefully during low tide. This extraordinary engineering marvel, constructed with incredible precision over 4,000 years ago along the Gulf of Combat, allowed seagoing vessels to enter a broad, rectangular rectangular basin during high tide through an artificially constructed inlet channel. The walls were constructed from durable bricks baked in high-temperature kilns, making them resistant to the corrosive effects of salt water and the continuous pressure of incoming tides. Once the ships were nestled safely within the deep enclosure, heavy wooden sluice gates were lowered into place to trap the water and maintain a constant, comforting depth inside, completely isolating the harbor basin from the falling tides of the open sea outside. Within these solid brick walls, the impounded water remained as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the soft hues of sunset, while sturdy wooden merchant ships, laden with polished carnelian beads, fine ivory carvings, and woven cotton goods, floated motionless and secure. Sailors could step ashore onto sturdy baked brick platforms without the vessel shifting beneath them, tending to their cargo with quiet efficiency, while the surrounding waters rested in unbroken peace. The sophisticated water management at Lothal and the organic crafting of the Mesopotamian asterisk, Kafar asterisk, reveal two distinct yet beautifully complementary paths in humanity's early journey across the water. Both traditions grew from a deep, observant stillness, a willingness to study the rising and falling of ocean tides, the slow flow of river currents, and the protective qualities of earth, clay, timber, and pitch. In these early eras of seafaring, travel upon the water was not an aggressive quest to conquer distant oceans, but rather a thoughtful, harmonious conversation with the natural waterways that sustained human life. Whether floating downstream on a rounded bed of bitumen-coated reeds, or resting securely within a kiln-fired brick dockyard, while the outer ocean tide ebbed away, ancient mariners developed methods of travel that honored the Earth's natural rhythms. The gentle ingenuity of these ancient builders established a peaceful foundation for all maritime history that would follow, proving that safety and quiet stability were the true heart of seafaring craft. As darkness settled over both the quiet banks of the Euphrates and the still waters of Lothal's brick basin, the gentle rustle of evening breezes and the faint murmur of water against wood and reed offered a timeless invitation to rest, reflecting a deep human harmony with the quiet, welcoming waters of the world. As dusk settles gently over the banks of the Nile, the warm golden light of the setting sun softens into shades of muted amber and dusty violet, casting long, peaceful shadows across the tranquil, slow-moving waters. For generations, the daily rhythm of life along this grand and nurturing river had been shaped by the quiet rustle of tall papyrus stalks and the simple floating craft fashioned from tightly bound reeds. But as the centuries unfolded, human imagination turned toward larger, more enduring wooden forms that could navigate both earthly currents and sacred eternal journeys. Along the fertile riverbanks, where the cool evening breeze begins to stir the quiet palm fronds and cool the sun-warmed sand, skilled artisans gathered timber of dense Lebanese cedar, brought across the Mediterranean from distant forested mountains. This fragrant, high-quality wood was deeply prized for its straight grain, natural protective oils, and remarkable resilience against decay, allowing ships to remain strong, smooth, and sound across many generations. The air near the riverside workshops would have been filled with the soothing, grounding scent of resinous timber, blending harmoniously with the fresh, damp aroma of the river. As craftspeople measured, shaped, and smoothed massive planks designed to float with supreme grace upon the water. In this ancient landscape, the Nile was not viewed simply as a body of water to be crossed for daily errands, but as a living, sacred highway connecting villages, temples, and the vast, quiet expanse of the heavens above, demanding vessels crafted with extraordinary patience, deep contemplation, and structural wisdom. As the stars began to appear one by one in the vast sky overhead, the river flowed on with a soft and steady cadence, carrying the quiet dreams of a civilization that looked to the waters with profound wonder, reverence, and calm, resting peace. In the heart of the Old Kingdom, under the peaceful gaze of the desert plateaus, master shipwrights developed methods of construction that relied entirely on organic harmony rather than rigid metallic fasteners. Working with great devotion, quiet focus, and methodical precision, these ancient builders possessed a deep and intuitive understanding of wood, knowing exactly how it would react to the dry heat of the desert air during construction. And the gentle moisture of the river once launched into its natural home. Instead of forcing heavy timbers together with nails, pins, or iron brackets, they carefully carved intricate wooden joints that allowed separate planks to interlock like a perfectly fitted puzzle, honoring the natural movement, breathing, and inherent flexibility of the cedar timber. Around 2500 BCE, Egyptian artisans constructed the 43-meter Khufu solar boat without a single metal nail, securing its cedar planks with mortise and tenon joints, and woven papyrus ropes that expanded in water to naturally seal the hull. This remarkable vessel, buried with incredible care and reverence near the Great Pyramid of Giza, stood as an absolute masterpiece of ancient engineering, designed to remain intact and serene for thousands of years in the cool, silent darkness beneath the desert sands. Every single plank was shaped by hand, using copper chisels and wooden mallets, carefully aligned along the curvature of the hull, and held together through the genius of hidden internal joinery and exterior lashings that created a continuous, unified structure capable of bending gently with the movement of the river, rather than breaking against its subtle pressure. The complete absence of metal meant that the hull remained light, resilient, and entirely free from the corrosive rust that affected later seafaring civilizations, allowing the rich cedar wood to retain its strength, aroma, and structural integrity through long millennia of quiet rest. The creation of such a vessel required not only physical labor, but a meditative alignment with natural materials, where every notch, peg, and strand of rope worked in silent coordination to form a vessel that felt almost alive in its seamless integration with the earth and water. The true genius of this ancient design lay in how the organic materials reacted when the finished boat was finally introduced to the cool, calming waters of the river. When the dry cedar timber first made contact with the Nile, the wooden mortise and tenon joints and the thick strands of hand-woven papyrus rope began to slowly draw moisture into their very fibers, initiating a gentle and continuous transformation within the structure of the hull. As the papyrus fibers absorbed the water, they swelled steadily within the carefully carved channels and grooves, filling every microscopic gap between the cedar planks, until the hull became entirely watertight, without the need for artificial pitch, sticky tar, or heavy caulking materials. This natural expansion created a self-sealing mechanism that grew stronger, tighter, and more secure the longer the boat remained immersed in the river, turning potential vulnerabilities into points of enduring structural unity and peaceful strength. At the same time, the inherent flexibility of the woven ropes allowed the long, elegant hull to absorb the subtle kinetic energy of the river's currents, yielding gently to the soft rise and fall of the water without placing unnecessary stress on any single wooden joint. It was a philosophy of shipbuilding that sought complete alignment with nature rather than force or resistance, leaning into the intrinsic physical properties of plant fibers and aromatic timber to create a vessel that moved with effortless tranquility across the river's glassy surface. On quiet nights, when the calm surface of the Nile reflected the silver glow of the moon and the scatter of distant stars, such a vessel would glide forward with barely a whisper, its smooth cedar bottom sliding across the dark water in perfect equilibrium, offering a quiet, restful testament to the brilliance of those ancient builders who worked in total harmony with the peaceful world around them. Beyond its impressive physical utility and elegant engineering, the solar boat was built to fulfill a deeply peaceful spiritual purpose, serving as a sacred vessel destined to carry the pharaoh's soul across the infinite, quiet expanse of both earth and sky. In the ancient Egyptian worldview, the sun god Ra traversed the heavens each day in a magnificent day barge, only to transfer at twilight to a nocturnal vessel that floated softly through the quiet realm of the night, navigating subterranean waters until the gentle, inevitable return of dawn. The solar boat, buried beside Pharaoh Khufu, was intended to mirror this eternal celestial voyage, providing a comfortable, timeless vessel upon which the ruler could join the divine journey across the tranquil currents of the cosmos. Its long, sweeping bow and stern rose gracefully into stylized papyrus blossoms, echoing the natural plants that lined the river banks and reinforcing ideas of continuous renewal, quiet transition, and unending rest, resting silently within its sealed stone pit for over 4,000 years, undisturbed by the shifting winds of the desert or the turbulent passage of human history. The boat preserved the quiet stillness of its original creation, waiting in total peace beneath the warm golden sands. When archaeologists finally unveiled the vessel in modern times, they found the ancient cedar timbers still bearing the subtle, precise marks of the shipwright's tools, alongside the intact papyrus ropes that had held the vessel together in the dark. The enduring presence of the solar boat serves as a gentle reminder of a distant time when human skill, natural elements, and spiritual reverence were woven into a single, quiet tapestry, a vessel crafted to float softly across the silent waters of time, carrying its passengers into a calm, unruffled, and eternal sleep under the starlit sky. As the golden twilight settles across the fertile valley of the Nile, the river stretches out like a quiet ribbon of silk, reflecting the soft hues of dusk against the calm desert horizon. For centuries, the people of Egypt had glided along these calm waters in light, buoyant craft woven from the papyrus reeds that fringed the marshy shores. These reed boats were nimble and gentle, floating weightlessly upon the surface. Yet as trade flourished and royal ambitions expanded, a desire arose for larger, sturdier vessels capable of carrying heavier cargoes and enduring longer journeys across broader waterways. Timber, especially dense and fragrant wood, became a prized treasure in a land where large trees were rare and precious. Across the blue expanse of the eastern Mediterranean, trade routes brought rich shipments of aromatic cedar from the mountainous forests of Lebanon, landing at the busy river ports along the delta. This imported cedar possessed a fine, straight grain and natural oils that resisted decay, making it ideal for crafting grand hulls that could withstand both the desert sun's warmth and the water's gentle soak. Shipbuilders along the riverbanks learned to listen to the nature of the wood, shaping long planks with handmade copper chisels, flint scrapers, and heavy wooden mallets under the shade of palm groves. Without the aid of modern iron tools or established blueprints, these early artisans relied on an intuitive understanding of geometry, balance, and material behavior, working under the quiet, predictable rhythm of the rising and falling river seasons. The atmosphere in these riverside workshops was one of patient, deliberate craft, where every log was measured by hand, every curve smoothed with sand, and every joint considered with quiet reverence for the long journey the ship would eventually undertake. The Nile was not merely a waterway to be conquered, but a living presence, a sacred artery whose calm current guided the daily rhythms of life, farming, and peaceful contemplation. The pinnacle of this early woodcraft reached its expression in the sacred vessels created to accompany rulers into quiet realm of the afterlife, designed to navigate both real and celestial waters with grace and dignity. Around 2500 BCE, Egyptian craftspeople assembled the 43-meter Khufu cedar vessel near Giza without metal fasteners, fitting thousands of interlocking mortise and tenon joints, and binding the timbers with unspun flax cordage that flexed softly over river waters. This remarkable method of construction represented a profound synthesis of engineering and organic flexibility, allowing the ship to adapt smoothly to the swelling forces of the river without fracturing or straining. Instead of creating a rigid structure pinned down by hard metal nails or iron spikes, the builders crafted thousands of precise wooden pegs and sockets that slotted together like the pieces of an intricate three-dimensional puzzle. Deep within the thick cedar planks, mortises were painstakingly carved to receive long wooden tenons, which held the adjacent boards aligned against lateral forces, while allowing minor, imperceptible movements. To secure the hull as a cohesive, watertight whole, long ropes of unspun flax were threaded through a complex network of channels, carved entirely on the interior surfaces of the wood, leaving the outer hull smooth and unmarred as it rested against the water. When the vessel entered the river, the natural moisture caused the cedar wood to swell slightly and the flax cordage to tighten, sealing the microscopic gaps between the planks naturally without requiring caulking compound or sticky pitch. This deliberate elasticity meant that when the ship encountered gentle waves or shifts in weight, the entire hull could yield and flex imperceptibly, absorbing stress across its entire length rather than concentrating it at fixed points. The result was a vessel of extraordinary strength, poise, and harmony, capable of floating with an effortless, silent dignity that mirrored the peaceful flow of the Nile itself. Stepping aboard such a vessel in the cool of the evening, one would immediately notice the soothing scent of cedar resin mingling with the damp, fresh fragrance of the river air. The deck offered a smooth, wide expanse crafted from meticulously leveled planks, cool beneath barefoot treads as the night air began to settle over the surrounding sands. As the last rays of sunlight faded behind the timeless silhouettes of the pyramids, the river turned to a deep, tranquil indigo, reflecting the first faint stars emerging in the clear, unclouded desert sky. The motion of the ship was barely perceptible, a subtle, cradling rock that whispered of safety, balance, and quiet rest. With no heavy iron fittings to clatter or rust in the humid air, the only sound accompanying the voyage was the soft, rhythmic lap of water against the curved hull, and the occasional creak of the flexing flax cordage deep within the timber framework. This subtle creaking was not a sign of strain, but rather the quiet breath of the ship, a gentle reminder that the vessel was alive with the natural elasticity of its materials. Sailors of the ancient kingdom understood how to read these quiet sounds, trusting the organic wisdom of a hull that moved in harmony with the liquid element beneath it. Large wooden steering oars, held gently at the stern, allowed the helmsman to guide the craft along the current with minimal effort, sweeping smoothly through the mirror-like surface. As the ship glided past silent villages, sleeping fields, and slumbering palm groves, the peaceful atmosphere of the night wrapped around the vessel like a protective cloak, creating a space of profound calm and stillness, where time seemed to slow to the gentle pace of the river's timeless drift. This harmonious philosophy of ship construction laid a lasting foundation for the story of seafaring, demonstrating that true strength in boat building often lies in flexibility and respect for nature's forces rather than rigid resistance. The Khufu vessel, once its earthly duties were completed, was dismantled with equal care and laid to rest in a sealed stone pit beside the Great Pyramid, protected from light, wind, and decay for thousands of years until its rediscovery in the modern era. When archaeologists carefully unsealed the chamber, they found the ancient timbers intact, the aromatic cedar still bearing the subtle marks of the chisels that had shaped it 4.5 millennia prior. Reassembling the thousands of interlocking parts revealed not only the technical brilliance of those early Egyptian shipwrights, but also their deep spiritual connection to the waters, the desert, and the night sky. As we imagine that magnificent cedar ship floating silently upon the ancient Nile under a blanket of desert stars, we are reminded of the calm, steady ingenuity that first carried humanity onto the water. The soft flecks of unspun flax, the perfect alignment of mortise and tenon, and the gentle glide of cedar over quiet currents remain a testament to a time when travel was measured in the rhythmic stroke of an oar and the peaceful passage of night. The river continues its long, silent journey toward the distant sea, carrying with it the quiet memory of those early mariners who first learned to move upon the water with grace, balance, and enduring peace. As the gentle currents of the Nile carried ancient Egyptian travelers toward the northern delta, where freshwater met the soft, salty tides of the Mediterranean, a remarkable transformation unfolded in the quiet history of human navigation. For centuries, the river had been a familiar, comforting highway. Its predictable floods and mild breezes nurturing a tradition of rivercraft fashioned from tightly bundled papyrus reeds and native sycamore fig. Yet as trade expanded toward distant coasts, seeking the prized fragrant resins, obsidian, fine linens, and heavy architectural timbers of faraway lands, the shipwrights of the Old Kingdom turned their eyes and skills toward the unpredictable expanse of the open sea. Crafting vessels capable of withstanding the deeper, unyielding swells of the open ocean required a dramatic evolution in design, shifting from light, flexible riverboats to robust, timber-built seagoing ships. Working under the golden glow of the sun along the calm riverbanks of Memphis and the busy coastal harbors, master builders selected thick, straight planks of imported cedar brought down from the mountain slopes of Byblos, smoothing each heavy beam with bronze adzes and carefully chiseling mortise and tenon joints into the fragrant wood. These heavy planks were fitted edge to edge with extraordinary precision and bound securely with transverse lashings of strong plant fibers, creating a smooth, double-ended hull that floated with remarkable grace upon the water. Without a heavy internal frame or deep keel, like those that would be invented centuries later, these ancient vessels relied entirely on the structural harmony of their outer, wooden shell to maintain integrity against the forces of the water. As twilight gathered softly over the harbor and the evening air grew cool, the quiet rhythm of mallets tapping wooden pegs mixed with the gentle lapping of the tide, marking the birth of ocean-going fleets that would soon venture far beyond the safety of the Nile's calm, familiar shores, embarking on silent journeys under vast, star-filled skies, out upon the open ocean, far beyond the visual safety of the shoreline. Long wooden hulls faced dynamic physical forces, unlike anything encountered on the quiet, shallow waters of the river. When a long, unribbed ship crested a rolling sea wave, the bow and stern would hang suspended over the troughs on either side, causing the heavy ends to drop slightly under their own weight, a stress known as sagging. While riding the peak of a wave supported only the vessel's middle, forcing the hull to arch upwards in a motion called hogging. To prevent the delicate cedar planks from pulling apart under this continuous, rhythmic flexing of the sea, the ancient builders devised a brilliant and graceful mechanical solution that acted as an elevated tension spine along the ship's entire length. Around 2450 BCE, Egyptian shipbuilders under Pharaoh Sahir stretched a heavy hand-twisted hemp cable over elevated wooden crutches along the deck of ocean vessels, tightening the hogging truss with a Spanish windlass to keep the long hull from sagging in deep ocean waves. This thick, hand-braided rope, coiled and drawn, taut over a series of tall, Y-shaped wooden stanchions aligned down the central passageway, was secured tightly at both the stem and the stern of the vessel. By inserting a stout wooden lever through the strands of rope near the midship and slowly rotating it, the crew could twist the cable until it shortened, pulling the upturned bow and stern toward each other with immense, finely calibrated tension. This pre-stressed cable effectively offset the downward pull of gravity and the upward thrust of the waves, locking the entire wooden hull into a single, cohesive, and resilient structure. As the ship glided smoothly across the vast blue swells, the sound of the tight hemp cable singing softly under tension provided a reassuring, steady rhythm, allowing the vessel to absorb the immense energy of the deep ocean without a single timber giving way or leaking a drop of seawater into the hold. Equipped with these ingenious hogging trusses, the seagoing fleets of Pharaoh Sahir set forth on historic, pioneering expeditions into the vast expanse of the Red Sea, sailing south toward the storied, wealthy shores of Punt, as well as north across the eastern Mediterranean to the ancient trading ports of the Levant. On board these magnificent vessels, life moved at a slow, peaceful pace, governed by the natural rhythms of the sea breeze and the steady, untroubled motion of the water. A single tall bipod mast, fashioned from two sturdy timber legs joined together at the top, stood near the center of the deck, supporting a broad, square sail woven from fine Egyptian linen. As the gentle, steady trade winds filled the linen sail, the ship glided effortlessly forward, leaving a soft, foaming wake of white bubbles in the clear, turquoise water. The sailors, accustomed to the calm discipline of ancient maritime life, guided the ship using heavy steering oars fitted along the stern, maintaining a steady course by observing the subtle patterns of the ocean swells, the flights of returning seabirds, and the gradual shifting of the sun across the wide, uninterrupted horizon. The deck was kept clean and orderly, with coiled ropes, earthen storage jars filled with fresh water and grain, and small pottery braziers resting safely on stone slabs. When night descended upon the open sea, enveloping the vessel in a tranquil, cool darkness, the mast was often unstepped and lowered gently to rest along the elevated deck crutches. Under a vast, dark canopy filled with brilliant, twinkling stars, the crew rested peacefully in the cool night air, lulled by the soft, rhythmic rocking of the cedar hull upon the gentle ocean swell, confident in the strength of the hemp cables, the balance of the windlass, and the enduring craftsmanship of their shipwrights. These early ocean-going vessels represented one of humanity's first great victories in mastering the vast, untamed wilderness of the open ocean, blending natural materials with thoughtful, quiet engineering. The combination of flexible cedar joinery, external rope tensioning, and simple, effective sail plans established foundational principles of naval architecture that would inform shipbuilders across the Mediterranean and Red Sea for generations to come. Long after the courageous voyages of Sahir were recorded in delicate, detailed relief carvings upon the polished limestone walls of his pyramid complex at Abusir, the memory of these peaceful, cable-trussed vessels remained a testament to human curiosity, patience, and quiet harmony with the natural world. The image of a long, slender ship resting anchored in a quiet, sheltered bay at sunset, its hemp truss gleaming faintly in the last golden rays of twilight, while soft waves lap against its curved cedar bow, evokes a profound sense of stillness and timeless tranquility as the warm evening breeze settles completely over the sleeping water, and the distant stars illuminate the vast, quiet horizon. The ancient sea carries its peaceful history softly into the night, inviting a gentle, dreamlike rest to all who listen. As the sun sets over the ancient waters of the Red Sea, a soft and steady breeze moves across the surface of the tide, carrying with it the quiet memory of early mariners who first traced the line where blue water meets the warm desert horizon. In those distant times, the sea was not merely a barrier to be crossed, but a vast and breathing sanctuary where wooden hulls learned to sway in harmony a long, gentle swell, long before the rise of massive Mediterranean battle fleets. Shipwrights along the banks of the Nile spent generations observing the subtle interplay between timber, papyrus rope, and river current, gradually refining their craft to venture far beyond the sheltered reaches of the delta and out into the expansive open ocean. The construction of an ocean-going vessel in antiquity required a deep, reverent understanding of natural materials, selecting sturdy native acacia and imported cedar from mountain slopes, shaping thick planks that could withstand the relentless push of offshore waves, and fashioning broad square sails to capture the predictable trade winds that swept along the coastlines. It was during this golden era of early exploration that maritime trade shifted from simple local bartering into grand journeys of cultural exchange, bringing exotic spices, rare minerals, and fragrant botanicals from distant southern shores. The sailors of the ancient kingdom understood the silent language of the tides, guiding their crafts by the familiar positions of the stars overhead and the gentle shifting of coastal breezes against their faces. When Queen Hatshepsut sought to establish a lasting legacy of peace and prosperity for her people, she turned her vision southward toward the legendary realm of Punt, ordering an ambitious voyage that would test the highest limits of contemporary shipbuilding and maritime skill. The design of these royal vessels featured massive hull-spanning cables that maintained tension across the timber framing, along with elevated steering stations that gave helmsmen precise control over the vessel's direction in deep water. Around 1470 BCE, Egyptian artisans under Queen Hatshepsut constructed ocean-going ships with elevated steering oars to transport 30 living frankincense trees, securing their root balls in soul-filled woven baskets across the deck. So the saplings thrived during the quiet voyage back from Punt across the Red Sea. The sight of these living aromatic trees resting safely upon the open sunlit decks, their tender roots cradled in soil within woven reed baskets, while the heavy steering oars turned smoothly in the water, represented a miraculous synthesis of horticulture, artistry, and naval engineering as the vessels drifted slowly homeward over calm, glass-like waters. The fragrant scent of fresh resin blended with the clean, salty mist of the sea, wrapping the tired crew in a peaceful atmosphere of quiet accomplishment and restful journeying. Centuries drifted by like gentle waves, folding onto soft sand. And as the collective knowledge of seafaring expanded across the Aegean and Mediterranean basins, classical shipwrights began turning their attention toward the long-term preservation of the vessels themselves. To journey across the open ocean meant entrusting one's life to the enduring structural integrity of wooden planks. Yet, the warm, saline waters of the Mediterranean presented hidden challenges to ancient mariners, most notably the relentless appetite of marine borers and the gradual waterlogging of submerged timber. A wooden hull left unprotected in southern waters would slowly absorb moisture over months at sea, growing heavy in the water, losing its buoyancy, and suffering internal decay from microscopic organisms that bored deep into the wood grain. In response to these quiet natural forces, ancient craftsmen developed increasingly sophisticated methods of hull construction, choosing light, resilient pine harvested from coastal mountain slopes, while devising multi-layered protective barriers to shield the timber from the sea. They understood that a trading vessel was not built merely to complete a single prosperous voyage, but to endure years of gentle passage across shimmering archipelagos, carrying amphorae of olive oil, rich wine, and fine pottery between distant island ports under the watchful guidance of experienced navigators. Every seam between the pine planks was painstakingly fitted using tight mortise and tenon joinery, locked into place with wooden pegs, and planed down until the hull presented a sleek, continuous profile that allowed water to pass smoothly along its sides. Yet, the true art of maritime defense lay in the exterior covering applied over the outer planks, where shipbuilders built a composite shield against the salt water, ensuring that dampness could never touch the underlying frame. Around 315 BCE, Greek shipwrights protected the pine hull of the Carenia vessel by layering woven fabric soaked in pine resin and horsehair beneath thin sheets of hand-hammered lead, insulating the wood and creating a smooth, quiet outer shell. This remarkable sheath of lead and pitch transformed the merchant vessel into a marvel of quiet efficiency, allowing it to glide almost soundlessly through rolling waves, while keeping the underlying timber as dry and sound as the day it was felled in the forest. The weight of the thin lead plates provided a subtle ballast that settled the ship comfortably into the water, lowering its center of gravity so that it rocked with a slow, soothing motion whenever gentle swells rose beneath its keel. When we look back upon these twin achievements of ancient seafaring, the delicate transport of living botanical treasures across the Red Sea, and the protective armoring of lead and resin fitted onto Mediterranean merchantmen, we see a profound expression of humanity's evolving partnership with the natural world. These early mariners did not seek to dominate the ocean through force, but rather sought a quiet alignment with its natural rhythms, listening closely to the soft murmur of water against wood, and discovering how organic materials could be combined to preserve both fragile life and sturdy timber. On long, calm nights far from the sight of land, when the wind slackened to a low whisper, and the night sky unfolded into a vast canopy of glittering constellations, sailors slept soundly above the dark depths, knowing that generations of trial, observation, and craft kept them safely afloat. The living frankincense saplings, cradled in their woven baskets of rich earth on Egyptian decks, served as a quiet reminder that the sea could serve as a floating sanctuary, nurturing life across hundreds of miles of open water. At the same time, the lead-sheathed pine hulls of Hellenistic trading ships demonstrated how thoughtful engineering could create an insulated refuge that resisted the silent, slow decay of time and salt. Both innovations required patience, deep attention to detail, and a profound respect for the sea's subtle forces, blending pine pitch, horsehair, woven cloth, and hammered metal into enduring instruments of peaceful trade and exploration. As the night deepens and the ocean slumbers under a blanket of moonlight, the quiet legacy of these ancient shipwrights continues to drift softly through time, reminding us of an era when ships were crafted with gentle reverence, carrying living trees and shielded hulls across the calm, timeless waters. As twilight settles softly across the ancient Mediterranean, the warm coastal breezes carry the comforting sense of dried pine resin, freshly planed timber, and the faint, rhythmic murmur of gentle waves brushing against the shore. In the quiet harbors of the North African coast, where the great maritime traditions of Carthage once flourished, the busy energy of the day gently yields to the stillness of evening, leaving the shorelines wrapped in a peaceful and reflective silence. Long before the era of modern industrial design, ancient shipwrights developed an intuitive, deeply respectful relationship with the living materials provided by nature, carefully observing how different varieties of wood responded to moisture, sun, and the patient motion of the sea. Heavy oak was chosen for its dense, unyielding strength, forming the hidden ribs and underlying framework of the vessel that would absorb the slow, rolling tides, while straight-grained, fragrant pine was harvested from nearby forested hillsides to form the light, buoyant planking of the outer hull. In these peaceful coastal retreats, master builders spent generations refining the delicate art of wooden ship construction, transitioning from simple, hand-carved vessels to sophisticated, standardized ships designed to cross vast expanses of open water with quiet grace. The overall rhythm of the shipyard was governed by the natural world, moving in harmony with the steady cadence of the seasons. As fallen trees were dried, cured, and patiently shaped with iron adzes and wooden mallets under the shade of coastal palms. As night begins to fall over the tranquil water, the curving outlines of half-finished hulls rest comfortably upon timber cradles along the sand, their smooth forms illuminated by the soft, silvery glow of the moon. There is a deep, reassuring beauty in the way these early mariners respected their craft, recognizing that safety upon the open sea depended entirely upon the integrity of every fitted joint, every wooden trunnel, and every layer of warm tree pitch applied to seal the hull against the encroaching tide. Listening to the soft, rhythmic cadence of the water lapping gently against the wooden piers, one can feel a profound sense of continuity and rest, imagining the generations of artisans who spent their lives studying the grain of the wood, listening to its subtle language, and shaping forest timber into silent vessels that floated effortlessly across the calm expanse of the ancient world. In the height of their maritime civilization, Carthaginian builders achieved a breathtaking breakthrough in construction efficiency that transformed how ships were imagined and assembled, laying the subtle groundwork for modular design long before the concept existed in modern industrial engineering. Rather than laboriously shaping each individual piece of wood on the shore to fit its unique spot through tedious trial and error, these skilled craftspeople established a remarkably organized method of prefabrication within their inland workshops and coastal shipyards. High up in the shade of the timber yards, master carpenters measured, cut, and planed standardized pine planks and structural oak frames with exacting precision, creating sets of interchangeable parts that could be assembled swiftly and quietly down at the water's edge. Around 235 BCE, Carthaginian shipwrights painted distinct Punic alphabet characters onto individual pine hull planks and oak frames before assembly, creating a modular guide that allowed craftspeople to fit pre-cut timbers together like a giant wooden puzzle. Each painted character served as a quiet, unambiguous visual instruction, matching a specific hull plank to its exact designated location along the curvature of the oak frame with effortless accuracy. This ingenious marking system meant that shipyard workers did not need to waste precious daylight hours reshaping or forcing reluctant pieces of wood into place under the Mediterranean sky. Instead, the pre-cut timbers slid together smoothly, guided by the familiar, graceful symbols of their written language. The construction process became a peaceful, rhythmic symphony of craftsmanship, where every movement possessed a clear purpose, and every component possessed its ordained home within the ship's body. Vessels built through this method were not only constructed with remarkable efficiency, but were also exceptionally balanced and structurally sound, as each standardized timber shared uniform proportions designed to distribute the stress of gentle ocean swells evenly across the entire hull. Walking along the quiet shoreline at dusk, observing the neatly organized stacks of pine planks painted with ancient Punic lettering resting beside the tranquil harbor water, one gains a serene appreciation for the quiet brilliance of these early engineers, whose orderly methods brought peace, safety, and enduring harmony to the ancient art of seafaring. When these modular ships were finally completed and pushed gently into the calm, azure waters of the harbor, they carried with them the quiet legacy of their thoughtful construction, embarking on peaceful journeys across the vast Mediterranean trade routes. Floating softly upon the water, their pine hulls flexed with natural elasticity, working in seamless concert with the rigid oak frames beneath to create a comfortable, reassuring motion for the sailors aboard. These vessels traveled from harbor to harbor, carrying amphorae of fragrant olive oil, golden wheat, fine textiles, and precious metals, weaving a gentle web of cultural connection between distant shores. At night, under a wide canopy of brilliant stars, a ship at sea becomes a quiet world unto itself, drifting peacefully across dark, mirrored waters, while the crew rests beneath woven canvas shelters. The soft, rhythmic creak of the wooden hull, held together so perfectly by its interlocking pre-cut timbers, provides a soothing lullaby that echoes the eternal pulse of the tides. The ancient mariners understood that their safety lay not in fighting the sea, but in yielding gently to its rhythm, relying on the structural integrity of their ships to keep them cradled securely above the depths. Today, when marine archaeologists uncover the preserved wooden remains of these Carthaginian ships, buried beneath centuries of soft seafloor sand, the faint remnants of painted Punic letters can still be seen upon the ancient oak and pine timbers, standing as silent testaments to human ingenuity and care. As we contemplate these quiet relics of the past, our minds are naturally drawn into a state of restful stillness, reflecting on how patience, order, and human skill can create objects of enduring beauty that navigate the unknown with quiet confidence. The gentle sea continues its eternal song against the shore, inviting us to set aside the noise of the day, to trust in the sturdy craft of our own resting thoughts, and to drift peacefully into a deep, uninterrupted sleep under the watchful stars. As twilight spreads a soft, amber glow across the tranquil shores of the ancient Mediterranean, the steady rhythm of coastal life gradually turns inward, yielding to the quiet, restorative peace of the evening tide. Along these sun-warmed coastlines, nestled between gentle limestone cliffs and the soft whisper of blue waters, generations of shipwrights spent their days listening to the subtle language of wood and sea. They sought out tall, straight-grained pines, growing high upon the sunlit mountain slopes, carefully selecting trees that had absorbed decades of seasonal light, wind, and mountain rain, holding within their tight fibers both flexible resilience and enduring structural strength. With patient, practiced hands, the timber was felled during the cool winter months when sap was low, seasoned in the gentle shade of coastal groves, and meticulously shaped into long, graceful planks designed to form the vessel's curving hull. Each wooden joint was fitted with painstaking precision, mortise and tenon aligned so closely that the wood seemed almost to remember its living unity in the ancient forest. Yet, despite the finest joinery and structural craft, raw pine remained inherently porous, carrying microscopic pathways within its natural grain, through which seawater could gradually seep over extended periods at sea. Left untreated, the exposed wood would absorb moisture, growing heavy in the water, encouraging barnacles and marine organisms to settle upon the hull, and creating subtle drag that slowed the ship's quiet passage across calm bays and open seas. The ancient builders understood that to create a vessel capable of enduring long voyages while moving with effortless ease, they needed to grant the wooden hull a continuous, protective skin, a seamless barrier that would harmoniously bridge the forest's natural harvest with the sea's deep, salt embrace. As evening stars begin to appear one by one in the darkening sky, the pleasant scent of fresh pine shavings lingers softly on the breeze, blending with the cool salt air and setting a peaceful stage for the final, transforming touch of the shipwright's traditional craft. In the quiet cool of the harbor workshops, as low fires flickered gently beneath broad copper cauldrons, the master craftsman prepared a traditional mixture designed to seal and preserve the pine hulls for their long journeys across open waters. They gathered dark pitch harvested from the resinous hearts of pine trees deep within the mountain forests and combined it with pure golden beeswax gathered from coastal hives. Over gentle coals, these natural ingredients were slowly warmed and stirred together until they melted into a rich, aromatic compound known to ancient mariners as Sopissa asterisk. With broad, soft brushes of animal hair, the shipbuilders carefully applied this warm, viscous mixture across every exterior plank of the hull, allowing the oil-rich pitch to penetrate deeply into the timber, while the beeswax cooled into a smooth, impervious shield. Ancient Mediterranean shipbuilders treated pine hulls with Sopissa asterisk, a warmed blend of refined beeswax and forest pitch brushed over the wood to seal microscopic pores and create a smooth, hydrophobic shell that glided quietly through calm waters. The resulting coating was remarkably durable and resilient, repelling the sea with natural elegance while safeguarding the wood against moisture and the quiet burrowing of marine organisms. As the treated hull cooled under the gentle night air, it took on a soft, gleaming sheen that felt satiny to the touch and filled the harbor with the comforting, earthy aromas of pine forest and wild honeycomb. This thoughtful alchemy of natural elements transformed the vessel from a simple arrangement of wood into a unified, water-repellent structure, perfectly suited to rest upon the sea with minimal friction, ready to slide through the gentle swells with silence and grace. The shipwrights inspected every inch of the sealed planks by candle glow, ensuring that no pinhole remained untreated, knowing that this invisible seal was what granted the ship both its longevity and its quiet speed upon the open waters. When the newly coated vessel was gently launched into the sheltered waters of the harbor, it settled upon the sea with a soft, reassuring lightness, perfectly supported by its balanced design and waterproof seal. The hydrophobic coating repelled the water so completely that tiny droplets formed into perfect spheres and rolled effortlessly away, leaving the pine beneath untouched and completely dry. As twilight faded into night and a soft land breeze filled the broad linen sails, The ship glided away from the shore with a silent fluidity that felt peaceful and weightless. There was no harsh slapping or heavy dragging against the swells. Instead, the smooth, dark planks parted the surface with a gentle, soothing murmur, like a quiet whisper carrying across stillness. Mariners resting upon the timber deck could feel the subtle, rhythmic rise and fall of the ocean beneath them, a steady cradling motion that invited deep relaxation and quiet contemplation. The vessel seemed to float upon the dark glass of the sea without effort, moving as one with the ancient currents that guided it toward open waters. Under the vast and quiet night sky, the soft sound of water slipping past the sealed stern served as a steady lullaby, reassuring all on board that their ship was securely protected, buoyant, and floating in perfect harmony with the sea. The smooth hull allowed the vessel to make steady progress, even in the lightest breezes, effortlessly maintaining momentum across the tranquil waters of the bay. The crew could rest easy, trusting in the quiet strength of the pine timbers and the protective shield of pitch and wax that kept the ocean at bay. Far from the coastline, guided by the familiar constellations that turned slowly through the dark zenith, the voyage became a peaceful meditation on quiet movement and rest. The open ocean air carried a cool, refreshing clarity, clearing away the residual warmth of the day and wrapping the ship in a quiet, serene atmosphere. Every aspect of the vessel's construction, from the hand-selected mountain pine to the carefully brushed layers of warm beeswax and pitch, worked in silent harmony to preserve the sanctuary of the voyage. With each long, gentle ocean swell that lifted the bow, the smooth, hydrophobic hull slid cleanly down into the trough with almost no resistance or noise. The sailors, accustomed to the rhythmic motion of their floating home, could rest securely back against the smooth wooden decks, gazing up at the vast field of stars and feeling entirely at peace. In this quiet space where forest craft met oceanic stillness, the ancient vessel was far more than a tool of trade or travel. It was a sanctuary of human ingenuity and natural care, carrying its travelers safely through the quiet hours of the night toward the soft, hopeful glow of dawn. The tranquil journey across the unruffled sea felt timeless, a continuous flow of water, wood, and sky bound together in calm equilibrium. As the stars maintained their slow, orderly wheel overhead, the vessel glided onward across the dark, peaceful sea, wrapped in its protective shell of forest resin and hive's wax, cradled by the gentle rhythm of the sleeping world. As we journey deeper into the ancient story of seafaring, the waters of the world reveal how human imagination began to turn vessels into spaces of comfort, reflection, and quiet sanctuary. Far from the busy harbor lanes of distant commercial trade and the dark, restless tides of naval conquest, there were calm inland waters where ships were built not to battle the open ocean, but to embrace stillness high in the Alban Hills of central Italy, nestled within the quiet green bowl of a dormant volcanic crater, lay Lake Nemi, a body of water so serene and sheltered that the ancients called it the Mirror of Diana. Here, surrounded by dense oak woods and the soft murmur of mountain breezes, watercraft reached a remarkable peak of architectural luxury and tranquil design. In the 1st century CE, Roman engineers built 2 immense ceremonial barges on Lake Nemi featuring lead-lined oak hulls, underfloor terracotta heating tiles, and bronze pipes that carried fresh spring water to peaceful onboard garden courtyards. These floating sanctuaries were true marvels of hydraulic and structural design, crafted with double-planked oak timbers, protected beneath a heavy shield of lead sheets to keep the quiet lake waters permanently at bay. Beneath the mosaic floors of the grand cabins, delicate hypocaust systems were laid out with custom-baked terracotta tiles, allowing warm air from small furnace hearths to circulate gently underfoot during cool mountain evenings. Along the wide wooden decks, intricate plumbing systems crafted from hammered bronze drew pure, sweet spring water directly from hillside sources, guiding it in a soft, steady trickle through decorative fountains into open-air courtyards filled with potted fruit trees, fragrant herbs, and flowering vines. To drift across the glassy surface of Lake Nemi aboard such a vessel was to experience a seamless fusion of land and water, where the noise of the empire dissolved into the gentle splashing of bronze fountains and the rhythmic sway of oak timbers upon a silent, sunlit lake. The design of these Lake Nemi vessels reflected a profound understanding of materials, weight, and spatial harmony, demonstrating how ancient shipwrights could transform raw timber into a floating palace of perfect equilibrium. The massive oak framing provided an unyielding foundation, capable of supporting multi-story colonnades, heavy stone statues, marble revetments, and intricate tiled mosaics without bowing or twisting under the subtle stresses of the water. The lead sheathing, secured to the outer hull with small copper nails driven through wool soaked in pitch and resin, ensured that the wood remained entirely dry and protected from the subtle decay of stagnant lake moisture. Within the quiet interior chambers, the underfloor heating systems softened the damp chill that so often lingers over still bodies of water, wrapping the occupants in a steady, gentle warmth that radiated upward through decorated stone floors. The onboard garden courtyards offered a peaceful sanctuary within a sanctuary, where tiny potted orchards of fig and pomegranate flourished alongside beds of lavender, thyme, and rose, nourished by the continuous flow of cool spring water running through polished bronze conduits. As the sun set behind the high rim of the volcanic crater, casting long golden shadows across the glassy water, small oil lamps were lit within glass lantern niches, throwing soft, flickering light across the polished marble walls and quiet garden paths. Every detail of these barges was conceived to cultivate rest, to turn the act of floating into an art of stillness, where one could listen to the soft, rhythmic lap of small waves against the oak hull, while enveloped in the soothing warmth of heated tiles and the gentle scent of night-blooming flowers floating across the calm Italian air. If we turn our gaze far to the north, across vast distances of land and sea to the icy, wind-swept expanses of the Arctic coastline, we find an entirely different, yet equally breathtaking tradition of shipcraft, born from an intimate harmony with the natural environment. In a landscape devoid of grand forests, where timber was rare and precious, northern seafarers looked to the sea and shore itself for every component of their craft, developing lightweight, highly flexible vessels tailored for navigating among floating ice fields and quiet coastal fjords. Inuit artisans crafted flexible coastal umiak vessels by stretching split bearded seal hides over lightweight frames of scavenged driftwood, stitching the seams with split caribou sinew that shrank as it dried to create a taut, translucent hull that glided silently over icy waters. The creation of an umiak was a masterpiece of collective patience and ecological mastery, beginning with the slow gathering of driftwood carried by ocean currents from distant southern rivers and cast upon the tundra shores. These weathered pieces of spruce and larch were carefully shaped, notched, and bound together using supple thongs of walrus rawhide, creating an elastic internal skeleton that could bend, flex, and yield under the pressure of sharp ice edges or sudden swell without fracturing. Over this delicate framework, several large skins of the bearded seal, harvested, scraped, and split with exacting skill, were fitted tightly while still moist. The stitching along each seam was performed using fine threads of caribou sinew, inserted with bone needles through overlapping waterproof folds. As the sinew dried in the crisp Arctic air, it contracted with immense force, pulling the seams into a completely watertight bond, while the translucent hide stretched tight across the ribs, glowing with a soft, amber light when sunlit from within the vessel. These skin boats possessed an extraordinary, quiet elegance that allowed them to move through cold northern waters with minimal resistance and near total silence. Unlike rigid wooden hulls that slapped against small waves or echoed when struck by floating slush, the flexible hide bottom of the umiak absorbed the gentle motion of the sea, dampening sound and riding effortlessly over the ocean's surface. The thin, translucent skin offered remarkably low friction against cold water, allowing a small family or crew equipped with broad wooden paddles to propel the vessel across wide bays and calm fjords with smooth, rhythmic strokes. In the long twilight of the Arctic summer, when the sun dipped low toward the horizon without ever fully setting, an umiak gliding between blue-white icebergs appeared almost weightless, its translucent hull catching the pale golden light like a glowing lantern resting upon dark, mirror-like waters. The silence of such a journey was profound and comforting, broken only by the soft, rhythmic dip of wooden paddles and the gentle hiss of cold water moving along the smooth, oiled hide as the vessel glided onward under the quiet sky. Across vast differences in geography, materials, and culture, both the grand ceremonial barges of Lake Nemi and the nimble umiaks of the northern seas demonstrate the astonishing versatility of human seafaring. Whether through heavy oak timbers lined with lead and warmed by terracotta tiles, or through light frames of driftwood draped in translucent seal hide, early shipwrights learned to build vessels that did not merely conquer the water, but coexisted with it in beauty, peace, and quiet balance, inviting those aboard to drift peacefully upon the timeless, restful currents of the world. As twilight settles over the expansive river deltas of ancient East Asia, a deep and enduring silence rests upon the waters, where rivers as wide as inland seas move with quiet, deliberate grace toward the ocean. Along these serene waterways, framed by misty bamboo groves and rows of soft, swaying reeds, the art of ship design evolved through centuries of quiet observation and patient harmony with the natural world, long before great wooden fleets ventured far beyond the sight of land. Communities along the coastal estuaries watched how the river moved, how fallen trunks drifted effortlessly with the tide, and how the water supported every hollowed vessel with a gentle, reassuring lift. In the soft, fading light of dusk, the traditional shipyards along the riverbanks were sanctuaries of calm craft, filled with the comforting scents of freshly planed timber, pine resin, and damp river silt. Here, shipwrights worked not with feverish speed, but with a slow, meditative precision, feeling the texture of the wood under their hands and shaping timber to yield gently to the water's natural forces. The early riverboats, originally fashioned for calm inland transit, slowly matured in form as builders learned to navigate the unpredictable transitions, where sweet river currents mingled with the salty swell of the sea. There was a quiet wisdom embedded in this early naval architecture, a realization that to traverse the vast and restless ocean, a ship must embody both strength and flexibility, standing firm against the waves while yielding gracefully to their rhythmic motion. As the sun dipped beneath the western hills and the evening air grew cool, the day's labor would end with the soft creaking of timber resting on timber, as finished hulls floated peacefully in their shallow slips, waiting for the midnight tide to lift them higher into the dark, reflective waters that stretched toward the horizon. The atmosphere of these ancient waters was one of unhurried repose, where the sound of lapping waves against wood created a steady, soothing cadence that echoed through the surrounding marshes, lulling the coastal villages into a peaceful night. As maritime trade expanded and ships began to venture deeper into the open waters of the East Asian seas, Chinese naval engineers sought structural solutions that would ensure both exceptional durability and absolute safety across long, peaceful voyages. They turned their eyes once more to the natural structures around them, finding inspiration in the humble bamboo stalk that grew abundantly along their native riverbanks, a plant renowned for its incredible lightness, resilience, and unique internal division into distinct, watertight chambers separated by sturdy nodes. In 5th century China, shipwrights sealed the hulls of ocean-going junks with *Chunnam*, a paste of crushed lime, tung oil, and hemp, and constructed interior bulkheads patterned after the hollow, segmented nodes of bamboo stems. This remarkable synthesis of organic design and practical engineering marked a monumental advance in the history of seafaring. By dividing the interior of the hull into a series of separate, watertight compartments using solid transverse wooden bulkheads, a breach in any single section of the vessel would not compromise the buoyant integrity of the whole, allowing the ship to float safely even if part of its outer shell sustained damage. Meanwhile, the application of *Chunnam provided an impenetrable, resilient barrier against the persistent intrusion of seawater, filling every hairline gap between the wooden planks with a smooth, durable seal that hardened over time into a stone-like defense against decay. The tung oil conferred a natural water repellency and flexibility, while the crushed lime offered structural body and anti-fouling protection, and the hemp fibers wove through the compound to give it tensile strength against the flexing of the hull. Inside these beautifully engineered junks, the segmented spaces served not only as protective barriers, but also as organized, balanced holds for cargo, allowing grain, silk, porcelain, and tea to rest securely in dry, quiet quarters as the ship moved steadily across the open water. The shipwrights understood that true safety on the sea was not achieved through rigid resistance alone, but through a thoughtful architecture that mirrored the elegance of living plants, creating vessels that could float gracefully across hundreds of leagues of ocean while maintaining a serene equilibrium within their sturdy, partitioned hulls. Out on the open water, these ocean-going junks moved with a tranquil, majestic presence, their broad, flat-bottomed hulls gliding smoothly over the swells without the deep draft that restricted other vessels to deep-water harbors. Their distinctive batten sails, crafted from woven matting or strong canvas reinforced with horizontal bamboo slats, could be raised, lowered, or angled with extraordinary ease by a small, quiet crew. Unlike the heavy square rigs of Western waters that required sailors to climb high into the rigging during sudden shifts in weather, the bamboo batten sails of the junk could be adjusted smoothly from the safety of the deck, folding downward like a paper fan when the wind softened into an evening breeze. This unique rigging allowed the vessel to catch even the faintest whispers of wind, carrying it silently across calm coastal bays and broad gulfs. The inclusion of an articulated stern post rudder another brilliant innovation of early East Asian shipwrights, gave the captain precise and subtle control over the vessel's heading, requiring only a gentle touch on the tiller to guide the massive hull along its intended path. As the junk tracked across the sea, its broad beam offered remarkable stability, minimizing the rolling motion that often unsettled travelers on narrower ships. The ship seemed to rest upon the water rather than fight against it, sliding over the crests of the waves with a soft, rhythmic swoosh that harmonized with the open expanse. The crew moved about their tasks with practiced, calm efficiency, bound together by the slow routine of watchkeeping and the quiet cadence of the sea, confident in the structural integrity beneath their feet and the gentle power of the wind in their sails. As night descended over the open sea, the vessel became a sanctuary of quiet self-containment, drifting under a vast, unclouded sky filled with brilliant constellations. The sound of the ocean against the hull was soft and rhythmic, a low, soothing whisper as the smooth, Chun-Nam asterisk-sealed planks parted the water and allowed it to flow past without friction or turbulence. Below deck, within the cozy, bamboo-inspired compartments of the bulkhead system, the atmosphere was quiet, dry, and reassuringly still, offering a restful haven for those resting between watches. The gentle tilting of the vessel as it rode the long, rolling ocean swells created a rhythmic, cradle-like motion that seemed to synchronize naturally with the slow breath of the sleeping crew. Looking out from the deck, the dark horizon melted seamlessly into the starry sky, blurring the line between sea and space, while the bioluminescent glow of microscopic plankton trailed softly in the ship's wake like a ribbon of pale green light. Guided by the familiar alignments of the stars above and the steady orientation of the deep rudder below, the ship maintained its peaceful course through the night, traversing the vast blue realm with an effortless, timeless grace. This harmonious balance of human ingenuity, natural materials, and quiet respect for the sea laid the foundation for centuries of ocean exploration, showing how thoughtful craftsmanship could create a floating refuge capable of carrying travelers safely across the widest horizons. And so, the ancient junk glided onward through the dark, resting upon the water's gentle embrace, carrying its crew softly toward the morning light in unbroken, tranquil peace. Along the sheltered estuaries and winding riverways of southeastern China, where green hills descend gently toward the tides of the East China Sea, the rhythm of maritime life moved with the slow, steady rise and fall of the water. In the 12th century, the coastal harbors of Fujian grew into tranquil sanctuaries of wooden craft, where master shipwrights labored with quiet devotion beneath the soft, filtered light of coastal bamboo groves and soaring pine trees. Here, the air was always rich with the deep, resplendent scent of freshly felled timber, sweet pine resin, and damp river silt, creating an atmosphere of ancient peace that seemed to suspend time itself. As twilight descended over the shipyards, the low hum of wooden adzes and hand saws yielded to the serene whispering of the tide against the mudflats, where great wooden hulls lay cradled in their timber scaffolding, like sleeping leviathans resting before their long voyages out toward distant horizons. These vessel designs were born from generations of close observation, observing how river reeds bent gracefully without snapping in the swift current, and how the broad, gentle leaves of water lilies rested effortlessly upon the surface of static ponds. The craftsmen understood that to build a ship capable of traversing vast distances was not to conquer the ocean with rigid force, but to fashion a floating sanctuary that could yield harmoniously to the soft, rhythmic rolling of the waves. Long, supple planks of native pine were carefully selected from mountain slopes, allowed to air dry over many seasons, and shaped with measured, unhurried precision, each timber chosen for its subtle grain, natural resilience, and quiet warmth. In the gathering dusk, as paper lanterns began to glow with soft amber light along the water's edge, the shipwrights would walk along the length of the hull, placing their hands against the smoothed grain to feel the alignment of every plank, ensuring that each joinery fit seamlessly against its neighbor. The surrounding waters reflected the dimming sky in shades of dusky indigo, slate gray, and soft lavender, mirroring the quiet confidence of a seafaring tradition that had perfected the art of ocean travel through patience, mindful craft, and a deep, intuitive respect for the natural world. The preservation and sealing of these great ocean-going junks was a process carried out with remarkable reverence, blending natural materials in a tradition handed down through families of artisans to shield the wooden hulls from the relentless soak of salt water, the boring of marine worms, and the subtle warping caused by sun and sea spray. The shipbuilders relied on a protective mixture that was as aromatic as it was durable. In 12th century China, Fujian shipwrights sealed the pine planks of ocean junks with *chunam*, a fragrant paste of warm tung oil, slaked lime, and shredded hemp fibers that cured into a smooth, waterproof glaze. The preparation of this paste was a calm, rhythmic ritual performed in large iron cauldrons set over low, slow-burning wood fires near the edge of the harbor. As the warm tung oil was stirred together with the fine white powder of slaked lime and the soft, fibrous strands of hemp, a gentle herbal aroma filled the cool evening air, wafting gently across the quiet shipyard and mingling with the salt breeze from the bay. Workers applied the smooth compound while it was still pleasantly warm, pressing it deeply into every seam, grain line, and plank joint using broad wooden paddles and soft cloths, ensuring no microscopic crevice was left exposed to the sea. As the paste cured under the gentle warmth of the sun and the soft coastal wind, it transformed into a satiny, porcelain-like coating that bound the timbers together in a protective shell, smooth to the touch and impervious to moisture. This lustrous glaze gave the hulls a soft, pale sheen that glinted subtly under the moonlight, allowing the massive junks to glide through the water with minimal friction and exceptional longevity. Watching the white glazed hull rest upon the dark mirror of the bay at twilight brought a deep sense of stillness to the harbor, as if the vessel itself had been smoothed into a state of quiet equilibrium, fully prepared to cradle its crew through thousands of miles of open water. Beyond the protective artistry of their sealed hulls, these ocean-going junks contained internal innovations that allowed them to navigate the vast expanses of the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea with an extraordinary sense of calm security. Below the deck, the interior space was divided into multiple watertight compartments by thick wooden bulkheads, a design that ensured even if a plank suffered damage, the surrounding sections remained dry, secure, and buoyant. This clever division of space created a reassuring sense of stability, allowing sailors to rest peacefully in their quarters as the hull swayed gently in the deep ocean swells. Above deck, the distinctive battened sails stretched out like delicate dragon wings, crafted from woven bamboo mats and supported by flexible horizontal wooden ribs. Unlike the heavy square sails of Western vessels that required immense physical exertion to adjust, these bamboo sails could be raised, lowered, or trimmed effortlessly by a small crew using a system of light ropes, allowing the ship to adapt smoothly to shifting wind patterns without drama or haste. When the evening winds blew soft and steady, the sails caught the breeze with a rhythmic, quiet rustle, propelling the junk across calm water like a leaf drifting down a quiet stream. At night, as the stars gathered overhead in silent constellations, the ship moved with a graceful, unhurried cadence, its smooth, glazed bottom cutting through the dark water with only the faint, soothing sound of parting foam. Inside the cabin, the air remained warm and dry, scented softly with the lingering fragrance of pine, tung oil, and sea salt, offering a peaceful sanctuary amidst the infinite vastness of the ocean. As these magnificent vessels sailed along the ancient maritime Silk Road, carrying silk, porcelain, tea, and quiet knowledge between distant ports, they carried with them the serene spirit of the coastal villages where they were forged. Voyages lasted for months, dictated by the predictable, seasonal rhythms of the monsoon winds that blew gently across the seas at specific times of the year. Seafarers lived in harmony with these natural cycles, never striving to force their way against unfavorable gales, but rather waiting patiently in hospitable harbors until the sky and sea signaled the time to set sail once more. This patient alignment with nature infused every aspect of life aboard the junk with a calm, meditative quality. In the quiet hours of the night, when the ocean lay flat and mirror-like under the glowing moon, the watchmen on deck would track their course using simple yet elegant instruments, observing the altitude of the pole star, or watching the delicate movement of a magnetized iron needle floating serenely in a bowl of water. The gentle bobbing of the ship, the steady whisper of the wind through the bamboo battens, and the reliable integrity of the asterisk chunam asterisk-sealed pine hull combined to create an environment of profound tranquility. Ocean travel, far from being a desperate struggle against the elements, became a slow, contemplative journey through a vast and gentle world. As the junk drifted quietly toward the horizon, its smooth, watertight form harmonizing perfectly with the ocean's gentle breath, it embodied a timeless peak of maritime craftsmanship, a testament to human ingenuity, resting peacefully upon the quiet, endless sea. Across the vast, sun-warmed expanses of the Indian Ocean, ancient maritime trade routes flourished under the steady, predictable breath of the seasonal monsoon winds. During the long twilight hours, as the tropical sun dipped beneath the horizon and painted the calm sea in soft shades of violet and amber, wooden trading vessels drifted gracefully across the quiet waters in coastal harbors stretching from the Arabian Gulf down along the shores of western India. Shipwrights developed an extraordinary method of building ships that prioritized harmony with the water over rigid resistance. Rather than fastening heavy planks together with hard iron nails that could rust in the brine or force timber to split under tension, these master builders turned to the abundance of nature around them. Around the 9th century, Indian Ocean shipwrights stitched the hull planks of wooden dhows using soft cordage spun from coconut husks, then smoothed every seam with a warm mixture of mutton tallow and sesame oil. This traditional technique created a vessel of remarkable grace and organic unity, perfectly attuned to the delicate dynamics of long-distance ocean travel. The fibrous husks of the coconut, harvested from coastal groves and soaked in tidal pools until their tough inner strands could be separated and spun into thick, resilient coir thread, possessed an extraordinary natural elasticity. When bound tightly by hand through carefully drilled holes along the edges of teak and mahogany planks, the cordage held the wooden frame securely while allowing the entire hull to remain subtly pliable. To ensure the vessel remained completely watertight through months at sea, the shipwrights gently applied a rich, protective sealant composed of rendered mutton tallow blended with pressings of sesame oil. This warm mixture seeped deep into the porous grain of the timber and the fibrous strands of the cordage, creating a smooth, supple coating that repelled the sea while filling the air with a soft, comforting aroma of natural wood, warm wax, and toasted seeds that lingered gently over the sleeping harbor. As these dhows journeyed into the deep ocean under a dark, starlit canopy, the profound wisdom of their sewn construction revealed itself in the quiet, liquid rhythm of their movement across the open water. Unlike modern vessels with unyielding, rigid hulls that hammer aggressively against oncoming waves, the sewn dhow interacted with the ocean like a fluid, living entity that moved in deep resonance with the tide. When a rolling ocean swell rose beneath the bow, the coconut coir cordage yielded just enough to absorb the mechanical kinetic energy of the sea, allowing the planks to flex in a subtle, rhythmic dance that prevented high structural strain and localized stress fractures. The sound aboard the vessel was unlike any other in maritime history. Instead of harsh metallic clanging, sharp creaking, or jarring thuds, the ship produced only a gentle, meditative murmur as the oiled timbers adjusted softly to the changing hydrostatic pressure of the surrounding water. Below deck, where sailors lay resting after their evening watch, the atmosphere was one of profound peace, warmth, and absolute safety. The tallow and sesame oil preserved the wood against wood-boring marine organisms, while keeping the interior air pleasantly dry and sheltered from the salt spray outside. Overhead, the immense triangular lateen sail gathered the cool night breeze in a clean, quiet curve, driving the vessel forward across the dark mirror of the ocean without fuss or strain. The gentle motion of the boat created a rocking sensation that eased every tired muscle into quiet repose. The steady, rhythmic rise and fall of the hull became a natural cradle, soothing the mind into a state of quiet tranquility. Navigators stood silently at the stern, observing the steady positions of familiar constellations like Canopus and the Southern Cross as they drifted across the celestial sphere, guiding their craft along ancient maritime trade routes with an understated confidence born of centuries of refined tradition and deep oceanic knowledge. Farther to the east, across the tranquil waters of the South China Sea, and through the sprawling island chains of Southeast Asia, another brilliant tradition of seafaring evolved along similar principles of quiet efficiency, mechanical simplicity, and natural balance. In the busy shipyards of East Asia, shipwrights designed vessels known as junks, renowned across the ancient world for their remarkable stability, spacious watertight compartments, and exceptionally advanced sail configurations. Where Western square-rigged vessels relied on complex networks of ropes, blocks, and heavy canvas that required dozens of sailors to climb high into towering masts during changing weather. Chinese shipbuilders devised a system that could be operated effortlessly and safely entirely from the deck. Beginning in the 12th century, Chinese shipwrights fitted woven canvas sails with full-length horizontal bamboo battens, allowing sailors to quietly reef the sail by letting the heavy bamboo slats settle softly into neat, parallel folds against the deck. These sturdy bamboo battens were stitched horizontally across the entire width of the sail at regular vertical intervals, acting as lightweight structural ribs that kept the canvas flat and perfectly trimmed against the wind, regardless of gusts. This innovative design meant that the sail behaved almost like a series of interconnected aerodynamic panels, maximizing lift while minimizing energy loss from fluttering fabric. More importantly for the crew on nocturnal watch, the battens made handling the sail remarkably serene and stress-free. When the wind shifted or freshened in the middle of the night, there was no need for frantic shouting or hazardous ascents into the dark upper rigging. A single sailor could simply slacken the halyard line, allowing the natural weight of the heavy bamboo poles to pull the canvas down step by step, folding the material into neat, horizontal pleats that rested quietly upon the deck like the pages of a closing book. The gentle lowering of these batten sails produced a soft, rhythmic clacking sound, a comforting wooden cadence that signaled to the resting crew below that the vessel was adjusting peacefully to the changing moods of the sea. Because each bamboo batten was tethered securely to the mast by guide lines, the sail could never flap uncontrollably in a sudden gust or catch the wind unexpectedly during adjustments, keeping the deck safe, quiet, and orderly at all times. Whether sailing through calm coastal estuaries, navigating winding riverways, or traveling across the vast, deep blue highways of the open ocean, vessels equipped with junk rigs offered a level of tranquil control that made long voyages feel less like strenuous labor and more like a restful, contemplative journey across the globe. Together, the sewn dhows of the Indian Ocean and the battened junks of East Asia represented a golden age of maritime craftsmanship, where human ingenuity worked in quiet harmony with the raw elements of nature. Coconut husk coir, sesame oil, teak, and bamboo were transformed by skilled hands into vessels capable of bridging continents without disrupting the silence of the sea. The gentle rustle of wind through bamboo battens and the soft flecks of stitched timbers created a natural lullaby for those aboard, turning each night at sea into a restorative pause. Each breath of wind was met not with struggle, but with an elegant acceptance, allowing the ship to glide smoothly over water that reflected the endless silver light of distant galaxies. As midnight settled over the water, these ships glided onward beneath the vast dome of the night sky, their hulls slipping softly through the gentle swells, while their sailors rested in deep peace, carried safely across the world by the timeless currents of wind and tide. As night descends upon the tranquil waters of the equatorial Pacific, the vast expanse of the ocean rests under a pale, silvery glow, moving in slow, rhythmic swells that carry the quiet wisdom of ancient journeys. Long before complex iron hulls or rigid wooden frames were carved to slice through the open sea, the indigenous navigators of the South American coastline looked to the natural abundance of their coastal forests, seeking a seamless harmony between timber, water, and wind. Along the misty shores of what is now Ecuador, the warm maritime atmosphere creates a peaceful environment where the sea gently meets the land, framed by lush tropical vegetation, towering canopy trees, and the steady, reassuring breath of the ocean breeze. Here, early maritime traditions grew not out of a desire to conquer the water, but out of a deep, patient understanding of how to float effortlessly upon it, yielding to its currents while moving gracefully across vast distances. The Pacific along this tropical coast is governed by great, slow-moving oceanic highways, most notably the cool Humboldt current sweeping upward from the south, to meet the warmer equatorial countercurrents, creating reliable, gentle corridors of water that have guided coastal dwellers for countless generations. In the soft twilight of evening, as the heat of the day gives way to cool, salt-tinged air, one can picture the ancient beaches where the craft of vessel construction was practiced with meditative care. The sea was never viewed as an unpredictable void to be feared, but rather as a vast, soothing pathway, calling forth designs that were light, flexible, and intimately tied to the living ecology of the rainforest and shore. To travel upon these coastal waters meant learning the subtle languages of the environment, observing the shifting shades of blue and emerald near the shore, listening to the soft calls of pelicans returning to their perches along the estuaries, and feeling the gradual cooling of the breeze as the setting sun painted the horizon in tranquil shades of rose, gold, and indigo. Every movement along the shore was measured and deliberate, setting a cadence of life that moved in perfect lockstep with the tides, inviting a sense of profound stillness and quiet contemplation as twilight settled over the water. It was within this peaceful coastal realm that master mariners refined a truly unique form of nautical architecture, creating vessel designs perfectly attuned to the delicate dynamics of fluid movement and wind pressure. Around 800 CE, Mantino mariners along the coast of Ecuador constructed ocean rafts from buoyant balsa logs bound with wild liana vines, lowering flat wooden centerboards called asterisk guayas between the timbers to quietly steer along Pacific currents. This elegant method of construction relied entirely upon materials harvested directly from the surrounding ecosystem, choosing lightweight balsa timber whose cellular structure contained tiny air pockets, offering extraordinary natural buoyancy without requiring hollowed hulls or heavy internal frames. Because these logs were tied together with tough, flexible liana vines rather than rigid iron fasteners or wooden pegs, the entire structure possessed a remarkable ability to flex and yield to the ocean's motion. When a wave passed beneath the raft, the logs would roll slightly and shift in soft, fluid harmony with the water's surface, absorbing the force of the sea rather than resisting it, resulting in a gentle, gliding ride that produced almost no harsh shocks or sudden vibrations. To navigate these flexible vessels with precision, the Mantino developed the ingenious system of asterisk guayas asterisk, which served as both keel and steering mechanism without requiring complex mechanical linkages or heavy metal fittings. By raising or lowering these long, flat planks of dense hardwood through the slight gaps left intentionally between the main balsa logs, placing some toward the bow and others toward the stern, the mariners could alter the center of lateral resistance underwater with remarkable finesse. Lowering a centerboard near the front would cause the bow to turn softly into the wind, while adjusting one near the rear would allow the vessel to fall off smoothly, permitting full control over direction and leeway, even when sailing across or against the prevailing breezes. This quiet adjustment of the centerboards allowed the raft to hold its course over hundreds of miles without the need for a heavy, noisy steering oar or a rigid tiller, allowing the crew to glide over the ocean in near absolute silence. The only sound accompanying their passage was the gentle, rhythmic hum of water sliding past the smooth balsa logs and the soft, organic creaking of the liana bindings as they eased into the slow, hypnotic rhythm of the ocean waves. These remarkable balsa rafts were not merely simple fishing craft, but sophisticated ocean-going trade vessels capable of carrying substantial cargoes across vast distances along the western rim of South America, traveling north towards Central America and south along the arid coasts of Peru. Mantino merchants established vibrant maritime trade networks that connected diverse cultures through peaceful commerce and shared knowledge. On board these spacious, open-decked rafts, sheltered beneath simple woven thatch canopies, mariners transported highly prized trade goods, including exquisite ceramic vessels, finely worked copper and silver ornaments, beautifully woven textiles, and above all, the sacred *spondylus* shell, known for its brilliant spiky outer surface and deep crimson lining. The *spondylus shell, or thorny oyster, was treasured across the Andean world as a vital element in spiritual rituals, an offering to invite life-giving rains, and a supreme symbol of prestige and oceanic abundance. Navigating by the stars and the familiar patterns of coastal landmarks, the mariners spent days and weeks floating upon the deep blue waters, cradled by the steady warmth of the equatorial climate. As night fell over the open ocean, far from the sight of land, the experience aboard a balsa raft was one of profound tranquility. The sky above unfolded into a vast, crystal-clear dome of twinkling constellations, where the Southern Cross, the celestial patterns of ancient mythologies, and the familiar glow of the Milky Way washed across the darkness like a river of liquid starlight. With the guayas firmly set to catch the deep, steady current below, the mariners had little need for constant steering adjustments, allowing them to rest quietly upon woven mats under the open sky. The gentle rise and fall of the raft created a slow, rocking motion, like a cradle resting upon the breathing ocean, while the cool night breeze whispered softly through the hand-woven cotton sails. Every journey was a meditative communion with the sea, guided by generations of accumulated wisdom, deep respect for the natural elements, and an unwavering trust in the buoyant woods and flexible vines that kept them safely suspended between the starry sky and the deep, silent waters of the Pacific. Across the vast and shimmering expanse of the Pacific Ocean, where the sky meets the water in a seamless horizon of quiet blue, early voyagers embarked upon journeys guided by the natural rhythms of the earth, long before metal tools mechanical steering, or magnetic compasses traversed the world's oceans. The intrepid navigators of the South Seas looked to the slow drift of low-hanging clouds, the gentle swelling of oceanic currents, and the quiet arrangement of stars overhead to chart their courses between distant, isolated islands. In this tranquil world of open water, seafaring was not a desperate struggle against the forces of nature, but rather a peaceful, intuitive dialogue with the sea, an art of listening closely to the whispered cues of the trade winds, the subtle shifts in water temperature, and the distinctive flight paths of seabirds returning to their nests at dusk. As night settled gracefully over the wide ocean, bringing a dark, cooling canopy speckled with silver starlight, master wayfinders sat at the long steering sweeps of their handcrafted double-hulled canoes, deeply attuned to every soft movement of the water beneath them. The ocean moved in long, rhythmic undulations, breathing with a calm, eternal tide that carried the voyagers forward through long hours of serene stillness. These oceanic voyagers possessed an extraordinary understanding of the waters, reading the subtle crests of deep-sea swells that had traveled thousands of miles across open space, feeling through the timber frame how their hulls leaned gently into the rhythm of the waves. Every single element of their craft was intentionally formed from the natural materials offered by the tropical islands they called home, hardwoods carved with patient hands, using stone and shell adzes, coconut husk fibers painstakingly twisted into resilient cordage, and native plant leaves transformed into supple sails that caught the soft breath of the wind. Floating upon these vast oceanic highways, the spirit of seafaring was defined by patience, trust, and deep harmony. As entire communities traveled across thousands of miles of open blue, comfortably cradled by the ancient sea and guided by the timeless stars that illuminated their path through the quiet night. At the heart of this remarkable seafaring tradition lay the double-hulled voyaging canoe, known in various island dialects as the Vaca, Waa, or Driua, a masterpiece of balanced design created to move effortlessly over deep ocean waters without the heavy rigidity of traditional single-hulled ships, joined together by sturdy wooden crossbeams lashed tightly with hundreds of yards of braided coconut sennet rope. The twin hulls flexed and yielded to the rising waves, allowing the entire vessel to absorb the immense power of the sea with liquid ease, rather than fighting stubbornly against it. Above these sleek, hand-carved wooden hulls rose a sail of distinctive and highly functional design, shaped like the gracefully curved claw of a sea crab, and engineered specifically to harness the gentle, persistent breezes of the tropical ocean zones. Pacific Island navigators wove triangular crabclaw sails from narrow strips of dried pandanus leaves, creating a lightweight, breathable lattice that dynamically adjusted to soft ocean breezes and maintained gentle forward momentum. Unlike heavy, tightly woven canvas sails of later European vessels that trapped air rigidly and placed immense structural strain on masts and rigging, these woven leaf sails possessed an inherently porous texture that allowed air to flow smoothly through the microscopic gaps between the overlapping strips of dried leaf. This natural permeability prevented damaging turbulence along the leeward surface while generating remarkable aerodynamic lift even in light airs. When a sudden, soft gust swept over the calm ocean surface, the flexible pandanus lattice gave slightly under the pressure, spilling excess wind naturally through its woven structure, while maintaining a smooth, steady, and efficient pull on the bamboo spars. The creation of these sails was a long, communal art practiced on land, where village women gathered under the shade of coastal coconut palms to harvest, dry, strip, flatten, and handweave the long, durable leaves of the pandanus tree into intricate, interlocking geometric panels. When hoisted high above the water, the sail caught the warm tropical sun, taking on a rich golden hue that glowed brightly against the deep turquoise of the sea. As the ocean wind moved continuously through the fine weave, it produced a soft, rhythmic rustling sound, a tranquil, dry whisper reminiscent of autumn leaves stirring in a quiet forest breeze. This gentle auditory feedback provided the navigator with a constant, tactile indication of wind strength and direction, while lulling the crew into a peaceful rhythm as they traveled beneath the vast sky. As evening softly descended over the open ocean, the atmosphere on board the voyaging canoe grew increasingly quiet and serene, bathed in the cool twilight of the open Pacific. The sun dipped slowly below the flat rim of the western horizon in a tranquil display of pastel pink, soft lavender, and pale gold, gradually giving way to the deep, calming indigo of the tropical night. Without the glare of terrestrial lights, the sky unfolded above the voyagers in breathtaking clarity, displaying the celestial paths of Orion, the Southern Cross, the Navigators' Line, and the Pleiades as they rose, and set across carefully memorized star houses along the horizon. Wayfinders used these familiar constellations like a vast, slowly turning map, holding their course by aligning the bow of the canoe with specific stars as they emerged from the dark eastern sky. Sleep came easily to those on board, cradled by the rhythmic motion of the vessel as the double hull swayed softly with the deep, slow pulse of the swells beneath. The trade winds remained gentle and consistent throughout the night, carrying the clean scent of salt spray, damp wood, and dried pandanus leaf across the open deck. Resting beneath woven mats on the central platform, crew members listened to the comforting sound of water lapping against the carved hulls and the soft, rhythmic creak of the sennit lashings flexing in perfect harmony with the ocean's motion. There was no sense of urgency or tension in this ancient way of travel, no frantic striving against time or tide. Instead, there was only a quiet acceptance of the journey itself, a peaceful trust in the deep wisdom of the wayfinder, and the resilient elegance of their leaf-woven craft, moving quietly across the vastness of the Pacific, suspended between the star-filled infinity of the sky and the dark, soothing depths of the ocean. These early mariners moved in harmony with the natural world, carried safely toward new horizons on breathable sails and gentle currents. Deep within the quiet coastal forests of the early medieval North, where ancient oak trees stood tall against gray skies and soft sea mists, master craftspeople worked in quiet harmony with the natural materials around them. Long before a vessel ever touched the water, its journey began among these shadowed glades, where timber was selected not merely for its size, but for the subtle curves, resilience, and living memory held within its grain. The builders of this era possessed a profound, intuitive understanding of the ocean's untamed nature, recognizing that to travel safely across vast sea stretches, a ship could not rely on brute rigidity or heavy, unyielding bulk. A vessel constructed too rigidly would absorb the full impact of every ocean swell, risking stress fractures and structural failure when confronted by the immense, rolling power of deep water. Instead, these coastal artisans sought to create a vessel capable of moving with the sea, bending gracefully beneath the dynamic weight of the waves, rather than fighting against them. To achieve this extraordinary balance of lightness, strength, and elasticity, they turned to techniques passed down through generations of patient observation and manual skill. Norse shipbuilders in the 9th century cleaved green oak along its natural grain, using wooden wedges, producing flexible planks just 2 centimeters thick that allowed longships to bend harmoniously with Atlantic waves. By driving carefully carved wedges of hardwood along the split lines of freshly harvested oak, the shipwrights guided the natural division of the wood fibers without severing the long, continuous internal strands that gave the tree its strength. This method of split oak construction ensured that the resulting thin planks retained their natural moisture and organic springiness, preventing the brittle weakness that often accompanied sawn timber. When these slender planks were overlapped and joined together with soft iron rivets, a method known as clinker or lapstrake construction, the hull became an interconnected living shell. As a longship rode over the dark ocean rollers of the open sea, its entire frame would gently twist and yield in subtle, silent unison with the water's surface, absorbing the tremendous kinetic force of the swell and transforming it into a soothing, rhythmic motion. In the fading light of late afternoon, the air around the shipyard was filled with the fresh, clean scent of oak shavings, and the steady, rhythmic tap of wooden mallets echoed softly against the surrounding hills, marking the peaceful birth of ships designed to drift gracefully between land and sea. Beyond the structural design of the hull, preserving these wooden vessels against the relentless moisture of the northern climate required an equally thoughtful and earth-rooted artistry. The damp ocean air, persistent salt spray, and icy rains of the Scandinavian coastline posed a continuous challenge to the organic materials of a ship, threatening to rot the wooden timbers and degrade the fibrous lines of hemp rigging over time. To shield their vessels against the creeping dampness, coastal communities turned to the vast pine forests that covered the hillsides, tapping into the natural protective resins of the forest floor. They discovered that old pine stumps, rich in concentrated resin and left behind by earlier clearing, held the secret to a thick, water-repellent sealant that could insulate wood and fiber against the harsh marine environment. Beginning in the 10th century, Scandinavian craftspeople distilled resinous pine stumps inside earth-covered kilns to extract rich pine tar, brushing the warm, fragrant liquid onto hemp rigging and oak timbers to protect them against damp ocean air. The process of producing this protective tar was a slow, meditative craft that demanded patience, quiet focus, and constant care. In serene forest clearings surrounded by tall evergreens, large circular pits were dug into the earth and lined carefully with stones or clay. The resin-rich pine wood was chopped into small pieces and stacked tightly in a conical pile within the kiln, which was then covered with a thick layer of turf, soil, and damp moss to cut off the flow of oxygen. A slow, smoldering fire was tended beneath the earth mound for days, gently heating the wood without burning it outright, allowing the dark, viscous tar to melt out from the pine fibers and trickle down into collection vessels placed beneath the kiln. When the extraction was complete, the resulting pine tar carried a deep, comforting fragrance of roasted wood and sweet forest resin. Applied while still warm, the rich liquid soaked deeply into the pores of the oak planks and penetrated the twisted strands of hemp ropes, creating a flexible, waterproof barrier that sealed out salt water and prevented decay while allowing the wood to remain supple. As the warm tar dried under the gentle sunlight, it gave the longships a deep, golden brown luster and enveloped the entire vessel in a calming scent of pine woods, a comforting fragrance that drifted across the quiet harbor and reminded the sailors of the stable, silent forests of their home, even when far out at sea. As night falls over the northern seas, the combination of flexible oak construction and fragrant pine tar treatment creates a seafaring experience of profound tranquility and seamless integration with the natural world. Out on the open ocean, far from the sight of land, a longship moves with a soft, hypnotic rhythm across the long, dark swells of the Atlantic. The vessel does not slam against the water or shudder with harsh impacts. Instead, its thin, split-oak hull curves softly around each approaching swell, riding up the gentle incline of the wave and gliding smoothly down the far side with a soft, whispering splash. Every timber within the vessel participates in this fluid dance, flexing just enough to relieve the stress on any single joint, while the tar-coated hemp rigging creaks softly in the cool night breeze, like a slow, steady breath. The comforting, smoky aroma of pine tar lingers around the deck and sails, mingling with the clean, crisp salt air to wrap the sleeping crew in a familiar, grounding atmosphere. Above, the wide northern sky unfolds in a vast canopy of quiet stars, reflected in the dark, undulating mirror of the ocean below. There is a deep, reassuring sense of harmony in knowing that the ship underfoot is composed entirely of natural elements gathered from the forest and shaped by human hands: green oak that bends without breaking, pine resin that keeps the sea at bay, and hand-spun hemp that holds the yardarm steady against the wind. As the hours pass, the steady sway of the ship creates a soothing, repetitive cadence that lulls the body into complete relaxation. The cool ocean mist settles softly over the polished wood, creating tiny droplets that catch the faint moonlight, while the dark water slips quietly past the hull in a continuous, gentle murmur. In this peaceful marine sanctuary, the boundaries between the ancient forest, the crafted ship, and the endless ocean seem to dissolve into a single, quiet continuum. The steady, low song of the sea lapping against the tarred planks acts as a natural lullaby, guiding the mind into a serene, restful state as the vessel glides silently through the night, carried onward by the gentle, eternal motion of the deep tide. Exploring the quiet northern reaches, where cold estuaries merge into misty seas, early seafaring entered an era defined by a deep harmony between land, vessel, and wind. Along the indented coastline of Scandinavia, small agricultural communities lived in close cadence with the changing seasons, gathering resources from high pastures and rocky shores to sustain both daily life and seasonal journeys across the water. In the quiet warmth of timber longhouses during long winter months, the craft of shipbuilding was intimately intertwined with the delicate arts of rural textile production. While shipwrights shaped sturdy oak and pine hulls designed to flex with the rolling motion of ocean swells, domestic hearths became centers of patient handiwork, where raw materials gathered from sheep pastures were transformed into the soft engine of northern navigation. Women and families carded raw fleece, pulling out long strands of wool and spinning them into strong, resilient yarn on drop spindles, their steady motions echoing the calm, repetitive rhythms of the sea itself. This careful preparation of yarn was done with a profound understanding of natural fibers, choosing only the thickest, oil-rich fleeces produced by hardy mountain sheep, whose wool had evolved to withstand biting sea mists and driving rain. The threads were then placed upon tall, warp-weighted looms that stood leaning against house walls, where weavers worked for countless hours, interlacing warp and weft to produce broad, dense panels of fabric. Each panel was a testament to patient human labor, crafted not with haste, but with a quiet devotion to durability and warmth. As spring approached and the winter ice dissolved from the fjords, These individual strips of hand-woven cloth were meticulously stitched together using heavy linen or wool thread, gradually forming a single, massive rectangular sail capable of capturing the gentle, persistent breezes that swept across the northern maritime routes. The creation of these early sails required far more than simple weaving, for plain, untreated cloth would quickly become heavy, waterlogged, and stretched out of shape when exposed to the continuous spray and damp air of the open ocean. To overcome this challenge, local craftspeople developed traditional methods of preservation and waterproofing, using substances gathered directly from their surrounding landscape and livestock. 10th century Scandinavian weavers crafted ship sails from heavy sheep wool, thoroughly rubbing the dense fleece with rendered sheep tallow and pine resin to create a soft, water-repellent cloth that held its shape under calm North Sea winds. This thorough treatment saturated every pore and fiber of the wool, filling the microcavities between threads with a protective barrier that allowed water droplets to slide off harmlessly while preserving the natural flexibility of the cloth. The addition of pine resin not only added water resistance, but also imparted a subtle, earthy fragrance of pine forests to the sails, which would linger in the air whenever the canvas unfurled under a soft morning breeze. Furthermore, the sheep tallow kept the dense wool fibers supple and pliable, preventing the heavy sail from becoming stiff or brittle when frozen by cold winter winds or dried out by summer sun. When suspended from a sturdy wooden yardarm high above the deck of a longship, such a sail possessed a unique, organic strength, yielding slightly to sudden gusts without tearing, and retaining a smooth, aerodynamic curve that caught even the faint, whispery drafts flowing over coastal waters. As the ship moved quietly away from the shore, the deep brownish or off-white tone of the treated wool sail would absorb the golden light of the low-lying sun, casting a warm and comforting shadow across the wooden deck, where sailors tended their rigging with calm, practiced ease. Out on the quiet expanse of the sea, the experience of sailing beneath a wool sail was marked by a distinct, soothing serenity that differed greatly from the noisy, rigid vessels of later ages. The natural elasticity of the wool, combined with the gentle weight of the tallow-cured fabric, dampened the harsh vibrations of the wind, creating a soft, rhythmic hum rather than the sharp snapping sound often associated with lighter canvas. As a vessel drifted down deep fjords framed by towering cliffs and quiet pine forests, the sail would fill with steady ocean breezes, pulling the light timber hull forward with a smooth, continuous glide. The motion was gentle and measured, mirroring the slow cadence of deep sea swells as they traveled silently from distant horizons. Sailors aboard these open craft sat upon timber chests or leaned against the curved gunwales, watching the water part silently at the prow with a gentle rustle of white foam. Navigating these waters relied on a tranquil, attentive observation of the natural world. Watching the flight paths of seabirds returning to coastal nesting sites, reading the subtle shifts in cloud formations drifting overhead, and sensing the temperature of air currents carrying the distant scent of moss and wet stone from hidden islands. The vessel moved not through forceful mastery over the elements, but through an intuitive, respectful partnership with the wind and water, allowing the steady pull of the wool sail to guide them peacefully toward distant shores without hurry or stress. As afternoon gradually waned into the long, cool twilight characteristic of high northern latitudes, the sea would often settle into a profound state of stillness, its surface polished like glass under pale hues of rose and lavender. In these quiet hours, the crew would prepare to anchor in the sheltered lee of a small island, or within the calm waters of a secluded bay, bringing the vessel to a gentle halt near the shoreline. The heavy wool sail, having performed its quiet duty throughout the day, was slowly lowered from the mast, its dense cloth settling down onto the wooden deck in thick, soft folds. The scent of pine resin and weathered wool would drift gently across the deck, merging with the crisp, cool air of the evening sea. Sailors would draw the sail over themselves as a warm, protective blanket, shielding their bodies from the falling dew and nocturnal chill, while resting under the open canopy of the night sky. Wrapped in the very fabric that had carried them across leagues of open ocean, they listened to the soft lapping of water against the hull and the gentle sigh of night air moving through the distant trees. In this quiet sanctuary between sky and water, the vessel rested peacefully at anchor, held securely by the calm sea, while the soft, sturdy wool sail waited patiently for the first light of dawn to fill its curves once more. Across the vast, cool expanses of the North Atlantic, where low gray skies meet the endless horizon of deep water, early medieval seafaring was defined by a quiet, intimate relationship between human navigators and the natural elements, long before mechanical compasses, magnetic needles, or printed charts existed. Scandinavian mariners embarked on extraordinary voyages across open sea, traversing the cool waters that stretch between Norway, the Shetland and Faroe Islands, Iceland, and the distant shores of Greenland. Their vessels, crafted with remarkable skill, using overlapping planks of native oak and pine, bound by soft animal hair and iron rivets, were masterworks of traditional marine engineering, designed to harmonize with the ocean rather than resist its immense power. These ships, particularly the broad-hulled cargo vessels known as nars, possessed flexible clinker-built hulls that yielded smoothly to the rise and fall of deep Atlantic swells, bending subtly with the ocean's motion without straining their timber joints. As a nar glided through the cool sea spray under a gentle breeze, the rhythmic creaking of its wooden frame and the soft, repetitive lapping of water against its keel created a soothing, meditative soundtrack for the journey. On board, life moved at the calm, unhurried pace of the wind and tides, navigators maintained a constant, tranquil vigilance, reading the environment through senses finely tuned by generations of maritime experience. They watched the low flight paths of ocean birds, such as puffins, guillemots, and gannets, noting the direction they flew at dusk as a reliable sign of unseen islands lying just beyond the horizon. They studied the subtle variations in watercolor, watching deep oceanic blues shift into pale coastal greens, and felt the subtle temperature shifts brought by major sea currents. Even the long, underlying swell of the sea, a slow, majestic ocean pulse generated by distant atmospheric patterns, served as a steady directional guide, maintaining its orientation long after local surface winds had died down or changed direction. Through this gentle, continuous observation of nature's quiet indicators, sailors maintained a profound sense of orientation, moving peacefully across a vast ocean wilderness. The atmosphere on deck was marked by a calm, shared purpose, where every sailor understood their role in maintaining the vessel's steady progress. As the wind filled the single large square sail of woven wool, treated with animal fats to repel moisture, the ship held a gentle, stable heel, carving a clean wake through the salt water. The absence of hurried movement or dramatic calls allowed the crew to remain attuned to the subtle shifts in their surroundings, resting when off watch in cozy berths beneath timber decks, cradled by the gentle rhythm of the open sea. Yet, even the most experienced mariner faced profound challenges when thick, persistent sea fog settled over the North Atlantic, or when dense cloud cover masked the sky for days at a time. In these high northern latitudes, summer days offered prolonged twilight, but the sun was frequently hidden behind heavy, overcast gray skies, obscuring the primary celestial mark used to determine direction and time. Without a visible sun, simple wooden shadow boards, which relied on direct sunlight to cast a precise shadow and indicate latitude along a carved dial, became ineffective, leaving navigators in a mute, pale world where ocean and sky merged into a seamless tapestry of fog. To overcome this gentle obscurity, mariners turned to a unique optical phenomenon embedded within natural minerals found along the volcanic coastlines of Iceland and Scandinavia. These clear crystals, known as Iceland spar, were transparent forms of calcite with a distinct rhombohedral structure that naturally split incoming light into two separate rays. As sunlight travels through the Earth's atmosphere, it undergoes Rayleigh scattering, interacting with air molecules in a manner that causes light waves to oscillate predominantly in a single plane, creating an invisible, structured pattern of polarization centered around the sun. When a piece of Iceland spar was held up to a cloudy sky, its double refracting properties divided the incoming diffuse light into two distinct beams of differing intensity. By slowly turning the crystal before the eye, a navigator could observe these two light paths changing in brightness until they reached a point of exact visual equilibrium. precise angle where both images appeared equally bright. The crystal aligned directly with the polarization field of the sky, pinpointing the location of the sun even when it was completely veiled by clouds. In the 10th century, Scandinavian mariners navigated fog-shrouded North Atlantic waters using clear crystals of Iceland's spar, turning the double refracting calcite to detect polarized sunlight and locate the hidden sun behind dense cloud cover. This elegant technique transformed the seemingly uniform gray sky into a clear directional map, allowing mariners to determine their heading and maintain their intended course along specific parallels of latitude with quiet confidence and remarkable accuracy. The crystal, cool and smooth in the navigator's palm, provided a serene connection to the unseen celestial mechanics above, turning an impenetrable mist into a manageable, peaceful pathway across the northern sea. With the sun's position accurately located behind the clouds, the navigator could align the crystal's reading with a solar compass or shadow board, ensuring that the vessel remained on its true path across the open ocean. This practice of latitude sailing, maintaining a steady east-west, heading along a known parallel, allowed northern mariners to travel thousands of miles across open water with extraordinary consistency, knowing that as long as they held their latitude, they would eventually landfall at their intended island destination. As the day quietly progressed and afternoon turned into the soft, elongated twilight characteristic of northern summer evenings, the sense of security aboard the ship remained unshaken. The ocean, despite its immense depth and vastness, felt less like an intimidating void and more like a quiet, familiar sanctuary where natural laws provided constant guidance. Sailors leaning against the smooth, curved stem post could watch the pale fog gently drift across the swell, buoyed by the knowledge that their ship was moving in harmony with both traditional lore and atmospheric physics. As the sea breeze softened into a light air, the square sail eased, and the vessel adjusted into a slower, exceptionally tranquil motion across the rolling water. The gentle lap of small waves against the overlapping oak planking created a comforting, rhythmic murmur, echoing through the quiet timber hull like a soft, peaceful lullaby. In the stillness of the evening air, seabirds glided effortlessly overhead on wide wings, their soft calls fading gently into the distance as they returned to their roosts on unseen coastal cliffs. On board, the crew prepared for the peaceful routine of the night watch, taking turns holding the side-mounted steering oar, while others rested quietly beneath warm wool blankets in their berths. The gentle swaying of the wooden deck, synchronized with the deep, slow breathing of the ocean below, lulled the resting mariners into a deep and restful sleep. Underneath the soft gray sky, where the invisible sun sank slowly toward the horizon, the ship drifted forward with a gentle, reassuring grace, cradled by the calm Atlantic waters and guided by the timeless, quiet wisdom of early seafaring. as twilight fades over the warm, expansive waters of the Arabian Sea, a profound stillness settles upon the ocean, where the steady, rhythmic swell of rolling waves carries mariners gently across the dark horizon. Long before modern instruments charted the globe, ancient sea routes were carved not through force or haste, but through a patient, quiet dialogue with the natural world. In these peaceful maritime realms, the seasonal monsoon winds served as a reliable, comforting breath, blowing gently from the southwest during the warm summer months, and softly reversing from the northeast during the quiet chill of winter. For centuries, these gentle atmospheric currents allowed wooden dhows to glide gracefully between the trading ports of the Arabian Peninsula, the coastlines of East Africa, and the fertile shores of India. Beneath a sky untouched by artificial illumination, the night revealed a vast canopy of stars, a pristine, glittering map woven across the midnight blue vault of heaven. Each evening, as the last amber glow of sunset dissolved into shadow, sailors watched the familiar constellations rise into view, their steady positions serving as timeless beacons over the featureless water. The sea at night was not a place of fear or uncertainty, but a quiet sanctuary of order, where the slow, majestic rotation of the celestial sphere offered a reassuring sense of harmony and direction. On board the wooden vessels, the sound of water softly lapping against timber hulls created a soothing lullaby, carrying crew members into rest, while the vessel swayed gently in tune with the deep currents below. The vast ocean seemed to breathe in slow, deliberate rhythms, matching the peaceful, steady movement of the ship as it drifted underneath the watchful gaze of the cosmos. Mariners learned to read the subtle textures of the water, noticing how the sea mirrored the quiet glow of distant galaxies, and how the soft phosphorescence in their wake left a temporary trail of emerald light in the dark ocean depths. Every voyage across these open waters was an exercise in patience and tranquility, where time was measured not by hours or minutes, but by the slow movement of stars creeping silently across the zenith. The air carried the faint, clean scent of salt and sea spray, mingled with the warm aroma of timber and dried spices stored deep within the hold, while the silence of the night enveloped the ship like a protective blanket. Navigating through these dark, open stretches of sea required an intimate familiarity with the sky, where individual stars acted as silent, unmoving guides across thousands of miles of trackless water. Chief among these celestial markers was Polaris, the steady northern star, which remained fixed in place, while the surrounding constellations rotated softly around it throughout the long night hours. As sailors journeyed north or south across the Arabian Sea, the height of Polaris above the ocean horizon shifted in direct proportion to their position upon the earth, providing a clear and reliable key to determining latitude. Around the 9th century, Arab navigators across the Arabian Sea measured their latitude using the *camel*, a small rectangular card of polished teakwood attached to a silk cord tied with evenly spaced knots. By holding a knot between their teeth and aligning the card's edges with Polaris and the ocean horizon, they quietly held their course through starlit nights. This simple yet remarkably elegant wooden instrument transformed the vast sky into a precise geometric grid without requiring complex glass lenses, heavy metallic gears, or elaborate mathematical tables. The navigator needed only the quiet patience of a steady hand, the natural tension of the fine silk cord, and an undisturbed view of the sea's dark rim, where ocean met the star-filled space above. With a specific knot resting gently between their teeth, the navigator would extend the teakwood card until its top edge touched the steady point of Polaris, while its bottom edge rested flatly upon the dark line of the sea horizon. Each knot tied along the silk cord represented a known latitude angle, precisely matching the observed elevation of the star above standard home ports and familiar coastal trading stations. Should the vessel drift slightly off its intended course, the wooden card would reveal the variance immediately, prompting a gentle, almost imperceptible correction of the helm without drama or disturbance to those resting below. The simplicity of the camel allowed navigation to remain a quiet, meditative ritual performed under the silent canopy of midnight. There was no need for loud commands, hurried adjustments, or anxious calculations. Only the serene practice of lifting a small wooden card against the night sky, breathing slowly, and allowing the ancient stars to guide the ship's path across the sleeping ocean. Through this delicate harmony between human touch, silk thread, and distant starlight, mariners maintained their quiet journey through the dark, trusting in the unchanging physical laws of the cosmos to deliver them safely to distant shores. The widespread use of the camel reflected a broader philosophy of seafaring that prioritized harmony with nature over opposition to its forces. Mariners of this era did not seek to conquer the ocean or master its elements through force, but rather to slide seamlessly into its ancient rhythms, relying on the predictable turn of the planet and the gentle guidance of celestial bodies. As night deepened and the maritime air grew cool and sweet with the scent of open water, the vessel moved forward with a tranquil grace, its curved lateen sails resting softly against the light nocturnal breeze. Below deck and upon the smooth wooden planks of the deck, sailors rested deeply, lulled by the rhythmic rise and fall of the hull as it cradled them over the deep abyssal plains of the Indian Ocean. The knowledge of the stars was passed down through generations, not merely through technical instruction or written manuals, but as a shared spiritual quietude, taught under the open sky while floating between two vast infinities of ocean and space. Experienced navigators could sense their exact place in the world through the subtle shifts in wind temperature, the gentle scent of vegetation carried from unseen coastal islands, and the soft, familiar angle of key constellations drifting overhead. The camel, with its smooth teakwood face worn soft by years of seawater, salt air, and gentle thumbprints, stood as a quiet testament to the elegant ingenuity born of deep observation and quiet reverence. Long before electronic signals or magnetic needles dominated ocean navigation, this humble wooden card allowed human beings to travel thousands of miles with absolute confidence, guided only by silk, timber, and starlight. As the hours passed into the calm watches before dawn, the stars slowly shifted their positions across the sky. Yet the path ahead remained clear, steady, and serene. The ocean remained a peaceful, welcoming road, cradling the Tao within its soft blue depths, while the steady pole star kept watch from above. In this quiet state of suspended time, the ship continued its effortless glide across the Arabian Sea, carrying its sleeping travelers safely onward through the peaceful night, bound to the timeless rhythms of the sea and the stars. As twilight settled softly over the vast, glass-like expanse of the medieval Mediterranean, the boundary between sky and water melted into a seamless twilight of deep indigo and slate blue. For generations, ancient seafarers had anchored their vessels in quiet coves as dusk approached, unwilling to trust the open sea when the landmarks of rocky headlands and distant mountain peaks faded into shadow. Yet by the high Middle Ages, the rhythms of maritime life began to venture further into the night, guided by a quiet confidence born of gentle observation and steady craft. The nocturnal ocean possessed a profound stillness, broken only by the soft, rhythmic lapping of dark swells against seasoned wooden hulls, and the subtle sighing of evening breezes through canvas sails. Under this expansive canopy of stars, navigation transformed from an anxious search for visible shores into a quiet, meditative dialogue with the hidden forces of the earth itself. Navigators sat patiently by their steering oars, watching for the subtle cues of nature that could reveal their place upon the featureless water. During the 13th century, Mediterranean sailors navigated nighttime waters by floating a slender, magnetized iron needle on a leaf of straw in a small wooden bowl of water, watching it gently drift to align with Earth's magnetic pole. This early water compass rested upon a low bench near the helm, requiring absolute composure from the pilot, who watched the delicate sliver of iron turn with slow, unhurried grace until it pointed quietly toward the North Star. The dark liquid within the bowl provided a friction-free surface, allowing the floating straw to respond to the planet's faint magnetic pull without mechanical stiffness or resistance. A small oil lantern, burning with a low amber flame, cast a warm, flickering light across the surface of the bowl, illuminating the tiny leaf of straw as it glided across its miniature sea. Even as the vessel swayed gently over the rolling waves, the surface of the water remained remarkably calm within its wooden vessel, holding the magnetized needle true to its invisible pole. To the sailors gathered on the quiet deck, This silent alignment brought a deep sense of peace, transforming the vast darkness of the midnight sea into a structured and trustworthy space. The pilot could rest his hands upon the tiller with quiet assurance, knowing that even when thick sea mists obscured the celestial sky, the quiet needle floating in its wooden dish would continue to mark the true direction of their journey across the silent waters, beyond the quiet vigilance of nighttime navigation. The safety and endurance of medieval ships depended equally upon the patient, land-bound craftsmanship that prepared every beam, plank, and strand of rigging within Europe's growing maritime centers. Among these coastal republics, none matched the serene scale and organized precision of Venice, where the immense arsenal functioned as a quiet sanctuary of specialized craftsmanship. Along the quiet canals, where emerald water reflected the pale brick facades of expansive workshops, the manufacturing of ship cordage was treated with extraordinary reverence, for mariners knew that a vessel's survival in a sudden squall relied entirely upon the flexibility and integrity of its ropes. In the 14th century, Venetian shipbuilders manufactured ocean cordage within the 317-meter-long Corderia della Tana Hall, where rope makers soaked raw hemp fibers in cool cistern water to spin dark, salt-resistant cables that remained flexible for years. Inside this monumental brick corridor, the air was cool and filled with the clean, earthy fragrance of damp natural fibers and aged wood, offering a restful haven from the summer heat of the Venetian lagoon outside. Rope makers walked slowly backwards down the immense length of the hall, carrying hanks of raw hemp around their waists and feeding the damp fibers into hand-cranked spinning wheels with practiced, rhythmic movements. The cool cistern water, drawn from deep subterranean reservoirs beneath the floor of the arsenal, thoroughly saturated the long plant fibers, washing away residual impurities and allowing the individual threads to interlock with seamless uniformity. As these damp strands were twisted into heavy yarns and then laid into thick ocean hawsers, they acquired a deep, rich coloration and a supple texture that resisted the harsh, stiffening effects of sea salt and dried sun. Cables prepared within the quiet shade of the Corderia della Tana remained remarkably pliable, even after months of submersion in ocean brine or exposure to damp sea air, allowing sailors to haul, coil, and tie their rigging with ease regardless of weather conditions. The steady, measured steps of the Venetian rope makers, pacing the long floor of their brick sanctuary, imparted a durable peace into every fathom of cordage that held the tall masts and heavy anchors of the Republic's fleets. The convergence of these two silent traditions, the delicate science of magnetic orientation and the meticulous craft of durable, flexible cordage, marked a pivotal era of calm stability for medieval seafaring. As merchant galleys and multi-masted cogs ventured further across open sea routes, the atmosphere on board reflected a quiet harmony between human skill and the elemental forces of nature. High above the wooden deck, the dark hempen shrouds and stays hummed softly in the nocturnal breeze, absorbing the tension of the wind without snapping or creaking. Their salt-resistant fibers flexing easily with every roll of the ship. Below deck, off-duty mariners rested peacefully in their berths, lulled by the steady, rhythmic rocking of the hull and the gentle sound of water parting smoothly along the ship's bow. Near the helm, the pilot maintained his quiet watch, occasionally glancing down at the floating needle in its small wooden bowl to confirm their steady heading through the shadowy night. There was no need for sudden movements or desperate adjustments. The ship moved with an unhurried, graceful cadence, held together by cables that resisted the harsh marine environment and guided by an unseen terrestrial pull. The quiet glow of the ship's lantern reflected off the polished wood of the deck, casting long, soft shadows that moved in harmony with the gentle swell of the sea. In this tranquil environment, the passage of hours lost its urgency, becoming a peaceful progression across a quiet world where sky, water, and human craftsmanship existed in silent balance. Seafarers learned to trust the resilience of their vessels and the constancy of the natural laws that guided them, finding solace in the predictable turn of the magnetic needle and the steady strength of the ropes beneath their hands. As the final hours of the night slowly gave way to the pale, cool hues of early morning, the quiet routine of the voyage continued uninterrupted. The ocean breeze remained soft and steady, carrying the vessel across the serene waters toward the distant, hazy line of the horizon where dawn began to unfold. On deck, the morning watch moved with slow, deliberate care, checking the tension of the hempen stays and greeting the first light of day with quiet reflection. The floating iron needle, still resting upon its bed of straw within the wooden bowl of water, remained perfectly aligned with the distant magnetic pole, having guided the vessel safely through the dark hours without failing once. Every element of the ship, from the deep-soaked hempen cables forged in the long halls of Venice to the simple water compass floating near the helm, worked in quiet alignment to ensure that the voyage remained safe, calm, and restful. The history of seafaring was not merely written in grand discoveries or perilous storms, but in these quiet, incremental refinements of craft and understanding that allowed human beings to travel across the vast oceans with peace of mind. As the sun rose gently above the water, casting golden light across the calm sea and illuminating the tall sails, the vessel glided smoothly toward its destination, wrapped in the quiet stillness of the open ocean and the timeless rhythm of the wind. As twilight settled softly over the calm waters of the 14th century Mediterranean, sea captains and experienced navigators turned their attention to the quiet art of charting their journey across familiar, yet expansive blue horizons. For generations, mariners had relied on memory, local wind patterns, and the reassuring sight of prominent coastal headlands to guide their wooden vessels from one port to another. But as trade flourished between the bustling merchant cities of Italy, Catalonia, the Levant, and North Africa, a more precise and serene method of finding one's way began to take root upon the chart tables of sea captains. The sea at night transformed into a vast, dark canvas, illuminated only by the faint silver glow of the moon and the steady, timeless twinkling of stars overhead. In the quiet cabin of a merchant vessel, sheltered from the cool dampness of the evening breeze, a navigator would carefully roll out a precious parchment document under the warm, gentle flicker of an oil lamp. Here, far from the noise of shore, the vast complexity of the sea was reduced to an elegant harmony of ink and geometry, allowing mariners to feel a profound sense of calm assurance, even when land had long vanished beyond the darkening edge of the sea. The gentle swell of the water beneath the hull created a rhythmic, cradle-like motion, carrying the vessel steadily onward, while the captain traced the intended path across the surface of the map. Navigation was no longer merely a matter of cautious guesswork or anxious waiting for landmark sightings. It had become a quiet, contemplative discipline that transformed the open sea into a structured landscape of known distances and reliable headings, bringing peace of mind to those who entrusted their lives to the gentle currents of the Mediterranean. On these calm sea voyages, time seemed to slow down, marked not by urgency, but by the quiet creaking of timber, the soft rustle of canvas sails, and the steady, reassuring routine of watching the stars move across the night sky. At the center of this remarkable navigational tradition were the exquisite charts that fundamentally transformed the way human beings perceived, understood, and traversed the sea. 14th century Mediterranean navigators plotted ocean courses using portolan charts drawn on calfskin vellum, following intricate networks of 32 radial rum lines rendered in red and dark iron gall ink that connected quiet coastal harbors. Each piece of vellum was crafted with painstaking care from animal hide, scraped smooth, and treated to create a durable, supple surface that could withstand the humid salt air and frequent handling of long voyages at sea. Upon this fine parchment, mapmakers drew geometric networks radiating from central decorative compass roses, dividing the circle of the horizon into 32 distinct directions, corresponding to the traditional winds of the Mediterranean basin. The main winds, or cardinal directions, were rendered in rich red ink, so that a captain's eye could instantly locate north, east, south, and west, even in the dim, flickering lighting of a ship's cabin late at night. Secondary and tertiary lines stretched outward in dark iron gall ink, creating an intricate web of fine lines that crisscrossed the coastal waters and open sea alike in a delicate, web-like pattern. Unlike earlier symbolic maps that prioritized spiritual geography over physical reality, these portolan charts focused entirely on practical utility and remarkable spatial accuracy, detailing every inlet, bay, island, and anchorage along thousands of miles of coastline. The names of coastal ports were written neatly perpendicular to the shoreline, facing inward toward the land, so as not to obscure the sea lanes where mariners plotted their courses. As a navigator laid a brass pair of dividers against these lines, measuring distances against scale bars meticulously drawn in the margins, the terrifying vastness of the sea felt manageable and serene, bound within the comforting structure of carefully drawn lines and centuries of accumulated maritime knowledge. The daily life of a late medieval mariner navigating with these charts moved at a tranquil, meditative pace, deeply attuned to the natural forces of wind, tide, and starlight. On deck, as the night watch began, the silence of the open water was broken only by the gentle lap of waves against the oak planks and the soft whispering of wind through the rigging. A navigator would observe the magnetic needle floating upon its pin inside a wooden compass box, watching its subtle, steady turns as the ship held her course through the dark water. By comparing the compass heading to the corresponding rum lines on the portolan chart, the captain could maintain a true track across long stretches of open water without needing to stay constantly within sight of land. Every few hours, notes were made regarding estimated speed and direction, recording the vessel's progress with a quiet, patient regularity. There was no rush in this way of travel. Progress was measured in gentle leagues per hour, guided by the steady breath of the Mediterranean winds. If a sudden mist descended or dark clouds obscured the night sky, the navigator could return to the vellum chart, placing a finger on the last verified position and tracing the vector along the rum line with quiet confidence. The charts offered not just spatial orientation, but a deep psychological comfort, assuring the crew that beyond the dark shroud of fog or night lay safe, sheltered bays where ships could drop anchor and rest peacefully until dawn. In this quiet environment, sea captains developed an intimate familiarity with the contours of the sea, learning to trust both the ancient stars above and the precise lines rendered upon the vellum before them. As the early morning light began to soften the eastern horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pale rose, gold, and indigo, the journey across the chart bore its quiet fruit. Land would gradually materialize out of the gray haze of dawn, revealing the distinct profile of a rocky cape or the welcoming silhouette of a sheltered harbor, exactly where the portolan chart had promised it would be. The transition from the deep, rolling waters of the open sea to the calm stillness of a protected bay marked the end of another peaceful passage across the Mediterranean. Sails were slowly furled against the masts, rope lines were neatly secured, and the heavy iron anchor descended through clear, emerald waters to rest firmly in the sandy sea floor below. The ship rested quietly at last, swaying gently in unison with the soft ripples of the harbor water. Below deck, the captain would carefully roll up the calfskin vellum chart, placing it safely back into its protective leather tube to shield it from moisture until the next voyage. The portolan charts of the 14th century did more than just guide ships from port to port. They represented a harmonious blend of art, mathematics, and empirical observation that brought order and serenity to the human experience of the sea. Under their quiet guidance, generation after generation of mariners learned to read the open waters not as a chaotic void, but as a peaceful, navigable realm where every course was marked by red and dark ink, leading safely home to quiet shores. As the 15th century unfolded along the sunlit, windswept coasts of Western Europe, mariners began to lift their eyes beyond the familiar blue horizons of coastal sea routes and look toward the vast, untamed expanse of the open Atlantic Ocean. For centuries prior, European seafaring had been defined by proximity to land, where ships hugged the protective outlines of continental shores, navigating by familiar headlands, shallow soundings, and the comforting sight of smoke rising from coastal villages. In these early days, nightfall almost always meant dropping heavy stone or iron anchors in sheltered bays, resting safely while waiting for the morning light to reveal the next stretch of coast. However, as shipwrights developed sturdier wooden hulls capable of enduring long ocean swells, and as sailmakers refined the art of shaping canvas to catch the gentlest breath of air, a profound transformation took place in the minds of those who lived by the tide. Steering out into the deep, dark ocean required far more than physical strength or improved carpentry. It demanded a quiet, enduring trust in the unseen architecture of the Earth's atmosphere and the steady, rhythmic movements of the open sea. Far from the chaotic, swirling gusts created by land masses and towering cliffs, the air over the deep Atlantic moved with a remarkably calm and predictable cadence. On quiet night watches, under a vast canopy of stars that stretched from one horizon to the other without the interruption of a single hill or tree line, sailors began to observe the subtle, recurring patterns of the wind, the soft creaking of oak timbers, the rhythmic lap of sea foam against the bow, and the gentle hum of taut rigging became a soothing background lullaby to their long journeys, reassuring the crew that their vessel was being cradled by a great, invisible system of oceanic currents and broad, sweeping air streams that moved across the globe with timeless grace. As Portuguese explorers pushed further south along the western coast of Africa during the early decades of the 15th century, seeking new routes and trading partners, they encountered a formidable physical challenge upon their attempts to turn around and return to their home ports in Europe. Sailing southward down the African coast was often remarkably straightforward, as the prevailing coastal winds and surface currents blew steadily toward the equator, carrying wooden caravels smoothly along the continental shelf. But when the time came to turn back northward toward the Iberian Peninsula, these very same breezes became persistent, unyielding headwinds blowing directly against the bows of the ships and driving choppy, relentless waves against their wooden hulls. For years, sailors attempted to fight their way home by staying close to the shoreline, spending exhausting days and weeks engaging in difficult, repetitive tacking maneuvers, zigzagging back and forth against the stubborn coastal gales, while constantly risking collision with uncharted reefs, hidden shoals, and shallow sandbars. The effort was immensely tiring for crews who worked the ropes continuously in cold salt spray, and it placed constant, heavy stress on the ship's wooden masts, hemp lines, and linen sails. Yet, through long observations made by generations of attentive navigators who spent quiet hours watching how clouds drifted across the upper atmosphere and how sea temperatures subtly shifted with latitude, a revolutionary realization began to take root in maritime thought. They began to suspect that the key to overcoming the resistant coastal winds was not to struggle against them along the rocky shore, but rather to turn the ship's wheel boldly away from the continent, steering out into the empty, mysterious expanse of the deep Atlantic, where no land could be seen for hundreds of leagues. Steering out into the open sea directly away from one's intended destination seemed entirely paradoxical to traditional coastal mariners. Yet, it revealed a deep and elegant alignment with the natural circulation of the planet's atmosphere. Out in the vast heart of the North Atlantic, immense circular systems of air known as oceanic wind gyres rotate continuously in a slow, clockwise motion, driven by the heat of the sun and the rotation of the earth. By sailing far to the west, well out into the deep blue wilderness of the ocean, ships could leave the contrary coastal breezes behind and enter the wide, steady flow of these oceanic winds, which would gently curve around to the north and east, carrying vessels back toward Europe in a broad, comfortable loop. 15th century Portuguese mariners perfected the asterisk volta do mar asterisk, a navigational technique of steering ships far into the open Atlantic, away from their destination, riding broad circular wind gyres home in a calm, continuous arc rather than battling opposing coastal breezes. This masterstroke of maritime navigation, whose name translates softly to the turn of the sea, transformed what had once been an exhausting, dangerous struggle against the elements into a peaceful, remarkably efficient journey. Instead of fighting against nature through brute force, sailors allowed the great atmospheric wheel of the Atlantic to carry them along its gentle perimeter, using the ocean's own natural circulation to glide effortlessly across thousands of miles of open water while maintaining the structural integrity of their vessels and preserving the vital energy of their crews. Life aboard a vessel, riding the gentle, sweeping curve of the asterisk volta do mar asterisk, settled into a restful, hypnotic rhythm that echoed the vast calmness of the surrounding sea. Out in the deep ocean, far beyond the turbulent influence of land masses and coastal weather systems, the air remained remarkably stable for weeks on end. allowing sailors to set their canvas once and maintain a steady, peaceful course with minimal adjustment. Day after day, the ship glided smoothly across long, rolling Atlantic swells that lifted the wooden hull with a slow, cradling motion before easing it gently down into the clear blue troughs. Under the clear light of midday, the ocean appeared as an endless mirror of deep indigo, while at night, the dark waters mirrored the brilliant, unclouded constellations of the northern sky, offering navigators a reliable, unchanging map by which to verify their position with simple wooden quadrants and astrolabes. The sea air carried a pure, invigorating scent of salt and deep water, untouched by the dust and humidity of the coast. On these long, tranquil stretches of the voyage, the crew experienced a profound sense of quiet confidence, knowing that every tick of the sandglass and every gentle surge of the sea was drawing them smoothly along their circular path toward home. By surrendering their ships to the slow, grand rhythms of the Atlantic's great air currents, these early navigators established a timeless truth of seafaring: that true progress upon the sea is found not in battling against the wind, but in learning to read its quiet patterns and drifting peacefully within its endless, restorative flow. As twilight softly fades over the vast, uninterrupted expanse of the open sea, the ocean transforms into a tranquil mirror, reflecting the gradual emergence of the night sky. In the quiet solitude of evening, when the horizon blurs into a gentle spectrum of twilight blues and deep slate grays, seafarers across centuries looked upward to orient themselves within the wide, mysterious world. Navigating across featureless waters required an intimate understanding of the stars, yet capturing their precise positions from the deck of a moving ship was an art fraught with natural challenges. The surface of the sea is rarely entirely still. Even on calm nights, a slow, rhythmic ocean swell causes the vessel to roll and pitch in a continuous, soothing motion. Furthermore, the winds that filled the canvas sails above also swept across the open quarterdeck, threatening to tilt any instrument held aloft by the navigator's hands. To overcome these restless forces, early modern instrument makers understood that an effective navigational tool had to be both heavy enough to seek absolute vertical alignment under gravity and open enough to permit the sea breeze to pass through without resistance. In late 15th century Portugal, instrument makers cast heavy brass mariners' astrolabes with wide, open spaces between the spokes, allowing strong sea winds to pass freely through the wheel, so the heavy ring hung perfectly plumb, while sailors sighted stars, suspended by a delicate thumb ring at its top. This heavy brass circle became a stabilizing weight in the night, hanging true despite the steady rocking of the hull. The gale or gentle breeze, which would have caught against a solid plate of metal and tossed it out of balance, now drifted harmlessly through the open cutouts between the brass spokes, leaving the heavy perimeter to remain steady. A navigator could gently align the rotatable alidade arm with a chosen star, sighting through tiny pinholes to measure its exact altitude above the horizon with calm and unhurried accuracy. In that quiet moment of observation, suspended between the dark ocean below and the glowing cosmos above, the brass astrolabe served as a bridge of peaceful clarity, turning the movement of the universe into steady numbers that guided the ship safely on its peaceful journey. The serenity of navigating by the stars was matched by the profound craftsmanship embedded within the very body of the ships themselves. Long before a vessel ever set sail into deep water, every plank, timber, and fastener had to be conceived with a deep reverence for how wood and water interact over time. In many maritime traditions around the globe, shipbuilders recognized that attempting to force rigid, inflexible materials against the power of the ocean often resulted in wear and decay, whereas working alongside nature-created vessels of remarkable durability and quiet strength. Across the seas of East Asia, shipwrights perfected techniques that treated the ship not as an assembly of static parts, but as a living, breathing entity capable of adapting to the marine environment. When selecting materials for heavy ocean-going hulls, master builders avoided metal fastenings whenever possible, knowing that iron nails could rust, weaken neighboring wood fibers, or create rigid stress points that might split under the constant flexing caused by ocean waves. Instead, they turned to the timeless wisdom of joinery, using carefully chosen woods, whose natural properties complemented one another when exposed to salt water. 16th century Korean shipwrights joined the pine planks of *Panaxian* vessels, using tree-carved oak pegs instead of metal nails, allowing the wooden fasteners to absorb seawater and swell tightly within the joints to form a self-sealing hull. This organic approach transformed the very nature of the vessel's seamekeeping. Pine, valued for its strength, light weight, and natural flexibility, provided a resilient framework for the hull, while the dense, tough oak pegs, known as trunnels or tree nails, served as the unifying anchors between the overlapping planks. As the vessel rested in coastal waters or glided across open seas, moisture seeped slowly into the dried oak pegs, causing their fibers to expand gently in every direction inside the tightly drilled peg holes. This natural expansion created a continuous, pressurized seal that grew firmer and more watertight the longer the ship remained at sea, effectively sealing the seams without requiring artificial caulk or metal hardware that might deteriorate over time. This harmonious union of wood and water allowed such ships to glide through the sea with a soft, natural elasticity, absorbing the energy of passing waves rather than fighting against them. On board a vessel built in this traditional manner, the sounds of the night were softly reassuring. The faint, rhythmic creaking of seasoned pine planks adjusting to the swell, the gentle murmur of water moving along the smooth curve of the self-sealing hull, and the steady breath of wind slipping through the rigging above. The ship became an extension of the ocean itself, moving in quiet agreement with every rise and fall of the sea. Below decks, in the sheltered darkness of the hold, crew members could rest in absolute tranquility, cradled by the sturdy wooden shell that held the ocean at bay through the silent, expanding strength of oak and pine. There was no rush in this ancient form of travel. Progress was measured not by speed, but by the steady, unhurried passage of distance across a vast and quiet expanse. The craftsmanship of the shipwrights ensured that every joint remained secure without constant intervention, allowing the crew to focus their energies on the peaceful routines of keeping watch, tending the sails, and observing the steady movement of the heavens. In the calm interior of the ship, surrounded by the warm aroma of aged timber and salt air, one could feel a profound sense of safety, knowing that human skill and natural materials had been brought together with gentle precision to create a home that floated effortlessly upon the deep. As the hours of the night pass slowly onward toward dawn, the ocean maintains its peaceful, timeless rhythm, holding the ship in a soft, continuous embrace under the watchful gaze of the constellations. Navigators on the quarterdeck put away their heavy brass astrolabes as the stars gradually fade into the pale gray light of morning, knowing that the calculations made during the quiet hours of darkness have kept the ship true to its path. The wind continues its steady, gentle flow, passing freely through the open lattice of the brass instruments and sweeping softly across the weathered wooden decks that have carried generations of travelers across the sea. In every detail of seafaring history, from the open spokes of a Portuguese astrolabe engineered to let the wind pass unhindered, to the expanding oak pegs of a Korean panaxian swelling silently within pine seams, there lies a shared philosophy of quiet harmony. These early mariners and builders did not seek to conquer the elements through brute force, but rather to understand their subtle laws and bend their own creations to match them. It is this gentle wisdom that allowed human beings to cross vast oceans on wooden wings, cradled by the water and guided by the stars, moving peacefully through the night toward distant, welcoming shores. As the first warm rays of sunrise touch the crests of the waves, the ship continues its journey, floating weightlessly upon the endless waters in perfect, tranquil balance with the world around it. As twilight gradually gathers over the broad, serene expanses of the 16th century ocean, a great tall ship glides with quiet poise through the darkening waters, its wooden hull responding with rhythmic grace to the soft swell beneath. Upon the open deck, the pace of human life slows to the tranquil rhythm of wind and sea, where every timber, rope, and sail forms part of a living architecture finely tuned to the subtle breath of the atmosphere. Centuries of maritime evolution, stretching back from the ancient reed rafts that once drifted along calm riverbanks to these majestic ocean-going vessels had culminated in a deep understanding of how to construct ships that could inhabit the open water for months at a time. High above the deck, the soaring masts reached toward the emerging stars, anchored securely by intricate networks of stays and shrouds that hum softly in the steady evening breeze. During these long, peaceful voyages across uncharted horizons, the ship was far more than merely a floating platform of heavy oak and canvas. It was a complex and harmonious ecosystem of mechanical art, perfected over generations of maritime trial, observation, and deep respect for the natural elements. Master shipwrights and skilled riggers understood that to traverse vast oceanic distances safely, a vessel had to move in absolute harmony with the physical forces surrounding it, minimizing friction wherever wood met wood, absorbing the continuous stress of the waves, and allowing every heavy component to shift with effortless, fluid motion. As night settles deeper across the ocean, the gentle sway of the ship creates a soothing, repetitive cadence, standardizing the quiet routine of the night watch where sailors monitor the canvas as it fills with cool, damp air, trusting implicitly in the silent strength of seasoned timber joined to timber with meticulous precision and craft. The vast expanse of the sea stretches endlessly under a velvet sky, and the ship moves forward like a quiet sanctuary, cradling its crew within a vessel designed to work with the wind rather than against it, converting the kinetic energy of the atmosphere into a slow, calm, and continuous journey across the tranquil water. High in the shadowy canopy of the ship's upper works, where the massive horizontal timbers known as yardarms hold the vast expanses of canvas aloft, the challenge of managing immense weight under soft, shifting breezes required ingenious mechanical solutions. These yardarms, often heavy logs of dense pine or spruce suspended dozens of feet above the deck, needed to be raised, lowered, or angled laterally to capture every subtle shift in the prevailing wind. Yet, if raw wood were allowed to press directly against the smooth vertical mast, the constant friction caused by the ocean's gentle motion would rapidly chafe the timber, weakening both the mast and the yard, while creating a jarring, grinding noise that disturbed the peaceful calm of the voyage. To overcome this friction with quiet elegance, 16th century shipbuilders and riggers devised specialized fittings that allowed heavy spars to move smoothly and quietly along the vertical poles. On 16th century tall ships, riggers lubricated the movement of heavy wooden yardarms using parrel collars composed of hollow boxwood spheres threaded between curved wooden ribs, allowing the yards to slide smoothly along the mast without chafing during quiet sail adjustments. These boxwood spheres, often referred to by mariners as parrel trucks, were individually turned from dense, heavy timber, whose exceptionally tight grain naturally resisted wear, moisture, and compression, threaded onto durable cordage like beads on a necklace, and interspersed with curved wooden ribs called parrel ribs, The hollow spheres acted as early wooden roller bearings that encircled the mast without clamping it tightly. When sailors made soft, methodical adjustments to the sails in the quiet of the night, hauling or easing the halyards from the deck below, the parrel collars allowed the massive yardarms to roll and slide effortlessly along the painted or tarred surface of the mast without sticking, binding, or gouging into the wood. This simple yet brilliant mechanism ensured that every trim of the canvas was accomplished with a silent, continuous motion rather than a jerky strain, preserving the structural integrity of the ship's spars while keeping the vessel's progress calm, steady, and beautifully undisturbed as it navigated the night sea. This quiet mechanical harmony extended into every corner of the tall ship's complex rigging, creating an auditory landscape that was remarkably gentle, rhythmic, and comforting to those resting below deck. The sound of a well-rigged vessel in open water was not one of harsh resistance or strain, but of a balanced, resonant conversation between natural materials chosen specifically for their unique physical properties. Ropes spun from natural hemp fibers passed through wooden sheaves carved from lignum vitae, an extraordinarily dense, self-lubricating hardwood whose natural resin and high oil content allowed heavy lines to run silently through multi-wheeled block housings without squeaking, sticking, or overheating under continuous friction. Below the main deck, the massive structural framework of knees, naturally curved oak timbers harvested from the crotches of living trees to reinforce the hull's right-angled joints, absorbed the subtle torsion of the sea with soft, rhythmic creaks that signaled structural flexibility and enduring strength rather than distress. In this thoughtfully engineered environment, every joint, spar, and line was designed to yield slightly to the immense forces of the ocean rather than fight them rigidly, transforming the raw power of the wind and waves into a gentle, swaying motion that carried the ship forward mile after peaceful mile. The absence of harsh metal-on-metal grinding allowed the sailors on watch to read the state of the vessel through subtle acoustic cues, instantly recognizing the comforting, low register of a ship moving at complete ease through calm seas. Each component, from the supple hemp stays to the smooth wooden parrel collars, worked together in quiet orchestration like the internal movement of a finely crafted timepiece, allowing the ship to flex naturally and maintain its serene course across the silent expanse of the open ocean, where human ingenuity met the timeless rhythms of nature. As the night deepens and the ocean reflects the vast, clear field of stars overhead, the tall ship continues its silent passage across the water, a lasting testament to the quiet brilliance of early nautical science and traditional craftsmanship. The delicate balance of weight and leverage, the clever use of dense, self-lubricating hardwoods like boxwood and lignum vitae, and the soft cushion of air filling the sails, all merge into a single, deeply restful experience of maritime travel. There is no hurry in this journey, only the steady, measured progress of wood over water, guided by the unseen currents of air and the constant, reassuring pull of the global tides. Standing upon the quarterdeck or resting peacefully in a canvas hammock cradled by the rhythmic rolling of the wooden hull, one feels an overwhelming sense of security, harmony, and peace, enveloped by the slow, reliable mechanics of an era when ships were built to whisper across the seas. The gentle rolling of the hull through the dark water, the soft sigh of the wind passing through the standing rigging, and the smooth, frictionless glide of the yardarms, high above work together, to lull the mind into quiet reflection, leaving the vessel to sail peacefully onward through the tranquil, starlit ocean, carrying its history and its crew gently into the quiet, restorative hours of the night. As night settles gently over the open sea, a 16th century sailing vessel moves with a slow, hypnotic sway across the dark and endless expanse of the ocean swell. Far from the visible landmarks of shore, where daily life is measured by the rising sun, the shifting shadows of tall trees, and the soft, distant ringing of evening village bells, the world of the ship contracts into a quiet, self-contained sanctuary of wood, canvas, and wind. On deck, beneath a vast celestial canopy filled with countless faint and shimmering stars, the night air carries the cool, damp scent of salt spray and the rhythmic, reassuring sound of ocean water lapping softly against the thick oak hull. In this nocturnal tranquility, surrounded by the wide silence of the sea, the crew relies upon a subtle and deeply comforting ritual to track the steady, unhurried passage of the hours. Mounted securely within a small wooden frame, suspended near the ship's helm, illuminated by the warm, amber glow of a shielded oil lantern, sits a delicate glass instrument. Every half hour, with a practiced and deliberate movement, the sailor on watch reaches out to turn the glass, allowing a fine stream of powder to resume its silent, steady descent from the upper bulb into the lower one. Each quiet turn of the glass marks the division of the watch, establishing a peaceful cadence that structures the vessel's journey through the dark ocean night. The sound of the breeze moving through the rigging remains soft and continuous, while the gentle, swaying motion of the hull cradles those resting below deck in deep, undisturbed slumber. In this restful solitude, time is not experienced as a pressing or urgent obligation, but rather as a smooth, continuous flow, perfectly mirrored by the steady, unhurried movement of microscopic grains cascading through the narrow neck of transparent glass, guiding the ship safely through the quiet hours that bridge midnight and the coming dawn. The creation and preservation of these vital maritime timepieces required a deep, practical understanding of the unique environmental challenges posed by the open sea. On land, traditional sand glasses were commonly filled with fine silica sand, which which functioned reliably enough within the dry air of workshop interiors, quiet libraries, and domestic living spaces. Out upon the ocean, however, where pervasive humidity and salt-laden air constantly seeped into every joint of the ship and every nook of the cabin, ordinary sand inevitably absorbed moisture, causing its rough, irregular mineral particles to stick together, form stubborn clumps, and flow unevenly or stop entirely within the narrow neck of the glass ampule. To overcome this persistent hindrance to accurate navigation, 16th century mariners calculated time and ship speed using hourglasses filled with pulverized eggshells or crushed marble dust instead of silica sand, as the smooth calcium grains flowed effortlessly without clumping in damp marine air. Prepared through a painstaking process of repeated grinding, boiling, and sun-drying, these specialized calcium particles possessed a uniform roundness and a remarkably silky, consistent texture. When carefully sealed inside the blown glass globes, they moved with an unbroken, liquid smoothness that remained entirely immune to the heavy sea fogs, ocean mists, and damp sea breezes of long voyages across the Atlantic or Indian Oceans, whether measuring the standard half-hour increments of the 4-hour deck watch or the brief 20 to 30-second intervals used alongside the log line to estimate the vessel's speed through the water. These calcium-filled sandglasses provided an unyielding and reliable precision. The soft, near-silent trickle of crushed marble and pulverized eggshell dust became the quiet heartbeat of the ship, silently marking every mile traversed across the trackless ocean, while remaining completely unaffected by the damp marine atmosphere. Beyond their essential function of structuring the daily watches, these delicate glass instruments were intimately woven into the foundational discipline of maritime navigation, known as dead reckoning. In an era before mechanical marine chronometers or satellite guidance, determining a vessel's position across the vast, featureless surface of the globe required a continuous, meticulous record of speed, time, and direction. At regular intervals throughout the day and night, the watch crew would gather at the stern of the vessel to measure the ship's velocity through the water by casting overboard a heavy wooden board, the log, attached to a long line marked with evenly spaced knots. As the wooden log remained stationary in the water while the ship moved forward, pulling the cord rapidly off its reel, a designated sailor would invert a specialized short-interval sandglass. As the fine white calcium powder flowed silently through the glass, the sailor would count each knot slipping through his fingers until the very last grain settled in the bottom chamber. By combining this measured speed with the magnetic heading read from the compass and the total elapsed time recorded by the half-hour sandglasses, the ship's master could plot their estimated track across paper charts with impressive accuracy and confidence. There was a quiet, poetic harmony in how these simple physical elements interacted, the sea pulling the wooden log backward, the wind pressing the heavy linen sails forward, and the microscopic grains of marble dust sifting steadily downward inside their glass shell. This disciplined routine provided the crew with a deep sense of order, structure, and security, reassuring everyone on board that their course was known and their vessel was safely guided through the vast, unpredictable waters. As the deep night slowly unfolds and the familiar constellations drift across the dark heavens, the atmosphere aboard the sailing ship remains one of profound serenity and timeless calm. The watchkeeper stands quietly at the quarterdeck rail, his gaze resting peacefully upon the dark horizon, where the sea seamlessly joins the night sky in a soft, shadowy line. The steady, low creaking of oak timbers and fir spars provides a gentle background rhythm, underscoring the quiet contentment of a ship moving smoothly through the water under a gentle night breeze. Inside the warm, sheltered housing of the binnacle, the fine calcium dust continues its infinite, tranquil journey, descending grain by grain without pause or haste. Each turn of the glass brings the vessel closer to the morning light, quietly connecting the miles already traveled with the calm waters that lie ahead. This nocturnal rhythm invites a deep sense of calm, reminding all on board of the quiet beauty found in simple, reliable tools crafted to work in harmony with the natural elements. With every soft roll of the ship across the ocean swells and every silent movement of crushed marble within the glass, the voyage progresses with an effortless, restful grace. Gradually, the darkness of the eastern sky softens into shades of pale silver and deep indigo, signaling the slow approach of dawn, while the vessel glides silently forward across the peaceful ocean, bound by the gentle wind, the quiet water, and the eternal, soothing passage of time. As the golden light of dusk fades across the expansive surface of the Atlantic, a deep and calming stillness settles over the open sea, enveloping the wooden ship in the quiet sanctuary of the blue night. Out on the boundless waters, far from the visible landmarks of shorelines and coastal hills, the evening air grows cool and fresh, carrying with it only the faint, crisp scent of salt aerosol and the soft, whisper-like murmur of the ocean breeze moving through the rigging. High above, the sky transitions from a soft amber sunset into an infinitely deep indigo canvas, gradually revealing the quiet, steady light of familiar constellations that have guided travelers for centuries. On board, the evening deck settles into an orderly and restful routine, where the rhythmic creak of timber and the gentle rise and fall of the hull create a soothing lullaby for those resting below. The vessel moves with a quiet grace, riding over long, rolling ocean swells that lift the bow smoothly before easing it down into the trough of the wave with a gentle, repetitive motion. During these peaceful hours between dusk and dawn, the crew relies on time-honored practices of observation and record-keeping, turning the vast and mysterious expanse of the midnight ocean into a realm of calm, predictable harmony. As the ship glides steadily through the dark water, the night watch gathers near the quarterdeck, where the faint glow of a covered horn lantern casts a warm, soft light across the wooden instruments of navigation. Here, amidst the quiet breath of the sea, the passage of distance and time is measured not with hurried urgency, but with a patient, rhythmic care that mirrors the slow, natural pulse of the surrounding waters, allowing the vessel to hold its true direction across the uncharted dark. In the 16th century, as European vessels ventured further into the vast blue wilderness of the open ocean, maintaining a clear and continuous record of the vessel's movement through the darkness was essential to keeping their intended course. Without the sun to light the horizon or landmark peaks to reference, the mariners of this era relied on simple, elegant instruments designed to capture the subtle nuances of direction and momentum with remarkable tactile clarity. Near the binnacle, where the magnetic compass needle hovered gently in its brass bowl, hung a finely carved piece of hardwood known as a traverse board. This unassuming wooden panel served as a visual and physical logbook of the ship's journey during each 4-hour watch, allowing sailors who might be illiterate or working in near-total darkness to mark their path accurately and quietly. The upper half of the board featured a circular diagram representing the 32 points of the mariner's compass, with lines of small holes radiating outward from the center like the spokes of a wheel. 16th century Atlantic mariners recorded ship direction and speed across dark night watches using a wooden traverse board, placing small pegs into 32 radial lines of drilled holes every 30 minutes as the vessel glided over gentle swells. Each hole along a radial line represented a half-hour increment within the watch, marked faithfully as a glass santimer emptied its sands, while the lower section of the board contained parallel rows of holes used to record the estimated speed of the ship in knots. Attached to the board by fine lengths of braided string, small wooden pegs were inserted one by one into the corresponding holes, creating a physical pattern of dots that mapped out the vessel's heading and speed for every half hour of the night. This ritual was performed with quiet concentration, as the navigator or watch officer stepped forward in the dim lantern light to feel for the correct hole, inserting the peg with a firm, satisfying click before returning to gaze out at the ocean, secure in the knowledge that every subtle drift and change in wind had been captured in wood. Every 30 minutes, as the fine sand trickled completely through the narrow neck of the glass half-hour timer, a young crew member would gently turn the glass end over end, resetting the measure of time with a smooth, quiet movement. The bell might be struck with a single, soft note that resonated briefly across the sleeping vessel before dissolving into the vast silence of the night air. With each turn of the glass, the watch officer would observe the compass, note the angle of the tiller, and feel the push of the wind against his cheek before placing the next peg into the traverse board. Over the course of a 4-hour watch, 8 pegs would be placed into the radial compass lines to mark the heading, while 8 more pegs were positioned in the lower grid to record the vessel's speed measured by the chip log casting. This methodical process ensured that even if a sudden squall briefly veiled the night sky, or if the wind shifted slightly during the watch, the cumulative record of the ship's trajectory remained intact and undisturbed. At the conclusion of the watch, when the relief crew stepped quietly onto the deck to take their turn at the helm, the officer of the watch would inspect the pattern of pegs on the board, copying the half-hourly entries into the vessel's official logbook before pulling the pegs free to reset the board for the next 4 hours of midnight passage. This seamless handoff between sailors created an unbroken chain of memory that stretched across thousands of miles of open water, transforming the vast, trackless wilderness of the Atlantic into a well-mapped sanctuary of order and safety. The board itself became a quiet symbol of reassurance, proving that despite the dark immensity of the ocean, human care and patient attention could guide the ship safely through every quiet hour of the voyage. As the night deepens and the ship continues its calm, steady progress across the gentle ocean, the quiet order of navigation brings a profound sense of peace to all who rest aboard. The rhythmic sound of water lapping against the oak planking serves as a continuous reminder of the ship's gentle speed, while the quiet placement of each peg on the traverse board marks another mile brought safely behind. In the cool, starlit air, the tall sails remain filled with a steady breeze, holding their soft curve against the dark sky like silent wings, guiding the ship forward through the midnight quiet. The universe above seems to rotate in harmony with the sea below, with stars drifting slowly overhead in predictable, majestic arcs that have remained unchanged since ancient times. Sailors resting below deck in their canvas hammocks are cradled by the long, slow rocking of the vessel, lulled to sleep by the soft creaking of the timbers, and the comforting knowledge that skilled hands and proven tools are watching over their journey. Out on the quiet quarterdeck, the traverse board rests in its place beside the compass, holding the small wooden pegs that tell the peaceful story of another watch completed in harmony with the wind and waves. The open sea, once vast and daunting, becomes a place of tranquil rhythm and silent rest, where time glides by as smoothly as the water passing beneath the keel, carrying the vessel steadily toward the soft, hopeful promise of a quiet dawn. As the 16th century waned into its final quiet decades, the world's great oceans seemed to broaden in the human imagination, inviting ships further from familiar shores into vast expanses where no land could be seen for weeks on end. On these long oceanic passages, where the sky met the water in an unbroken ring of soft color, keeping an accurate record of a vessel's motion became a meditative craft, dependent on patience, repetition, and the gentle laws of physics. Mariners learned that to understand their place upon the featureless deep, they needed to measure not only the distant stars above, but also the subtle, rhythmic passage of their own ship through the surrounding water. The ship's wooden hull, seasoned by salt and polished by sea spray, glided over long ocean swells with a deep, reassuring murmur, leaving behind a white feather of foam in its quiet wake. To gauge how swiftly the vessel moved through these rolling waves, sailors relied on a simple yet remarkably effective method born from the practical ingenuity of the era. Beginning in the late 16th century, mariners calculated ship speed by letting a weighted wooden chip float in the wake on a hemp line, counting how many hand-tied knots slipped through a sailor's palm, while a 28-second sandglass quietly ran out. A sailor standing at the stern would lower the triangular piece of wood into the sea, where its weighted edge caused it to sit upright in the water like a tiny anchor, remaining nearly stationary while the ship moved steadily onward. As the line paid out over the taffrail, the sailor felt each evenly spaced knot slide past their fingers with a steady, rhythmic pulse, like the heartbeat of the vessel itself. Meanwhile, another crew member held the small glass vessel, watching fine grains of dry sand stream silently through its narrow waist from the upper bulb to the lower chamber. When the last grain fell, the keeper of the sandglass would call out. The line would be caught, and the count of knots would be recorded in the logbook as a direct measurement of nautical velocity. This quiet ritual, performed at regular intervals throughout the day and night watches, established a peaceful cadence for life on board, connecting the passage of physical distance with the measured flow of time. The soft sound of sand falling through glass, paired with the faint hiss of the wake behind the transom, offered a gentle reminder that even amidst the immense, wild silence of the open ocean, human order and quiet observation could chart a steady path through the unknown, while measuring speed allowed navigators to estimate the distance covered along their course. Fixing a ship's position north or south of the equator required looking upward to the celestial bodies that traversed the dome of the sky. For generations, determining the altitude of the sun had presented a physical challenge to mariners. For gazing directly into the brilliant solar disk through early instruments like the mariner's astrolabe or the cross staff could strain the eyes and blur the horizon. As trade routes stretched across vast tropical seas, instrument makers and sea captains sought a more comfortable, precise way to read the sun's position without enduring its blinding light. In 1590, English navigator John Davis designed the wooden backstaff from dark pearwood and boxwood, allowing mariners to determine the sun's altitude across ocean horizons by measuring its cast shadow on a curved scale without looking directly into the glare. This ingenious device, also known as the Davis quadrant, turned the observer's body away from the sun so that the navigator stood with their back to the blinding light, looking out across the calm blue line of the ocean horizon. Crafted from fine hardwoods chosen for their stability and warm beauty, the instrument featured a frame of rich, dark pearwood, fitted with smoothly arcuate scales of pale boxwood. A upon which fine degree markings were carefully carved by hand. To take a sight at noon, when the sun reached its highest point in the heavens, the navigator held the backstaff steady against the motion of the ship, adjusting a wooden shadow vane along the upper arc, until the crisp shadow it cast aligned perfectly with a narrow slit pointing toward the horizon. By observing the alignment of shadow and horizon, rather than looking at the glowing sun itself, the mariner could determine the celestial angle with remarkable accuracy and absolute ease on the eyes. The smooth finish of the polished pearwood felt warm beneath fingers worn by salt wind, and the dark wood possessed a tranquil elegance that reflected the thoughtful nature of seamanship in the age of sail. As the ship gently heaved upon the long ocean swells, the navigator would stand silent and composed on the quarterdeck, adjusting the vanes with small, deliberate movements until light and shadow rested in perfect balance. Through such quiet innovations, the act of navigation became less an ordeal of endurance and more a serene dialogue with the sky, combining the artistry of woodworking, the geometry of shadows, and the timeless rhythm of the sea. Together, these refined techniques of log line and backstaff transformed the daily rhythm of seafaring into a quiet, orderly dance between human curiosity and the natural world. On the open sea, far from any landmark, a wooden ship was its own peaceful world, drifting under broad canvas sails that filled softly with the trade winds. The crew lived in harmony with the gentle forces that carried them, the rise and fall of the tides, the steady rotation of the heavens, and the soft, continuous rustle of water against the oak planking. As twilight gathered over the water, bringing an end to the day's observations, the sun would dip below the western horizon, painting the clouds in shades of lavender, amber, and deep indigo. The log line would be coiled neatly on its reel, its hemp strands damp with sea brine, while the backstaff was returned to its velvet-lined wooden chest in the captain's cabin, safe from the damp, salt air. On deck, the evening watch would settle into their quiet routine under a vast canopy of emerging stars, watching the dark waves roll past with a slow, soothing rhythm. The steady tick of sand in the glasses below decks, turning hour by hour, marked the passage of the night as the vessel glided onward through the dark water. In this tranquil solitude, the ocean seemed not a barrier, but a vast highway of calm reflection, where centuries of maritime wisdom allowed sailors to sleep soundly in their hammocks, trusting in the wooden tools that bound their ship to the steady movement of the earth and stars. The gentle rocking of the hull in the trough of the waves acted as a cradle, lulling the ship and all on board into a deep, restful calm, while the wind whispered softly through the standing rigging, carrying the vessel onward across the quiet, endless sea. Out on the open ocean, far beyond the visual reach of coasts and headlands, the night arrives with an expansive, enveloping stillness that wraps the wooden hull of a sailing vessel in soft shadow. In the deep expanse of the 16th century, when tall ships began traversing broader spans of the uncharted globe, the onset of darkness was not a hindrance to journeying, but rather an invitation to a different kind of observation. As the sun dipped below the liquid horizon, shedding its final embers of amber and violet, the sea turned to a dark, undulating mirror, reflecting the quiet light of thousands of distant suns. A gentle swell would cradle the ship, causing its heavy oak timbers to breathe with a faint, rhythmic creak that sounded almost like a lullaby to the sailors resting in their hammocks below deck. On the quarterdeck above, the officer of the watch moved with a slow, deliberate patience, bathed only in the pale radiance of the moon and the silver dusting of stars. The air at sea during these nocturnal hours carries a cool, restorative purity, untroubled by dust or terrestrial noise, bringing with it only the gentle murmur of water rushing softly past the rudder, and the low whisper of night breezes passing through towering curtains of woven canvas. Under this boundless nocturnal dome, the passage of time seemed to alter its cadence, slowing down to align with the steady, measured breathing of the ocean itself. For those who navigated these vast aquatic prairies, night was a sanctuary of order, where the turbulent surface of the earth faded into obscurity, and the eternal geometry of the cosmos emerged to guide their course. Every plank, shroud, and stay seemed to harmonize with the slow rocking of the vessel, establishing a peaceful sanctuary in which human ingenuity rested upon the infinite quietude of the deep blue sea. Across the unbroken horizon, the dark waves rose and fell in silent unison, carrying the vessel along ancient marine pathways with an effortless, soothing cadence that invited deep and unbroken repose. To read the night sky required both a tranquil spirit and specialized instruments crafted from fine, warm woods that felt comforting to human hands in the damp sea air. High above the swaying mainmast, Polaris stood as an immovable beacon, a fixed point around which all the other stars performed their slow, silent rotation across the darkness, while sandglasses measured short intervals of minutes aboard ship. Tracking the true hour during the dark watches demanded a direct connection to this celestial clockwork. Beginning in the 16th century, European mariners calculated the exact hour of the night using a boxwood nocturnal, sighting Polaris through a hollow central ring while rotating a slender index arm until it aligned softly with the pointer stars of the Big Dipper. This elegant instrument, often carved from dense, smooth boxwood to withstand the salty humidity of ocean voyages, brought a sense of quiet grace to the navigator's work. Holding the nocturnal up against the midnight sky, the mariner would peer through the small aperture in its center, keeping the North Star anchored in sight, while the wood rested gently against their hand. With subtle, practiced fingers, they would slide the long, wooden arm until its edge touched Dub and Merak, the faithful pointers of the Great Bear, transposing the vast mechanics of the revolving heavens onto the finely engraved teeth and Roman numerals of the wooden disc. was no sound to this calculation save for the soft sigh of the wind in the rigging and the gentle sloshing of foam along the wooden hull. In that fleeting moment of alignment, as star and timber met in perfect harmony, the night revealed its secret time, offering reassurance to the crew that they were moving safely through the shadow toward the dawn. The instrument converted the turning of the earth into a tangible, peaceful measurement, turning the cosmic dance of constellations into a quiet whisper of certainty amidst the vast, silent ocean, anchoring the soul in serene understanding. The use of such instruments reflected a broader shift in how sailors related to the sea and sky, blending empirical science with an intimate, contemplative appreciation of nature's rhythms. In the quiet watches between midnight and 4 in the morning, often referred to as the middle watch, the ship became a small world unto itself, suspended between the stillness of the abyss below and the slow motion of stars above. The helmsman held the wooden tiller or wheel with light hands, making small, almost imperceptible adjustments to keep the vessel on its steady heading across the dark water. Below deck, the rhythmic breathing of sleeping crewmen filled the dimly lit forecastle, where lanterns swayed gently in sync with the ocean's motion, casting warm, amber glows across polished wood and coil upon coil of hemp rope. On deck, the navigator might note the reading from the nocturnal in the logbook by the soft light of a horn lantern, recording not only the hour, but also the quiet constancy of their passage across the globe. This nightly ritual gave structure to long ocean voyages that stretched across weeks and months, turning potentially terrifying expanses of open water into familiar, predictable paths. The stars were not merely distant points of light to these early modern seafarers. They were trusted companions whose nightly movements told stories of distance, time, and direction. As the Big Dipper swung slowly around Polaris, like the hand of a cosmic clock, the mariners felt a comforting connection to home and to all who had looked up at those same stars from distant shores. The vastness of the ocean, which could so easily induce a sense of isolation, was softened by the realization that the heavens provided an unchanging roof under which every ship sailed, linked by the shared light of eternal constellations. In this shared celestial heritage, the long hours of the dark watch passed not in loneliness, but in a tranquil communion with the quiet beauty of the universe, surrounding every traveler with profound peace. As the final hours of the night slowly folded into the gentle approach of dawn, the sky began its subtle transformation, softening from deep indigo to soft shades of slate and pale pearl. The stars, having fulfilled their quiet duty throughout the dark watches, gradually dissolved into the morning light, leaving Polaris as one of the last faint points of light to vanish above the horizon. A fresh breeze would ripple across the water, filling the sails with renewed strength and carrying the ship smoothly along its intended course across the sea. On deck, the watch would prepare to yield to their shipmates, handing over the helm and logbook with quiet nods of satisfaction after hours spent in quiet harmony with the sea and stars. The wooden nocturnal was carefully returned to its felt-lined box in the captain's cabin, its smooth surfaces resting until another twilight would call it forth to measure the celestial hours once more. In this timeless rhythm of seafaring, where human artistry met the grand architecture of the universe, sailors found a deep, restorative calm, a realization that even when surrounded by thousands of miles of featureless ocean, they were never truly lost. Guided by the stars above and carried by the gentle currents below, the tall ship glided effortlessly onward, a peaceful sanctuary moving gracefully across the surface of a quiet world. As sleep wraps itself around the weary mind, one can almost feel the gentle tilt of the ship, hear the soft lullaby of the ocean waves against the hull, and rest in the soothing knowledge that the universe moves in perfect, tranquil order. With every slow breath, the quiet darkness yields gently to rest, holding you safely in the stillness of the night, where dream-laden seas softly carry all weary spirits into deep, unbroken sleep. As the 17th century unfolded across the low-lying coastal estuaries of the Netherlands, the art of shipwrightry reached a quiet and transformative turning point. Guided by an intimate understanding of the sea's restful dynamics and the practical needs of long-distance merchant trade in the serene harbor towns nestled along the banks of the Zaan River and the calm, mist-laden shores of the Zuiderzee, master craftsmen began to move away from the heavily armored, war-ready designs of earlier centuries, seeking instead to shape vessels that favored economic efficiency, spacious carriage, and a gentle, effortless motion through open water. The North Sea was a place of vast horizons, soft gray skies, and steady winds, and the mariners who navigated these cool waters desired ships that could glide peacefully across the rolling swells without requiring immense human labor or unnecessary drama. Out of this thoughtful tradition emerged a revolutionary design that would come to define the golden age of maritime trade: the Fluyt asterisk. Unlike the tall, imposing galleons of the past, the Fluyt possessed a unique and instantly recognizable silhouette, characterized by a rounded stern, a flat bottom, and an elegant pear-shaped cross-section that tapered gracefully inward toward the upper deck. This clever geometric design served a dual purpose of economy and balance. By keeping the top deck relatively narrow, shipbuilders reduced the toll fees assessed at key maritime gateways, such as the Sound between Denmark and Sweden, which were calculated strictly based on the surface area of the main deck, while simultaneously providing an exceptionally wide, cavernous hold below the waterline. This broad lower hull acted as a natural stabilizer, allowing the vessel to sit deep and secure in the water, absorbing the rolling motion of the ocean with a slow, reassuring cadence. Within the darkened belly of the ship, the rich scents of seasoned oak, pine tar, and sea salt created an atmosphere of quiet sanctuary, where neatly organized cargoes of Baltic grain, timber, Swedish iron, and fine textiles rested undisturbed during long transoceanic voyages. As these pear-shaped merchant vessels drifted away from the bustling Dutch ports into the endless blue expanse, their calm, unhurried posture on the water marked a new era in human seafaring, one in which the vastness of the ocean was met not with brute force, but with thoughtful engineering, quiet patience, and a harmonious partnership with the natural world. The true marvel of the Fluyt lay not only in the gentle curves of its hull, but in the ingenious arrangement of its rigging and mechanical systems, which transformed the demanding physical work of seafaring into a quiet, almost effortless routine. 17th century Dutch shipwrights designed the pear-shaped asterisk Fluyt with an intricate system of oversized wooden pulleys, allowing a small crew of just 12 sailors to quietly handle hundreds of square yards of heavy linen canvas across ocean trade routes. In an era when traditional ocean-going vessels required large, bustling crews of 40 or 50 men to manage their heavy sails and tackle, the Fluyt stood as a masterwork of labor-saving innovation. High above the deck, slender, tall masts rose into the sky, supporting long yards fitted with smooth, oversized blocks carved from dense hardwoods like lignum vitae and seasoned oak. These large wooden pulleys contained polished internal sheaves that reduced friction to a mere whisper, enabling the halyards, sheets, and braces to glide with remarkable ease under the steady pull of only a few hands. When the morning light broke softly over the water, a tiny watch of just 2 or 3 sailors could stand upon the clean, unencumbered deck and adjust the massive sails without shouting or strain. The heavy linen canvas, woven tightly from natural flax and treated to withstand the damp sea air, would unfurl smoothly against the blue sky, catching the gentle trade winds with a soft, resonant thrum. As the wind filled the broad sails, the intricate network of ropes and pulleys distributed the immense tension evenly throughout the wooden structure of the ship, preventing sudden jerks or violent movements. On quiet evenings, as the vessel glided over glass-like waters, the only sound aboard was the rhythmic creak of the wooden blocks and the soft, soothing rustle of canvas high overhead. This remarkable mechanical efficiency fundamentally altered the nature of shipboard life. Because the crew was so small, the living quarters were surprisingly uncrowded, allowing the mariners to enjoy peaceful shifts of rest in their dark, wooden berths, while the ship maintained its steady course. The quiet harmony between human ingenuity, simple mechanics, and the natural power of the wind allowed these humble merchant vessels to travel tens of thousands of miles, carrying the commerce of nations across vast and solitary oceans with an unhurried, serene dignity across the vast networks of world trade, from the chilly, fog-draped waters of the Baltic Sea to the warm, sun-dappled currents of the Atlantic and the distant Spice Islands of the East Indies. The Fluyt became a silent and ubiquitous companion to the horizon. Month after month, these reliable vessels moved unhurriedly along established sea lanes, their rounded bows pushing aside gentle ribbons of white foam, while stars turned slowly overhead in the deep night sky. On long oceanic passages, the rhythm of life aboard the ship was governed by the peaceful cadence of the sea itself, with no need for constant, frantic adjustments to the rigging. The sailors found long stretches of stillness to observe the changing hues of the water, the phosphorescent glow that danced along the hull in the dark, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of the wind as it carried them forward. The Fluyt was designed not for speed or naval conquest, but for endurance, safety, and tranquil motion, proving that human beings could navigate the vast oceans with restraint, patience, and gentle harmony. As twilight deepened into night over the open sea, wrapping the vessel in a blanket of cool, dark indigo, the ship seemed almost to merge with the surrounding elements, floating weightlessly between the mirror of the water below and the infinite canopy of stars above. The oversized wooden pulleys rested silently in their blocks, held firm by the steady tension of the rigging, while the heavy linen canvas remained filled with the quiet, continuous night breeze. Down below deck, in the calm shelter of the wooden hull, the air was still and warm, filled with the comforting sense of dried timber, linseed oil, and salt air, offering a restful haven for those off watch. The gentle creaking of the hull acted as a lullaby, measuring out the peaceful passage of time as the vessel glided steadily across the dark water. In this complete stillness, the story of seafaring reached a moment of profound peace, a time when the ocean was no longer a realm of chaotic struggle, but a wide, quiet highway where ships glided gently toward distant horizons under the watchful, silent sky, guided by centuries of accumulated wisdom and the quiet beauty of the wind. Across the vast and calm expanses of the world's oceans, ancient maritime traditions discovered that true endurance upon the water did not rely on unyielding rigidity, but on a quiet, harmonious flexibility that moved in gentle accord with the sea, long before modern engineering sought to stiffen ship hulls against the immense power of ocean waves. Indigenous master builders across distant archipelagos recognized that a vessel could achieve extraordinary strength by yielding gracefully to the forces surrounding it in the open waters of the South Pacific, where deep oceanic swells travel uninterrupted across thousands of miles of blue water. Island shipwrights developed double-hulled voyaging craft designed to navigate vast distances with remarkable ease and stability. Among the most impressive of these traditional vessels were the great ocean-going canoes of Fiji, crafted with exceptional skill from dense native hardwoods and bound together with natural plant materials. A 13th century Fijian craftsmen bound the twin hulls of ocean-going asterisk Drua canoes, using thousands of yards of hand-braided coconut fiber sennet, enabling the parallel vessels to yield gently and flex independently over deep ocean swells. This deliberate structural elasticity allowed each hull to rise, fall, and twist slightly in response to the contour of passing waves, preventing the catastrophic mechanical strain that rigid wooden joints or unyielding metal fastenings would inevitably suffer under such immense pressure. Each strand of sennet was patiently hand-braided from the fibrous husk of the coconut, a lightweight material known for its astonishing resistance to saltwater rot and its natural springiness. Shipwrights spent months soaking these raw fibers in quiet coastal lagoons, drying them thoroughly under the tropical sun, and twisting them into continuous lengths of exceptionally strong cordage. When exposed to sea spray and humid ocean air, the coconut fibers would expand subtly, tightening their grip around the wooden framing while maintaining a soft, shock-absorbing springiness that cushioned the vessel against every passing swell. As the asterisk Drua glided smoothly across the open ocean under a wide sky, its twin hulls moved in a slow, rhythmic dance, bowing gently together and apart while keeping the broad, elevated deck calm, level, and peaceful for the crew resting aboard. The sensory world aboard a flexible asterisk Drua was one of profound and soothing tranquility, defined by natural sounds that hushed the mind and echoed the slow rhythm of the surrounding sea. Unlike rigid metal or heavily timbered ships that shuddered and thrashed against rising crests, a traditional Fijian canoe moved through the water with a soft, melodic breath, converting the violent forces of the ocean into a gentle, swaying lullaby. Those resting upon the central wooden platform heard only the low, musical hum of coconut fiber cordage stretching under light tension, the soothing lap of clear water against polished timber, and the quiet creak of natural joinery accommodating the contours of the sea. At nightfall, as the bright heat of the tropical sun gave way to cool ocean breezes, the vessel sailed beneath a vast canopy of brilliant stars, guided by navigators who read the subtle swell patterns with their feet and watched the familiar constellations drift slowly across the dark velvet sky. The design of the asterisk Drua reflected a deep, intuitive understanding of fluid dynamics and structural harmony, treating the craft not as an opposing barrier built to conquer the water, but as a living continuation of the ocean's own movement. The vast network of braided sennet bindings distributed the dynamic loads of wind and wave across the entire structure, allowing energy to dissipate harmlessly through thousands of tiny flexible nodes, rather than concentrating stress in any single joint. This gentle adaptability transformed even long transoceanic voyages into a serene and steady passage, filling the journey with a restful rhythm as the canoe floated effortlessly over deep blue depths, cradled by the patient cadence of the sea. As hours turned into quiet days across the vast Pacific expanse, the rhythmic flexing of the hulls created a soothing cadence, lulling those aboard into a deep state of peaceful stillness. A remarkably similar philosophy of graceful adaptation to natural forces flourished thousands of miles away along the tranquil, island-dotted coastlines of East Asia, where mariners navigated sheltered bays and coastal trade routes with craft designed for quiet efficiency. During 17th century, Japan's long era of maritime peace and thriving domestic commerce, shipbuilders perfected specialized wooden cargo vessels engineered to carry essential goods along the calm coastal waterways of the archipelago. In 17th century Japan, shipwrights equipped coastal asterisk Bezazon cargo vessels with heavy cotton sails composed of narrow vertical strips loosely laced together with soft cordage, allowing gentle ocean breezes to pass between the unstitched seams without putting stress on the cedar mast. These distinctive, elegant sails, known as asterisk tanabetsu, represented an ingenious synthesis of aerodynamic wisdom and structural preservation. By leaving narrow, open seams between the long vertical panels of thick, tightly woven cotton cloth, Japanese master craftsmen ensured that sudden gusts of coastal wind could spill harmlessly through the sail structure, rather than exerting dangerous torque on the ship's single tall mast, which was carved from straight-grained cryptomeria cedar. The soft cordage lacing held the parallel fabric panels in neat alignment, while granting them the necessary freedom to shift, billow, and breathe in response to fluctuating sea breezes. This innovative design enabled the asterisk Bezazon asterisk to capture even the lightest whisper of wind moving over calm bays, while automatically relieving pressure during stronger gusts to preserve the integrity of the wooden hull and rigging. As these broad-hulled trading vessels glided peacefully along coastal routes framed by pine-covered hills, carrying essential cargoes of rice, timber, and delicate ceramics, their unique laced sails billowed gracefully against the sky, creating a soft, rhythmic rustling sound as gentle ocean air passed continuously through the open seams. Looking across these two distinct maritime traditions, separated by vast geographic distances and cultural contexts, one sees a profound and timeless truth about humanity's relationship with the natural world. That true harmony with the elements is achieved not through unyielding force, but through thoughtful, flexible accommodation. The hand-braided coconut sennet of the Fijian Driua and the loosely laced cotton sail panels of the Japanese asterisk Bezazon both embodied a deep respect for the subtle yet powerful forces of wind and wave, rather than attempting to resist the natural dynamics of the ocean. The master builders of both regions created vessels that could breathe, yield, and adapt, effortlessly converting potential physical strain into smooth, gentle motion. aboard both types of craft, the experience of seafaring was defined by a quiet, meditative rhythm, the subtle stretching of natural plant fibers, the soft rustle of woven cloth in a gentle breeze, the quiet parting of calm water against smooth wooden planks, and the profound sense of floating in complete accord with the surrounding seascape. Travelers resting aboard these vessels were wrapped in an atmosphere of gentle motion and quiet security, feeling the steady cadence of the water carry them peacefully forward without tension or haste. As evening twilight settled over calm coastal waters and open ocean horizons alike, bringing soft violet shadows and the slow, luminous appearance of the first evening stars, these historical vessels drifted peacefully toward their quiet destinations, moving with the patient grace of the tide, and leaving behind only a fleeting whisper of white foam across the surface of the resting sea. In the quiet estuaries of the 18th century, where freshwater rivers broadened into soft tidal marshes, the art of shipbuilding moved at a pace dictated not by haste, but by the slow and deliberate cycles of nature. Here, along the gentle bends of sheltered harbors, shipyards resided in a state of tranquil industry, balanced between the silent depths of inland forests and the vast expanse of the open sea. The creation of a great wooden ship began long before any keel was laid upon the wooden blocks of the slipway, emerging first from the ancient oak groves where majestic trees had grown for centuries, absorbing decades of rain, sunlight, and quiet earth. Shipwrights walked these peaceful woods with a patient and knowledgeable eye, seeking out trees whose natural curves mirrored the sweeping lines of a ship's future ribs, knees, and stem posts. Each tree carried within its grain a hidden geometry, a slow architecture shaped by the prevailing winds and the natural lean of the branches toward the light. When these massive oaks were harvested in the cool stillness of late autumn or early winter, when the sap lay dormant deep within the trunk, they were floated downriver by calm current and timber rafted to the coastal shipyards. Green oak, though dense and formidable in appearance, retained within its cellular structure a heavy moisture and organic resins that made it prone to warping, splitting, and premature decay if worked too quickly into the tight framework of a hull. Thus, the shipbuilders of this era embraced a philosophy of quiet waiting, knowing that enduring strength could not be rushed, but had to be nurtured through years of gentle exposure to the surrounding elements. In these peaceful river mouths, where the air was sweet with the scent of damp earth, salt air, and wood shavings, the great timbers entered a prolonged period of rest, lingering at the threshold between land and sea, until their inner character had been thoroughly transformed. This period of repose was not a simple waiting in dry timber yards, but a carefully managed immersion within the natural waters of the coast. 18th century shipbuilders seasoned oak timbers for up to 7 years inside quiet, brackish tidal mudflats, allowing gentle saltwater currents to slowly draw out natural sap and fill the wood's pores with stabilizing sea minerals. Day after day, as the moon drew the tides back and forth across the estuary, the rising and falling waters swept over the submerged logs in a continuous, gentle wash. In the cool darkness of the muddy riverbed, protected from the harsh rays of the sun and the drying heat of the summer air, the raw oak underwent a subtle and restorative shift. The brackish water, a calm blend of river runoff and ocean brine, seeped deep into the grain of the wood, gradually dissolving the perishable starches and fermentable sap that would otherwise attract rot or encourage destructive fungi. As the natural fluids drifted away into the estuary's currents, microscopic particles of salt, silica, and mineral deposits settled into the emptied spaces of the wood's vascular network, stabilizing and solidifying the fibers from within. This slow exchange conferred upon the oak a remarkable structural stability, ensuring that when the timbers were finally lifted from their muddy beds years later, they would neither shrink excessively nor expand unpredictably under the stress of ocean waves. The timber emerged from its long oceanic bath dark, dense, and imbued with an extraordinary resistance to the damp environment of a ship's lower holds. To stand by the edge of these tidal flats at low tide was to observe only the smooth, gleaming dark mud and the tips of heavy logs peeking above the surface, resting in absolute silence while the sea performed its invisible, restorative work. Generations of shipwrights trusted this slow alchemy, understanding that a vessel built from oak seasoned in the salt marsh could endure decades of seafaring without yielding to decay. Once these long years of quiet soaking had drawn to close, the heavy logs were lifted from the mudflats and allowed to air dry slowly under spacious, open-sided timber sheds, where soft coastal breezes washed over them to draw out surface moisture while preserving the mineral-rich core. Only after this thorough curing did the actual assembly of the tall ship begin upon the sloping wooden stocks. With deliberate care, master carpenters and sawyers shaped the seasoned oak, using traditional adzes, broadaxes, and augers to contour each beam precisely to its designated place within the vessel's design. The subtle aroma of seasoned wood, steeped in sea salt and rich oak tannin, filled the shipyard as heavy ribs were raised into position, forming a sturdy framework that rose above the shoreline like the skeleton of a resting sea creature. Every joint was fitted with meticulous care, secured with long wooden pegs known as trunnels or trenails, crafted from straight-grained locust or heartwood oak. When driven into the frames, these wooden fasteners absorbed ambient moisture and expanded, sealing the joints with a natural, flexible tightness that iron bolts could never match. Layer by layer, the thick outer planking was attached, softened over gentle steam boxes to bend smoothly around the sweeping curvature of the bow and stern. The shipwrights worked in harmony with the natural grain of the wood, respecting its inherent flexibility and strength. As the hull took form, its spacious hold, sweeping decks, and interlocking timbers formed a structure of immense resilience, designed to bear towering masts, heavy canvas, and ocean voyages across vast distances. Yet, despite the immense scale of the completed vessel, every plank and frame remained tied to those quiet years spent resting beneath the brackish waters of the tidal marsh, where nature had laid the foundation for its endurance. As the vessel neared completion, sitting quietly upon the launching ways under the soft glow of a late afternoon sun, it stood as a monument to human patience and the quiet wisdom of natural processes. The hull, smoothed by hand and sealed with coats of warm pine tar, oil, and resin, possessed a deep, lustrous patina that reflected the quiet craft of its making. Before the ship ever tasted the deep waters of the open ocean, it had already spent years in intimate communion with the sea, cradled by the soft tides of the estuary, while its wooden fibers were infused with the very salt and minerals of the marine world. This deep integration of natural elements allowed the tall ship to move across the water not as an alien intruder, but as an extension of the coastal environment itself, flexible enough to yield to the rolling motion of the waves, yet firm enough to withstand the strong gales of the high seas. On quiet evenings in the harbor, when the work of the day had ceased and the tools were laid to rest, the ship rested quietly at anchor, its heavy timbers settling gently into the cradling waters. The gentle creak of the hull in the tide was like a soft whisper of the oak trees and the marshlands from which it came, a tranquil rhythm that carried the memory of silent forests and calm mudflats. The tall ships of this golden age of sail were thus born of a profound harmony between time, wood, and water, carrying sailors safely across the globe, because their very bones had been forged in patience. And as the night mist settled over the quiet shipyard, the sleeping vessel floated peacefully on the tide, ready to begin its long journey across the quiet waters of the world. In the quiet harbor towns of 18th century Europe, where the rhythmic murmur of the tide echoed against stone quays and weathered timber hulls, the rhythms of maritime life were deeply intertwined with the ancient, tranquil crafts of the surrounding countryside, long before a tall ship could unfurl its canvas to capture the steady trade winds of the open ocean. Its journey began in quiet rural fields where blue-flowered flax swayed under gentle summer rains, yielding slender, resilient stalks of plant fiber that would be harvested, dried, and spun with patient care into thick, durable thread. Upon broad handlooms in coastal workshops, skilled weavers worked with a steady, rhythmic cadence, interlocking warp and weft to create dense linen canvas, a heavy, dependable fabric engineered to sustain the immense pressure of atmospheric winds without stretching or fraying. Yet, despite its remarkable structural integrity, Unrefined flax linen carried an inherent delicacy when exposed to the relentless dampness of the marine environment, where lingering ocean fogs, heavy evening dews, and salt-laden spray could slowly penetrate untreated fibers, encouraging mildew and premature rot during long months spent far from land. As twilight settled softly over the waterside lofts, illuminated by the warm, flickering glow of oil lamps and the gentle reflection of the harbor below, artisans engaged in a quiet, methodical process of canvas preparation. Understanding that the safety of a vessel depended as much on the silent endurance of its sails as on the sturdy oak of its hull, the ambient air in these historic lofts was imbued with a soothing, earthy scent, a comforting blend of pine resin, dried flax, wood smoke, and the deep, astringent fragrance of crushed tree bark steeping in large copper kettles, surrounded by rolled bolts of newly woven linen, beeswax cakes, heavy iron needles, and neatly coiled lines of hemp cordage. The sailmakers moved with unhurried precision, honoring a time-tested craft that bridged the quiet beauty of the forest with the vast, uncharted expanses of the sea, to shield these heavy linen sails from the destructive effects of persistent moisture and salt. Sailmakers turned to a traditional preservative drawn directly from nature's woodlands, utilizing the protective compounds found within the thick bark of mature oak trees. In 18th century European ports, sailmakers preserved heavy flax sails against damp salt air by steeping the woven linen in warm baths of oak bark tannin, turning the fabric a soft, tawny brown that remained supple and rot-resistant across long ocean voyages. This gentle tanning process, known colloquially in some coastal regions as bark curing or barking, allowed the natural polyphenolic compounds within the oak extract to bind tightly with the cellulose fibers of the flax, creating an invisible, breathable protective barrier against moisture without causing the heavy fabric to become stiff or brittle underhand. The warm baths were carefully tended in large wooden vats or copper cauldrons over low-burning hearths, where crushed bark was simmered until the liquid reached a rich, amber-red depth, releasing an intoxicatingly fresh, woody scent throughout the workshop. Sailmakers would submerge the expansive sheets of woven linen into these fragrant vats, using long wooden poles to agitate and turn the cloth gently, ensuring that every single thread absorbed the warm, protective liquor evenly throughout its weave. After spending hours submerged in the restorative oak bath, the canvas was lifted out, allowed to drain, and hung to dry upon tall wooden drying racks exposed to the soft harbor breezes and indirect sunlight. As the moisture evaporated, the once pale, off-white linen transformed into a warm, earthy shade reminiscent of fallen autumn leaves or sunlit oak timber, a distinct, mellow hue that became a familiar sight across the maritime world. This natural treatment not only rendered the sails impervious to fungal decay, and saltwater degradation. But it also softened the texture of the heavy linen, allowing sailors to haul, fold, and reef the heavy sails with relative ease. Even when working on cold, mist-covered yards high above the rolling ocean swells, when these tawny-sailed ships embarked on their long transatlantic crossings, or navigated the calm, expansive reaches of the Pacific, the treated canvas proved its worth through months of continuous exposure to the elements. High above the polished wooden decks, the warm brown sails billowed in full, magnificent arcs against the soft blue of the sky, creating a visually striking contrast with the white foam churning at the ship's bow and the deep azure of the surrounding sea. Under the gentle pressure of a steady breeze, the oak-tanned linen hummed with a quiet, reassuring resonance, holding the wind with effortless grace while flexing smoothly with the subtle pitch and roll of the vessel. Unlike untreated white sails, which often darkened unevenly or developed dark patches of mildew after weeks of damp ocean air, the tawny canvas maintained its rich, uniform color and supple texture throughout changing climates, from the humid warmth of equatorial doldrums to the crisp, frosty air of northern latitudes. During the quiet night hours, when the sun dipped below the ocean horizon and painted the clouds in shades of indigo and violet, the ship moved forward like a silent shadow, its tawny sails catching the soft, ethereal light of the moon and stars. Sailors standing watch on the forecastle or resting in their woven hammocks below deck listened to the soothing symphony of the ship at sea, the gentle creak of wooden spars, the rhythmic swish of water against the copper-sheathed hull, and the soft, steady whisper of wind passing through the supple linen sails. There was a profound sense of comfort in knowing that the canvas overhead had been crafted with such patient care, protected by the natural resilience of the forest, allowing the vessel to glide peacefully across vast oceanic distances, while those aboard slept soundly under the quiet expanse of the night sky. This harmonious union of agriculture, forestry, and maritime engineering reflected a deep historical understanding of natural materials and their quiet power to endure. The use of oak bark tannin was not merely a practical solution to a chemical challenge, but a testament to how early seafarers observed the natural world, adapting ancient methods of leather tanning to preserve the crucial fabrics that powered global trade and exploration. As decades passed and ship designs evolved toward larger rigs and more complex sail plans, the distinctive tawny sails remained a beloved characteristic of European merchant fleets and fishing vessels, symbolically bridging the quiet tranquility of oak groves with the boundless freedom of the open sea. Today, as we look back across the centuries at those magnificent wooden vessels drifting across gentle horizons, we can appreciate the silent craftsmanship woven into every yard of canvas, a craft defined by patience, natural wisdom, and an unwavering respect for the elements, as the gentle motion of the sea continues its eternal cadence, rocking the ships of history into quiet memory. The image of those warm, brown sails billowing softly beneath a canopy of stars remains a timeless reminder of human ingenuity working in harmony with nature. Beneath the quiet sky, where the wind carries only the softest whispers across calm waters, the vessel glides onward smoothly, cradled by the rhythm of the waves, resting peacefully in the endless expanse of a quiet and restful sea. As an 18th century tall ship glides across the boundless, velvet expanse of the open sea, its movement is governed by a subtle and harmonious dialogue between natural materials and the quiet forces of wind and water. High above the rolling swells, vast sheets of pale linen canvas catch the gentle trade winds, channeling their steady energy down through an intricate web of hemp lines, heavy stays, and stout wooden masts to manage the immense tension of this standing rigging without the aid of modern metals or synthetic lubricants. Master shipwrights relied on the remarkable physical properties of select timber species harvested from distant tropical forests. Within the complex network of shrouds that held the tall masts erect against the ocean breeze, as well as deep within the stern, where the heavy iron rudder shaft met the wooden frame of the hull, components had to withstand decades of continuous, grinding pressure without seizing, splitting, or wearing away under the salt air. For these vital, high-friction points, shipwrights turned to a dense, dark wood renowned for its extraordinary weight and natural resistance to the corrosive marine environment. 18th century tall ships relied on rigging deadeyes and stern bearings carved from lignum vitae asterisk, a naturally oily ironwood so dense it sank in water and self-lubricated under the constant, quiet friction of ocean voyages. Unlike typical timbers that float lightly upon the ocean's surface, this dense heartwood possessed a tight, interlocking grain packed with natural resins and guaiac oils that oozed imperceptibly whenever wood rubbed against wood or iron. As the vessel gently rolled with the rhythmic rise and fall of the Atlantic swells, the lignum vitae deadeyes rotated smoothly within their metal straps, allowing the heavy standing rigging to flex just enough to absorb the sea's movement without chafing or snapping the stays. Down in the darkened stern, where the rudder post bore the unrelenting push of the ocean current, the lignum vitae bearings cradled the turning shaft in a quiet, frictionless embrace, requiring no artificial grease or frequent maintenance. This self-sustaining harmony between natural wood resin and ocean water preserved the ship's structural integrity through months of solitary passage, creating a tranquil acoustic environment where the only sounds were the soft creak of seasoned oak, the hush of parting waves, and the rhythmic sigh of wind through the upper shrouds. The dark, iron-like wood seemed almost immortal in its quiet endurance, protecting the vessel's delicate balance as it drifted across endless horizons under a wide, undisturbed sky. When dawn breaks over the calm expanse of the ocean, painting the horizon in soft hues of lavender, rose, and pale gold. A soothing routine unfolds across the wide expanse of the ship's upper deck. Long before the sun climbs high enough to warm the timber, the morning watch gathers in the cool sea air to perform the daily ritual of deck care, preserving the soft woods from the drying effects of salt and weather. The upper decks of these great sailing vessels were frequently constructed from long, straight-grained planks of soft pine, chosen for its lightweight flexibility and structural integrity, yet prone to collecting sea salt, dirt, and stray pitch over long ocean passages. To maintain a smooth, uniform walking surface and protect the wood from decay, sailors engaged in a slow, rhythmic cleaning process using natural materials gathered from coastal shores. 18th century mariners smoothed the soft pine upper decks of tall ships using porous blocks of pale sandstone quarried from the Isle of Wight, gently scrubbing the wood with seawater and fine ocean sand until the planks dried to a silky, pale silver under the morning sun. These heavy, soft stone blocks, cradled comfortably in the hands, or pushed slowly across the damp wooden planks, moved in long, synchronized strokes that mimicked the gentle ebb and flow of the surrounding sea. The fine grains of beach sand acted as a gentle abrasive under the wet sandstone, lifting away surface roughness, evening out slight splinters, and cleansing the grain of every trace of salt residue accumulated during the night watch. As buckets of fresh, cool seawater were sloshed across the pine to rinse away the slurry of sand and stone dust, the water pooled briefly in the fine channels of the wood before evaporating into the warming morning air. As the moisture slowly receded under the brightening sky, the scrubbed pine transformed, losing its damp, golden cast and settling into a remarkably smooth, velvety finish that reflected the soft light of morning. The resulting pale silver decks not only provided secure, slip-resistant footing for the crew as they tended to the rigging lines, but also imparted a luminous, pristine beauty to the vessel, making the vast wooden deck feel like a clean, tranquil sanctuary floating atop the deep blue sea. The rhythmic scrape of the stone against pine, accompanied by the gentle sloshing of sea water, created a calming auditory backdrop to the start of each day, instilling a deep sense of order and quiet care amidst the wild expanse of the open ocean. This careful attention to organic materials transformed the 18th century tall ship into a living, self-regulating structure floating upon the global ocean. Every plank, block, beam, and bearing was selected with profound scientific intuition, matching the unique physical traits of specific natural woods and minerals to the demanding conditions of long-distance navigation, where flexibility and lightness were required. Soft pine yielded gently to the shifting weight of the crew and the dynamic motion of the waves, where unyielding strength and friction resistance were paramount. The dense, oily matrix of lignum vitae absorbed continuous, where without complaint or overheating. Even the porous sandstone quarried from distant English cliffs played its quiet part, refining the texture of the deck planks so they could endure years of baking equatorial sun and freezing northern ocean mists. The crew understood that the longevity of their floating world depended on this gentle, perpetual stewardship, treating each timber with a quiet reverence born of long months spent between the sky and the sea. As the ship moved forward, the harmonious interplay of wood, stone, water, and air created a sense of timeless balance, where human craft served not to master the ocean, but to move in quiet alignment with its natural rhythms. As night descends once more over the open water, wrapping the ship in a quiet blanket of starlight and gentle ocean breezes, the vessel moves forward with a calm, effortless grace. The wooden hull absorbs the low, soothing hum of the deep sea, while the lignum vitae bearings quietly cradle the rudder's slow, steady adjustments far below the waterline. Above deck, the pale pine boards glow softly beneath the moonlit sky, cool to the touch and silky smooth underfoot. There is a deep, comforting peace in knowing that human ingenuity once relied not on noisy machinery or complex mechanical engines, but on the quiet, enduring properties of natural timber, stone, sand, and salt, carrying travelers safely across the watery globe. High above, the sails swell gently against the dark sky, holding the wind in a steady, silent embrace as the tall ship glides onward through the quiet night, anchored in the peaceful beauty of ancient seafaring traditions. As the 18th century unfolded across the world's vast and open oceans, the art of seafaring entered an era characterized by majestic design, steady endurance, and a deep, harmonious quiet. Tall ships, with their towering wooden masts and expansive white canvas sails, caught the softest breath of trade winds, tracing long, tranquil paths across uncharted horizons beneath the gentle swaying of the wooden deck, where sailors moved with practiced, unhurried ease, lay the immense hull of the vessel, resting deep within the cool, dark water. For generations, these grand wooden hulls had interacted closely with the unseen world below the ocean surface. The sea was not merely a passive roadway, but a vibrant, living realm filled with tiny organisms, floating currents, and microscopic life that sought sanctuary along any solid surface drifting through the deep. As a vessel made its slow, measured progress across warm equatorial currents or cool northern basins, the sea gently embraced the timber, leaving subtle traces of its living presence upon the wood. In the calm silence of a long voyage, where days dissolved into quiet evenings and night skies revealed untroubled constellations, the relationship between ship and sea was continuously refined. The shipwrights of the era observed the subtle mechanics of the ocean with patient attention, recognizing that every detail of a vessel's lower structure played a vital role in how effortlessly it moved through the water. The rhythmic cadence of ocean swells against the bow was a reminder of the delicate balance required to journey across great distances, where where even the quietest friction against the sea could gently measure the passage of time and distance over weeks of serene navigation. To walk the deck of a great wooden ship in the middle of a calm sea was to experience a profound sense of isolation and peaceful connection with the natural world. As the vessel glided smoothly between the endless sky above and the mysterious, quiet depth below, the woodwork of the hull, fashioned from sturdy oak, pine, and teak, carried within its grain the memory of ancient forests, now repurposed to carry humans across the blue expanse of the world. Every seam, caulked with hemp rope and tar, held back the weight of the sea, creating a safe, dry haven within which life aboard ship moved to the gentle, unhurried rhythm of the tides. For centuries, wooden ships traveling through warm, sunny latitudes faced a soft and natural friction from the marine life that naturally gathered along their submerged timbers. Small barnacles, seaweeds, and tiny shelled creatures found a quiet home upon the submerged surfaces, slowly altering the smoothness of the timber and causing vessels to move with a slightly heavier, softer drag through the water. In tropical waters, where the ocean was warm and teeming with life, this natural accumulation occurred with surprising speed, gradually coating the timber in a textured layer of shells and algae that created microturbulences beneath the hull. To preserve the graceful speed and ease of these voyage-worn vessels, maritime craftsmen sought a way to protect the wood without altering the gentle balance of the ship's drift. Beginning in 1761, shipwrights began cladding ship hulls below the waterline with thin, overlapping sheets of pure copper, creating an ultra-smooth surface that prevented sea barnacles from attaching and allowed tall ships to glide silently through warm tropical waters. This quiet innovation brought a peaceful transformation to long oceanic journeys. The bright, reddish metal, carefully fastened with small bronze nails along the curved belly of the ship, gleamed beneath the clear ocean surface before mellowing into a soft, protective green patina over time. Where barnacles and shipworms had once built small colonies upon untreated timber, the copper surface remained remarkably clean and sleek, offering no place for marine life to take hold. As the vessel moved through calm tropical seas, water flowed smoothly past the metallic skin, minimizing the gentle gurgle and turbulence that often accompanied older wooden bottoms. The tall ships seemed to step through the water with an enhanced lightness, their copper-shielded lower hulls cutting through gentle swells as effortlessly as a leaf resting upon a quiet woodland stream. Captains and sailors alike noticed the difference in the ship's subtle acoustics. The customary rubbing and scraping sounds of underwater incrustations disappeared entirely, replaced by the soft, soothing whisper of water parting cleanly around the bow. The protective copper sheath also safeguarded the underlying wood from destructive burrowing organisms, allowing ships to remain structurally sound for far longer periods without returning to dry docks. Under the expansive, starlit canopy of the open ocean, a copper-sheathed tall ship moved with a tranquil rhythm that lulled the crew into peaceful rest. The night air in the tropics carried a soft warmth, scented with the clean, salt-rich breeze that filled the wide sails overhead like steady, breathing lungs. Beneath the vessel, in the dark, clear depths of warm waters, bioluminescent plankton would occasionally glow with a soft, ethereal blue light as the smooth copper hull drifted past. Each gentle wave brushed against the copper plates, sending ripples of faint luminescence cascading down the length of the vessel like fallen stars dissolving in the sea. High above on the quarterdeck, the wheel turned gently under the resting hands of the helmsman, requiring only minimal corrections, because the clean, unblemished hull maintained a true and steady line through the water. The absence of marine drag meant that even the gentlest evening breeze was sufficient to propel the heavy ship forward with serene momentum. Inside the timber-scented cabins below deck, sailors slept deeply in their swaying canvas hammocks, cradled by the soft, rhythmic rocking of the hull. The familiar sounds of the sea became a continuous lullaby, the gentle creak of seasoned oak, the soft sigh of canvas in the night wind, and the smooth, continuous sliding of water against the copper plating. Without the heavy incrustation of barnacles to catch the water, the ship moved without vibration or hesitation, carrying its slumbering crew safely across thousands of miles of open blue space. On nights when the ocean was completely still, reflecting the moon like a vast silver mirror, the coppered hull seemed to float upon the dark water with almost weightless serenity, creating a quiet sanctuary in the vast ocean. As dawn approached over the quiet ocean, painted in pale hues of rose and gold, the tall ship continued its seamless glide across the glassy surface of the sea. The smooth copper bottom, nestled invisibly beneath the tide, continued its quiet work, preserving the integrity of the wood and allowing the vessel to cover vast expanses of the globe with remarkable ease and tranquility. This harmonious synthesis of metallurgy and naval architecture marked a pivotal moment in seafaring history, where human ingenuity worked in quiet alignment with the natural forces of the ocean. Vessels could now remain at sea for months, or even years, without needing frequent dry docking to scrape away the heavy accumulation of marine life, allowing voyages of discovery and trade to unfold with an unprecedented sense of continuity and peaceful routine. The quiet efficiency of the coppered hull brought a tranquil rhythm to shipboard life, where days passed in orderly, unhurried routines under clear skies and broad ocean horizons. As the sun rose higher, casting warm light across the calm water, the tall ship drifted forward, a timeless symbol of grace, quiet strength, and peaceful navigation upon the endless waters of the earth. Shipwrights across maritime nations quickly recognized the profound benefits of copper sheathing, standardizing the technique across naval and merchant fleets alike. This quiet innovation ensured that the era of tall ships became defined not only by the grandeur of canvas sails reaching toward the sky, but also by the hidden elegance of smooth copper hulls moving effortlessly through the blue depths, carrying humanity forward on a peaceful journey across the sea. As the 18th century unfolded across the quiet harbors and timber-scented drafting rooms of Europe, the ancient art of ship design began to blend with the serene precision of natural philosophy. For generations, master shipwrights had relied on inherited wisdom, intuition, and long experience, carving wooden models by eye and shaping hulls according to the rhythmic, natural curves of oak tree branches grown, crooked by the wind. Yet as vessels grew larger, carrying heavier cargoes and sailing into increasingly distant and unfamiliar waters, there arose a quiet desire to understand the silent physical forces that govern a ship's movement through the water long before a single timber was cut. At twilight in the drafting houses, where soft lantern light flickered across massive sheets of heavy cream-colored paper, shipbuilders began to look beyond empirical tradition toward the peaceful clarity of geometry and mathematics. They sought to comprehend how a vessel reposes in the water, how the downward weight of seasoned wood, heavy iron anchors, internal ballast, and towering masts interacts with the constant upward pressure of the fluid displacement beneath. Water, in its calm and yielding liquid nature, accepts the form of a hull, wrapping around its contours in an invisible embrace that holds the vessel upright amidst the sea. A floating ship is engaged in a continuous, quiet dialogue with the ocean. Every gentle breeze that touches the sails, every soft ripple that cradles the keel, causes the hull to incline ever so slightly, shifting the shape of the water displaced beneath it, to ensure that a vessel would always return gently to an upright posture, rather than rolling unnaturally or resting with a heavy, uncomfortable list. Shipwrights needed a way to visualize the unseen pivot around which a hull sways. The quest for this understanding was not one of haste or tension, but a gradual, thoughtful exploration into the harmony of form, weight, and fluid mechanics. A peaceful search for a stability that could be calculated on parchment and understood with absolute certainty long before a ship ever met the sea. This long-sought harmony found its clearest, most enduring mathematical expression through the work of the French scientist and mathematician Pierre Bouguer, whose quiet observations of fluid behavior brought a new era of clarity to naval architecture. In 1746, French scientist Pierre Bouguer published the mathematical concept of the metacenter, enabling shipbuilders to calculate a vessel's center of buoyancy and ensure its smooth, stable equilibrium on quiet ocean waves long before laying a hull. By carefully studying how the volume of displaced water alters its geometric center as a ship slowly tilts in the water, Bouguer identified an imaginary, yet remarkably precise reference point, the metacenter, where the vertical line of buoyant force intersects the central symmetry line of the vessel. If the ship's center of gravity remained safely positioned beneath this metacentric point, the upward push of the water would always act as a soothing, natural restorative lever, gently nudging the hull back to its level state after every subtle disturbance from wind or wave. This profound scientific insight allowed naval architects to calculate the metacentric height on paper, transforming the creation of ships from an uncertain exercise in tradition and intuition into an elegant, predictable science of calm equilibrium. No longer did builders have to wait until a completed vessel was launched into the rising tide to discover whether she would ride comfortably or rock with troubling, unpredictable instability. Instead, by dipping goosequill pens into dark ink under the quiet glow of desk lamps, they could analyze the precise distribution of weight, the exact breadth of the waterline, and the rounded curvature of the hold needed to guarantee a soft, tranquil journey. The concept of the metacenter gave shipwrights the mathematical tools to grant a vessel a gentle, forgiving motion, ensuring that as she cradled her crew across vast ocean expanses, her responses to the surrounding waters would be slow, predictable, and deeply peaceful. With the mathematical foundation of hydrostatics thus established, the great wooden ships of the mid to late 18th century began to embody a new, refined grace upon the open ocean. Shipyards grew more orderly and quiet in their approach, filled with the steady, measured rhythm of craftsmen working from detailed geometric plans that accounted for every cubic foot of volume and every ton of structural timber. When a tall ship constructed according to these metacentric principles entered the ocean, her behavior in the water reflected the peaceful balance designed into her lines long before. As gentle ocean swells lifted her bow and soft crosswinds leaned against her broad canvas sails, the hull did not shudder or roll abruptly. Rather, she yielded to the water with a slow, rhythmic sway, gliding smoothly through the sea like a pendulum, moving in slow, peaceful motion. Sailors resting in their canvas hammocks deep within the wooden hold could feel the steady, reassuring cadence of a vessel in complete harmony with the ocean's gentle breathing. The metacentric height acted as an invisible, silent guardian of comfort, preventing the sharp, violent motions that strained rigging, loosened timbers, and wearied the crew on long voyages. Every timber, knee, and deck plank worked together within a perfectly calculated matrix of buoyancy, absorbing the natural energy of the sea and releasing it in long, relaxing arcs of gentle movement. This scientific refinement allowed ships to carry heavier loads of trade goods, larger complements of provisions, and taller, more majestic masts without sacrificing the serene stability that kept them upright and safe through long, quiet nights under starry skies. As twilight deepens across the serene coastal harbors where these magnificent vessels lie at anchor, the silent success of mathematical ship design can be felt in the peaceful stillness of the sleeping fleets. Tall ships rest side by side on the dark, reflective surface of the water, their tall masts tracing slow, barely perceptible arcs against the moonlit clouds above. The union of geometry, fluid dynamics, and naval architecture brought a quiet confidence to the ancient art of seafaring, bridging the gap between human curiosity and the vast, unmeasured power of the ocean. In the quiet solitude of shipbuilder studies, the yellowed sheets of calculations, shaded hull profiles, and delicate geometric diagrams remain as a testament to an era when human thought learned to listen to the subtle laws of fluid balance. Ships were no longer merely crafted by hand and eye alone. They were conceived in the quiet realm of mathematics, designed to exist in peaceful equilibrium, with the waves before their keel timbers ever touched a wooden slipway. And so, as the gentle ocean swells continue their timeless, restful dance against the wooden hulls, the vessels respond with the calm grace born of the metacenter, floating securely, swaying softly, and carrying their silent legacy of safety and balance across the vast, tranquil expanse of the sleeping world. As twilight slowly fades over the vast expanse of the open ocean, a deep and restful calm settles across the gentle surface of the water, where the sea and sky blend seamlessly into an infinite realm of dusky blue and silver shadows. For centuries, mariners who traversed these wide ocean pathways faced the quiet challenge of finding their true position east or west upon the globe, relying on the distant movement of familiar stars and the patient, rhythmic sway of the waves. This long-standing mystery of navigation began to resolve into tranquil clarity during the 18th century, guided by the quiet persistence of master artisans who sought to capture time itself in refined metal and jewel. In 1759, English horologist John Harrison completed the H4 marine chronometer, a handheld timepiece fitted with polished diamond end stones and a bimetallic balance spring that allowed navigators to calculate longitude accurately across ocean voyages without needing liquid oil that could congeal in cold sea air. Within its carefully polished casing, this remarkable invention beat with a steady, quiet heart that remained undisturbed by the rolling motion of the swells or the sudden chill of northern ocean breezes. Prior to this landmark achievement, seafarers had been forced to rely on intricate lunar calculations or patient dead reckoning, watching for rare glimpses of clear night skies while drifting across uncharted waters. The H4 brought a profound sense of serenity to long ocean crossings, maintaining its steady cadence through every variation of climate and sea state. The polished diamond end stones provided smooth bearing surfaces that minimized internal wear, while the bimetallic spring adjusted automatically to shifting temperatures, ensuring that the mechanism moved with effortless consistency. because it required no liquid lubricants that might thicken or freeze in bitter cold. The instrument functioned with unyielding reliability, whether sailing through tropical heat or misty, frosted latitudes. Nestled within a padded wooden box in the quiet solitude of the captain's cabin, the chronometer offered a constant, quiet assurance to everyone on board. By comparing the local solar time at sea with the precise time recorded by the chronometer, navigators could determine their exact longitude with ease, replacing uncertainty with restful confidence. As dark skies settled over the vast ocean, the soft, rhythmic ticking of the timepiece harmonized with the gentle rise and fall of the hull, wrapping the ship in a quiet rhythm of order and peace as it drifted beneath the tranquil canopy of the night. As the art of navigation reached unprecedented levels of accuracy, the vessels themselves underwent a parallel evolution, blossoming into some of the most elegant sailing ships ever designed by human hands. In the mid-19th century, as trade routes expanded across vast distances between distant continents, shipbuilders sought to create vessels that could combine great structural resilience with maximum speed and grace upon the open sea. This pursuit of harmony between strength and light movement gave rise to the composite sailing ship, a masterpiece of naval architecture that brought together traditional timber and modern metallurgy. In the 1860s, Scottish shipwrights crafted composite T-clippers like the Asterisk Cuddy Sark, with internal frames of wrought iron clad in thick teak planking, creating strong, slender hulls that drifted effortlessly through soft trade wind breezes. These magnificent ships represented the zenith of the age of sail, engineered specifically to navigate the long, demanding journeys across the Indian and Atlantic Oceans, while carrying precious cargoes of tea and spices. The choice of wrought iron for the internal ribbing permitted shipwrights to design remarkably narrow, streamlined hull profiles that cut through the water with minimal resistance, while eliminating the heavy, bulky wooden frames that had previously limited internal capacity. Covering this strong metal skeleton was a smooth outer shell of rich, durable teak planking, a wood celebrated for its natural oils, resistance to marine decay, and exceptional longevity under harsh maritime conditions. The combination of iron and teak yielded a vessel of remarkable structural integrity that could withstand the powerful torsions of heavy seas without sacrificing its sleek, featherweight appearance. When running before the steady, warm currents of the trade winds, these clippers moved with an almost weightless quality, their tall canvas sails catching the gentle air and propelling the slender hulls across moonlit waves with effortless ease. On quiet nights in the open ocean, when the swell was smooth and the sky was clear, the crew on deck could feel the ship gliding smoothly forward, accompanied only by the whisper of water parting along the bow and the soft creaking of rigging high above. The slender lines of the hull allowed the ship to make swift progress even in light breezes that might have left heavier vessels idling upon the glassy surface. Inside the quiet hold, The fragrance of aged timber and tea leaves filled the air, reflecting a long journey conducted in deep harmony with the natural forces of wind and tide. The composite tea clippers embodied a quiet beauty where form and function existed in perfect balance, carrying sailors safely and peacefully across thousands of miles of open water. Standing together at the peak of maritime history, the precision of Harrison's chronometer and the physical grace of the composite tea clippers formed a golden era of seafaring, defined by deep respect for the natural world and the peaceful mastery of long-distance navigation. On these late 19th century voyages, life aboard ship unfolded in a quiet, measured rhythm, governed by the unchanging turning of the stars and the steady pulse of mechanical time. Under the tranquil expanse of a midnight sky, a ship like the Cuddy Sark seemed less like an artificial structure and more like a natural part of the ocean itself, moving in quiet alignment with the elements that surrounded it. Navigators on deck could glance at their charts with complete peace of mind, knowing that the bimetallic balance spring of their chronometer was keeping faithful time, while below their feet, the iron-ribbed teak hull sliced silently through the dark, bioluminescent waves. There was no noise of steam engines or harsh vibration of machinery, only the soft, ambient melodies of the sea, the gentle sigh of wind filling broad sweeps of canvas, the rhythmic murmur of water flowing along the hull, and the soft, reassuring click of the ship's timekeeper ticking away in the stillness of the cabin. Each component of these magnificent vessels was crafted with patient care, from the hand-polished diamond end stones that protected delicate internal pivots to the carefully fitted teak planks that shielded the iron frame from the salt spray. Together, they allowed human travelers to cross vast distances without disturbing the quiet majesty of the open sea. As the ship glided forward through the calm night, the crew members off watch could rest deeply in their berths, lulled by the steady, rocking motion of the ocean and the knowledge that their vessel was both exceptionally strong and perfectly guided. This peaceful union of scientific precision and traditional craftsmanship created a brief, luminous moment in history when humans traversed the globe with quiet elegance, moved entirely by the invisible power of the wind and guided by the silent perfection of small gears and balance wheels. As the night deepened and the stars drifted across the sky, the ship continued its soft journey onward, leaving a faint, gleaming trail of starlight upon the quiet water, carrying its sleeping travelers safely toward distant, peaceful shores. As twilight fades over the vast expanse of the open sea, a tall ship glides forward with a peaceful, measured grace, her canvas sails holding the soft, steady pressure of the night breeze. Beneath her wooden keel, the deep ocean gradually yields to the gentle incline of the continental shelf, where the sea floor rises slowly out of the abyss to meet the approaching vessel, long before the lights of a distant shore can be seen through the gathering mist. the atmosphere on deck turns inward and quiet, settled into a rhythm of watchful patience and quiet focus. Navigating these shadowy coastal waters has always demanded a refined sensitivity to the unseen elements, the subtle shift in the color of the water from indigo to pale green, the subtle change in the ocean swell, and the quiet murmurs of the wind moving softly through the rigging. In an era long before electronic chart plotters or radar beamed light into the dark, sailors learned to read the invisible topography beneath their hulls through touch, patience, and repetitive ritual. The sound of the wind grows soft, reduced to a low, comforting whisper against the taut hemp shrouds, while the rhythmic sloshing of water against the curved wooden hull creates a calming cadence that accompanies every turn of the hourglass. On nights when thick fog rolled across the cool water, masking both the guiding stars above and any recognizable landmark along the coast, the true nature of the realm beneath the ship remained the mariner's primary guide. The ship would often slow her pace, spilling a portion of wind from her canvas, allowing the crew to listen to the sea and engage in one of seamanship's most meditative routines. Cast by hand from the chains of the bow, the lead line became a direct extension of the navigator's senses, lowered gently into the dark waters to touch the quiet, hidden world that lay far beneath the gently rolling surface. The lead line itself was far more than a simple length of rope marked with knots and colored strips of cloth. It was a delicate instrument of tactile discovery, designed to bridge the realm of air and timber with the mysterious ocean bed below. As the heavy lead weight sank down through fathoms of cool, dark water, the line ran smoothly through the leadsman's weathered hands until the abrupt, soft slackening revealed that the sea floor had at last been reached. Yet knowing the depth alone was only half of the secret hidden beneath the waves, for the character of the ground itself told an intricate story of location and distance from the shore. To read the unseen landscapes resting far beneath the surface, mariners relied on a simple yet remarkably effective tool. For centuries, ocean navigators determined the depth and composition of invisible sea floors using a lead-sounding weight hollowed at its base and packed with soft mutton tallow, which gently picked up grains of sand, mud, or shell fragments when resting on the ocean floor. Upon retrieving the line, coiling it with steady and unhurried hands, the navigator would inspect the small cavity at the bottom of the lead weight with great care under the warm, subdued glow of a shaded deck lantern. Pressed firmly into the soft fat was a tiny, pristine sample of the earth beneath the sea, perhaps a few coarse specks of red granite, fine yellow sand, soft gray silt, or tiny fragments of crushed white shells. Each variety of sediment offered a clear, unmistakable signature that corresponded to specific entries in the pilot books compiled by generations of earlier mariners. A bed of smooth blue mud might indicate the quiet approach to a wide river estuary, while coarse gravel mixed with black specks signaled proximity particular rocky headland shrouded in mist. This quiet act of touching the seabed turned the dark, featureless ocean into a detailed map, allowing the captain to trace the vessel's progress across unseen hills, valleys, and plains with remarkable confidence and calm assurance. This deep reliance on physical contact with the sea floor brought a profound sense of tranquility to long oceanic voyages, transforming potential uncertainty into a methodical and comforting science. In the early morning hours, when the world was suspended between sleep and waking, the soft splash of the sounding lead falling into the water was a peaceful reassurance that the ship was held safely in the embrace of known waters. Mariners kept meticulous logs of these soundings, recording the depth in fathoms alongside detailed descriptions of the bottom composition, building an ever-expanding narrative of their journey across the globe. Old navigation guides, known to mariners as rudders, were filled with poetic and exact descriptions of these underwater landscapes, advising captains to look for red sand with small white stones or fine gray silt like flour as proof of their position when celestial bodies were obscured by clouds for days on end. The practice required no rush, fitting seamlessly into the slow, rhythmic life aboard a sailing ship, where time was measured by the turning of the glass and the gentle shifting of the ocean tides. Standing at the rail, feeling the tension of the hemp line grow slack as the tallow made gentle contact with the ocean bed, a sailor felt directly connected to the hidden contours of the earth. There was a quiet dignity in knowing that even in total darkness, the ocean floor was not an alien void, but a familiar terrain that yielded its secrets willingly to those who took the time to ask with patience, care, and quiet observation. The tallow retained its soft consistency despite the chilling temperatures of the deep, preserving every tiny shell and grain of sand until it could be brought up into the light and examined by quiet, experienced eyes. As the tall ship continues her journey under the quiet mantle of the night sky, the gentle dipping of her bow and the steady cadence of the waves create a tranquil, lulling rhythm that carries the vessel safely forward across the water. The lead line, now neatly coiled and laid to rest on the clean wooden deck, stands as a testament to the quiet ingenuity of early navigation, a practice that required no noise, no haste, and no force, only a gentle curiosity and an abiding respect for the depths below. Every knot on the line carried the memory of depth. Every cast of the lead brought clarity to the dark, and every soft impression in the tallow linked the sailor directly to the ancient geology of the earth. Beneath the wooden hull, the invisible ocean floor cradles the sea, offering its steady, unchanging guidance through the dark, as it has for endless generations of mariners who navigated by touch, memory, and patience. The gentle rocking of the vessel, harmonizing with the rhythmic breathing of the resting crew, creates an atmosphere of deep peace and quiet security. High above, the wind sings a soft, continuous lullaby through the rigging, guiding the ship across the smooth, dark waters toward the first pale glow of dawn. Here on the quiet waters, suspended between the stars and the ocean bed, the sea feels not like a wilderness to be conquered, but like a vast, serene home, held in perfect balance by the silent forces of nature and the gentle, enduring wisdom of those who sail upon her breast. As twilight slowly fades across the vast, uninterrupted expanse of the open Pacific Ocean, the water enters a state of deep, undisturbed serenity. Long before metal hulls, magnetic compasses, or paper charts traced paths across these blue horizons, courageous yet gentle voyagers traversed thousands of leagues of open ocean. By tuning their senses to the subtle, living pulse of the sea, outrigger canoes and twin-hulled voyaging vessels glided smoothly across deep ocean troughs, moving in effortless harmony with the rhythmic breathing of the planet. Here, in the great liquid realm that covers nearly a third of the globe, seafaring was never conceived as a struggle against the elements, but rather as a quiet, intimate conversation between human awareness and the moving waters. Seafarers rested their weight upon the cradling motion of the waves, watching the slow wheeling of familiar and unfamiliar constellations overhead as the evening light softened into a calm, velvet night. Every ripple upon the water's surface, every subtle shift in sea temperature, and every soft breath of the tropical trade winds carried meaningful information for those trained to perceive it. In the quiet darkness of the open sea, distant islands were not hidden by the night, but signaled their presence through subtle, harmonious alterations in the surrounding environment. A voyager might notice a delicate greenish glow on the underside of low-hanging clouds, revealing the hidden presence of a shallow lagoon far beyond the horizon. Or perhaps they would spot a scatter of seabirds, naughty terns, and white terns flying with steady purpose toward an invisible roosting place as dusk settled. The journey across these expansive marine highways was characterized by a quiet confidence, grounded in centuries of accumulated observation, passed down through generations like a cherished lullaby from one master navigator to the next, instilling a profound sense of safety and stillness amid the vastness of the deep ocean. The night sea offered not danger, but a sanctuary of quiet wonder, where the horizon blurred gently into the starry dark. To navigate across such immense watery distances without mechanical instruments required an extraordinary refinement of human sensation, effectively transforming the vessel itself into a sensitive instrument of perception. Voyagers sat or lay quietly upon the wooden decks of their craft, feeling with their entire body the delicate pitch, roll, and yaw caused by converging wave systems. They understood that the open ocean is never truly uniform, but is continuously woven from multiple swell patterns created by distant trade winds and faraway oceanic storms. When these deep ocean swells encounter an island or a chain of low-lying atolls, they do not simply stop. Instead, they curve, refract, and bounce back out into the open ocean, creating complex patterns amounts of wave interference that can be felt by a skilled navigator many miles beyond the sight of land. To preserve, teach, and map this intricate spatial understanding, master ocean voyagers developed elegant visual and tactile devices crafted directly from the natural materials of their island environments. Navigators of the Marshall Islands mapped ocean currents across the Pacific using asterisk rebolib stick charts made of bound, coconut midribs, and cowrie shells, which read the rhythmic pattern of swell reflections gently lifting their canoes. These stick charts were not taken onto the open water to be read like modern maps during a voyage. Rather, they served as memory devices and pedagogical tools studied with great care on land before setting sail. The curved coconut midribs represented the bending and reflection of ocean swells as they collided with island landmasses, while straight slats indicated the dominant ocean currents and swell directions, and tiny cowrie shells secured at key intersections marked the precise locations of sheltered atolls. Once out on the open sea, the navigator relied entirely upon internalized mental models and physical sensitivity, lying still against the timber frame of the canoe to feel the exact moment when a reflected swell lifted the hull, whispering the secret proximity of hidden shores long before they appeared to human eyes. Through this intimate tactile bond with the sea, the seafarer read the ocean as clearly as a scholar reads a beloved book, finding peace in its predictable patterns. This quiet mastery of ocean swells allowed Pacific seafarers to voyage across thousands of miles with an abiding sense of calm, remaining perfectly at ease within the ocean's vast embrace. As night settled completely over the quiet water and the sky unfolded into a breathtaking canopy of brilliant stars, navigators turned their attention to the celestial dome above. They aligned their course with star paths, sequential sequences of rising and setting stars that marked precise directional lanes across the dark horizon. Unlike modern navigation systems, which often imagine a vessel traveling across a rigid grid toward a distant point, traditional Pacific wayfinding conceptualized the canoe as a stationary center of peace, around which islands, ocean currents, and starry skies gently moved in an eternal dance. The stars formed a grand, slowly rotating vault of light, guiding the canoe along unseen watery paths with absolute consistency and quiet elegance. Beneath this glowing celestial roof, the steady, rhythmic dip of wooden steering paddles and the soft rustle of wind passing through woven pandanus sails created a soothing auditory landscape that invited deep relaxation and quiet introspection. The open ocean, far from being a desolate wilderness, was understood as a familiar, welcoming home filled with gentle signs and reassuring patterns. Small bioluminescent organisms glowed softly in the canoe's wake like submerged stars, trailing behind the vessel as it glided effortlessly across the ink-black water. Every element of the marine environment, from the cool sea spray settling softly on warm skin to the the steady, reliable cadence of the trade winds joined together in a peaceful, continuous harmony, reassuring all on board that they were held safely in the hands of the living ocean, guided by ancient wisdom that knew no fear or haste. Voyagers could drift into peaceful rest, knowing that the stars and currents were faithful guardians of their journey. As the night reaches its quietest hours, the Pacific Ocean cradles the voyaging canoe in a timeless, soothing stillness that dissolves all sense of hurry, effort, or fatigue. The gentle rise and fall of the hull upon the deep ocean swells mimics the steady, calming breath of a sleeper resting peacefully under the open stars. In this serene space, the ancient art of seafaring becomes a practice of deep stillness and receptive awareness, where progress is measured not by speed or urgency, but by quiet alignment with the natural order of the earth, sea, and sky. The soft creaking of hand-lashed timbers, the gentle lapping of warm water against outrigger floats, and the quiet whisper of night air flowing over the deck form an effortless lullaby that carries the mind toward peaceful rest. Navigators resting on deck need only feel the subtle shifts in motion to know that the voyage is on course, feeling the ocean's heartbeat reflected in every timber of their craft. Here, suspended between the dark, quiet depths below and the infinite, sparkling heavens above, the seafarer rests with absolute trust in the wisdom of the waves. The ocean is no longer a barrier to be crossed, but a vast and gentle sanctuary, quietly carrying travelers through the stillness of the night toward the soft, golden promise of a distant morning. In this quiet equilibrium, where human spirit and natural cadence become one, the voyager closes their eyes, completely cradled by the rhythmic, slumberous pulse of the timeless sea. As twilight settles gently over the expansive waters of the Pacific Ocean, the endless horizon softens into delicate shades of indigo, rose, and pale violet, inviting a profound stillness that seems to suspend time itself. Across these vast oceanic distances, where open water stretches for thousands of miles beneath an unhurried sky, early seafaring traditions cultivated an extraordinary and peaceful relationship with the subtle rhythms of the sea, long before mechanical compasses or printed charts existed to guide travelers across the blue expanse. Voyagers of the great ocean learned to read the liquid landscape through an accumulation of gentle, deeply attentive observations. To travel across the water was not to battle against the elements, but rather to enter into a quiet dialogue with the natural movements of wind, wave, and star. As evening deepens, the surface of the sea assumes a dark, glassy quality, unbroken save for the long, low, undulating swells that travel endlessly from distant horizons. These swells, born from far-off winds and weather systems hundreds of leagues away, move across the deep ocean in orderly, rhythmic pulses, creating a subtle rocking motion that has lulled generation after generation of seafarers into a state of tranquil rest. To an untrained observer, the open ocean might appear uniform and featureless, an empty mirror reflecting only the passing clouds. Yet to those who spent their lives moving in harmony with the sea, every wave carried a distinct signature. Every shift in water temperature spoke of hidden currents, and every change in the rhythm of the vessel signaled the subtle presence of land far beyond the reach of human sight. The wooden hulls of traditional canoes, crafted with patience from native timbers and bound with woven fibers, rested lightly upon the crests and troughs, riding each gentle slope with an effortless grace that minimized resistance and allowed travelers to feel the deep, steady pulse of the ocean directly through the timber beneath their feet. In this quiet environment, where the soft rustle of sailcloth and the steady lap of water against wood were the only sounds, navigation became a restful, meditative practice, a deep sensory immersion in the natural order of the earth, where patience and stillness revealed secrets invisible to the hurried eye. Among the island communities of the Pacific, this quiet mastery of oceanic dynamics found one of its most remarkable and elegant expressions in the unique navigational heritage of the Marshall Islands. Navigators in this region developed a profound understanding of how open ocean swells interact with land, observing with great care how deep-water waves approach low-lying coral formations, where their paths are gently bent, interrupted, or reflected back into the surrounding sea, creating distinct interference patterns that extend far beyond the visual horizon. Beginning in the 19th century, Marshallese navigators constructed Rebolib stick charts from curved coconut palm frond midribs bound with hibiscus fiber, placing tiny white cowrie shells to map the quiet refraction of ocean swells around distant coral atolls. These intricate wooden lattices were not intended to be taken out into the salt spray during a voyage. Rather, they served as elegant pedagogical tools and memory aids, crafted on quiet shores to teach apprentices how to visualize the invisible architecture of the sea. The pliable midribs of the coconut palm were carefully bent and lashed together to depict the primary direction of major ocean swells, as well as the gentle curving patterns formed when those swells encountered land, while the smooth, polished cowrie shells marked the exact locations of individual islands within the archipelago. A master navigator would study these charts in quiet contemplation before setting out, memorizing every curve, angle, and intersection, until the map became entirely internalized within his mind. Once at sea, lying resting in the hull of a wooden canoe during the quiet watches of the night, the navigator did not need to scan the dark horizon for land. Instead, by feeling the precise combination of roll, pitch, and heave as the canoe crossed overlapping swell systems, he could discern the subtle reflection of a distant island hidden far below the horizon. The tiny white shells on the chart represented safe harbors and quiet shores, grounded in a deep scientific reality of wave mechanics and coastal geography that allowed voyagers to cross vast stretches of open ocean with quiet confidence, guided entirely by the tactile memory of how water cradles the land. As night descends fully over the open sea, the air grows pleasantly cool and still, and the ocean transforms into a peaceful, reflective mirror beneath a vast canopy of brilliant stars. The breeze remains light and steady, filling the woven sails with a soft, whisper-like sigh that propels the vessel smoothly across the dark water. In this serene darkness, the surface of the ocean often glows with the gentle blue-green bioluminescence of microscopic marine life, trailing behind the hull like a soft ribbon of liquid light that marks the peaceful path of the voyage. The rhythmic rising and falling of the vessel creates a deeply soothing cadence, a steady breathing pattern of the sea that encourages rest and quiet contemplation. Voyagers on these long oceanic journeys understood that the ocean was never truly silent, nor was it ever truly dark. The night sky provided a grand, silent clockwork of rising and setting star paths, while the ocean beneath offered a continuous stream of subtle sensory guidance. The gentle shift in the scent of the air, carrying the faint, sweet perfume of tropical vegetation, or moist earth carried miles downwind, would confirm what the wave patterns had already foretold. The presence of seabirds returning toward land at dusk provided another gentle reassurance, their quiet flight paths aligning seamlessly with the invisible swell lines mapped out in the navigator's memory. Every element of the marine environment worked in quiet harmony, offering subtle reassurance to those who listened with patience. Floating peacefully between the starlit sky above and the deep ocean below, the voyager experienced a profound sense of integration with the natural world, resting securely in the knowledge that the sea was not a barrier to be feared, but a familiar and protective home, carrying all living things softly toward their destination. This quiet wisdom of early seafaring offers a timeless reminder of humanity's capacity to live in gentle balance with the natural world, finding direction not through force or speed, but through patient observation and deep respect for the Earth's quiet systems. As the centuries unfolded and seafaring evolved toward larger vessels of timber, canvas, and metal, the fundamental relationship between the mariner and the sea remained rooted in this same essential truth, that safety and peace upon the water are found by aligning oneself with the ocean's natural flow. The long, rhythmic swells that once bent around distant coral atolls continue their silent journey across the Pacific today, carrying with them the memory of ancient voyagers who trusted the soft lift of the wave and the quiet placement of cowrie shells upon palm frond frames. Under the vast and peaceful night sky, the gentle motion of the vessel acts as a lullaby, rocking the traveler into a deep, uninterrupted rest, while the steady currents guide the craft safely onward through the dark. The water laps softly against the hull in a steady, unbroken rhythm, whispering of quiet lagoons, starlit passages, and the enduring beauty of a world connected by the gentle, endless sea. As the final amber hues of twilight fade over the vast, calm expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a profound stillness descends upon the open water, wrapping the rolling swells in shades of deep indigo and soft, dark velvet. For thousands of years across this endless blue domain, traditional wayfinders navigated long ocean journeys without mechanical instruments, metal compasses, or written charts, relying instead upon an intimate, ancestral understanding of the natural world. On these quiet voyages, double-hulled canoes glided peacefully through the night, their wooden timbers resting gently upon the water as the ocean's rhythmic heartbeat lulled everyone on board into a state of quiet restfulness. The seafarers of antiquity did not view the ocean as a hostile wilderness to be conquered, but as a familiar, welcoming sanctuary that connected distant islands like gentle pathways across a vast blue meadow. As evening settled into night, the air at sea grew cool and clean, carrying only the soft whisper of wind through the woven sails and the subtle splash of water against the hulls. The navigator sat quietly near the stern, resting in silent meditation and tuning every sense to the surrounding atmosphere. Every subtle tilt of the vessel offered information about distant swells. Every shift in temperature spoke of changing currents, and every soft fragrance drifting on the night breeze whispered of hidden islands lying just beyond the horizon. Surrounded by this vast and tranquil expanse, the journey felt not like a struggle against time, but like a peaceful, timeless drift through a calm, starlit universe. The steady, rhythmic motion of the canoe created a soothing cradle, allowing the mind to quiet its thoughts, soften its focus, and surrender completely to the patient, gentle flow of the sea that stretched out endlessly toward the dark edge of the world. When the darkness deepens and the clear night sky unfolds its vast, shimmering tapestry, the ocean mariner turns their gaze upward to find a peaceful, timeless guide written in the stars. Across the island communities of Micronesia and broader Polynesia, the night sky was not viewed as a distant, chaotic field of sparks, but as an orderly, rotating dome of celestial lights that rose and set in harmonious rhythm. Navigators spent years committing to memory the exact rising and setting points of prominent stars, learning to recognize how each stellar path intersected with the circular rim of the visible horizon. In the central Caroline Islands, traditional navigators mapped open ocean voyages using the *Pafu*, a mental sidereal compass dividing the horizon into 32 star houses that tracked the quiet rising and setting of Altair, Vega, and the Southern Cross. Sitting quietly at the center of the vessel, the wayfinder envisioned their canoe as a stationary point anchored in space, while the 32 star houses of the Pafu slowly and gracefully rotated around them through the night. Each star house acted as an eternal, unmoving landmark in the sky, allowing the navigator to maintain a precise heading simply by aligning the bow, the stern, or the outrigger with a designated star as it climbed into the heavens or sank toward the western water. As Altair rose steadily in the east, shedding its cool, steady beam across the dark swell, or as the Southern Cross tilted gently toward its southern resting place, the mariner felt an unbroken, comforting connection to the cosmos. This mental map required no paper, ink, or artificial illumination. It lived entirely within the quiet storehouse of memory, providing a serene sense of certainty that freed the mind from anxiety and filled the long hours of the voyage with a deep, contemplative tranquility that settled over the quiet deck like a soft blanket. Yet there were nights when thick storm clouds or heavy sea mist rolled quietly across the water, obscuring the starlight and enclosing the vessel in a dense, dark blanket of night. Even when the star houses were hidden from view and the horizon dissolved into shadow, the experienced wayfinder remained entirely at peace, knowing that the ocean possessed its own subtle, hidden language of light and movement. Deep beneath the surface, far below the rolling surface waves, the ocean whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen and observe. In the Santa Cruz Islands of the Pacific, traditional mariners navigated through dark, starless nights by watching for T. Lapa asterisk, subtle flashes of deep-sea bioluminescence that pulse beneath the ocean surface to point directly toward distant land. These gentle, underwater streaks of light, appearing like soft flashes of silent, pale lightning beneath the dark waves, originated deep within the sea and traveled outward in straight, steady lines, pointing toward the shores of hidden islands. By leaning over the gunwale of the canoe and watching the dark water below, the navigator could trace these delicate, pulsing beams back to their origin, finding quiet reassurance that a safe harbor lay waiting just beyond the darkness. The phenomenon of asterisk T. Lapa provided a calming, luminous guide through the blackest hours of the night, proving that even when the heavens were veiled by clouds, the sea itself would illuminate the path home. The soft, rhythmic pulsing of this underwater light harmonized with the gentle swaying of the hull, creating a mesmerizing and dreamlike atmosphere where light flickered beneath the dark sea like underwater stars, lulling the weary traveler into a state of serene security, where all fear dissolved into the quiet black water as the peaceful hours of the night drift softly toward the first faint glow of dawn. The art of traditional seafaring reveals itself as a masterclass in living in complete harmony with the natural world. There was no desperate urgency on these ancient ocean crossings, no sharp struggle against wind and tide, but rather a slow, graceful surrender to the enduring rhythms of the earth. The mariners knew that every swell rolling beneath the hull had been shaped by winds hundreds of miles away, and every gentle breeze carried subtle cues: the cool scent of fresh rainfall, the earthy aroma of distant island soil, or the soft calls of pelagic seabirds resting upon the water. Guided by the star houses of the sky and the luminous pulses of the deep, the vessel moved smoothly across the sleeping ocean, cradled in the constant, rhythmic rocking of the sea. This profound way of navigating fostered a quiet confidence that filled the crew with peace, reassuring them that they were never truly alone or lost, but held securely within a vast, intelligent universe that watched over their journey. Watching the gentle motion of the sea beneath the quiet night sky brings a deep stillness to the spirit, reminding us that we too are part of this timeless ocean journey. As the vessel glides forward under the fading stars, the sea murmurs a final, soothing lullaby against the wooden hull, inviting all who listen to release their worries, rest deeply, and drift off into a calm, restful sleep under the vast and gentle sky. As dusk settles softly over the vast expanse of the world's oceans, the long story of human seafaring seems to gather into a single, quiet twilight. From the earliest days, when curious hands lashed together slender bundles of papyrus reeds along the peaceful banks of ancient rivers, carrying watchful eyes across calm inland waters, to the grandeur of wooden tall ships that later traversed whole hemispheres under billowing canvas. The sea has always drawn humanity into its deep, rhythmic embrace. Across thousands of years, the journey of navigation has been one of gradual, patient alignment with the subtle forces of nature, learning the gentle breath of trade winds, following the steady, unseen drift of ocean currents, and gazing upward through clear night air to map the slow, dependable wheeling of constellations across the midnight sky. Now, as the final golden light of day fades into deep indigo and velvet blue, the majestic tall ships rest upon smooth ocean swells, their tall wooden masts tracing faint, rhythmic arcs against the evening stars. The busy work of the day, handling heavy lines, trimming sails to catch the breeze, and scanning distant horizons, gives way to the quiet sanctuary of the night watch, where the only sound is the rhythmic, soothing whisper of ocean water gliding softly against oak timber hulls. In this peaceful stillness, the sea feels less like an unpredictable wilderness and more like an ancient cradle, holding every vessel that has ever floated upon its surface in silent, enduring rest. The legacy of every boatmaker, shipwright, and mariner who ever smoothed a curve of wood or bound a bundle of rushes lingers in the gentle motion of the ship, creating a profound sense of continuity and quiet harmony between the land, the sea, and the sleeping traveler beneath the stars. Stepping below decks into the dim, warm sanctuary of the captain's cabin, the ocean's motion becomes a steady, hypnotic rocking, a soft cradle formed by centuries of maritime craft and scientific ingenuity. Here, surrounded by the subtle, reassuring scent of aged oak timbers, beeswax, and lanolin, the greatest triumphs of navigation meet the simple, universal human need for rest and peace. In the 18th century, European instrument makers built inverted, telltale, compasses suspended from polished brass gimbals directly above the captain's cabin bed, allowing the navigator to watch the gentle drift of the compass card while lying beneath the deck beams, suspended overhead like a small brass moon. This quiet instrument required no bright daylight nor active effort to read. Even in moments of complete physical rest, a simple upward glance in the soft, flickering glow of a shielded oil lamp revealed the vessel's true heading, and every minor, graceful shift in course. As the ship swayed gently over hidden deeps, the compass card remained floating in delicate, silent equilibrium, turning with smooth precision atop its jewel pivot, while the concentric polished brass rings absorbed the subtle roll and pitch of the vessel for a weary mariner resting beneath heavy wool blankets. The steady alignment of the needle offered a profound sense of safety and deep calm, proving that even while the body rested in darkness, the ancient art of navigation continued its unceasing, quiet vigilance. The slow, effortless movement of the compass card mirrored the endless turn of the earth itself, anchoring the sleeper within the vast geography of the globe with a quiet, unwavering truth. Outside the stern windows, the dark waters slipped past in unbroken rhythm, while inside, the soft light glinted faintly on polished brass, creating an atmosphere of deep tranquility where mind, spirit, and vessel could finally set aside the burdens of the long voyage. Beyond the quiet cabin, across the darkened main deck, the tall ship carries itself forward or rests at anchor with an almost living grace, its towering wooden spars and intricate web of hemp rigging standing silent against the cosmic expanse of the night sky. Every timber in the hull, shaped by master shipwrights over long months of patient labor, holds the memory of ancient forests, now harmonizing perfectly with the rhythmic breathing of the tide. The wind, which once powered ambitious voyages of trade, exploration, and discovery across uncharted horizons, now softens into a gentle, soothing breeze that murmurs softly through the stays and shrouds, sounding like a quiet lullaby sung to the sleeping crew resting below. On deck, the officer of the watch walks with slow, measured steps, keeping a silent, tranquil vigil over the calm expanse of ocean that stretches onward toward the invisible horizon. Up above, the stars, the same ancient guides that directed Polynesian navigators across the immense expanse of the Pacific, guided Venetian galleys along Mediterranean shores, and led Nordic longships across the cold North Atlantic, shine down with a clear, comforting radiance. Each familiar constellation holds its appointed position, timeless and unchanging, offering a sense of absolute permanence to those who travel the fluid, shifting paths of the sea. There is no rush in this quiet hour, no lingering urgency to reach a distant shore, for night on the water brings a temporary pause to all human striving, inviting every soul on board to surrender to the deep peace of the open water and rest within the protective sanctuary of the ship. As the late hours of the night slip, by in quiet, unbroken succession. The distinction between the journey and its final destination gently dissolves into total serenity. The history of seafaring, a long, magnificent tapestry woven over millennia from reed rafts, dugout canoes, square-rigged caravels, and majestic three-masted barks, comes to rest in this peaceful moment of quiet, effortless motion. Every single innovation, from the early discovery of the magnetized needle to the refined mathematical calculations of celestial navigation, was ultimately developed to bring travelers safely home or guide them securely across unknown waters into quiet, sheltered harbors. Under the vast, peaceful bowl of the night sky, the ship glides on, wrapped in a blanket of warm night air and soft, velvet shadows, its movement so smooth and continuous that it feels almost motionless upon the sleeping sea. The rhythmic creak of timber, the gentle, meditative rise and fall of the bow, and the faint, shimmering glimmer of starlight upon the dark surface of the ocean create an unbroken symphony of peace. Here, suspended between the starry heavens above and the tranquil depths below, the voyage reaches its final, gentle resting place. The world outside grows soft and distant. The mind settles into easy, effortless stillness, and the vessel cradles everyone aboard into a deep, restorative sleep, carried safely across the endless water until the quiet, tender arrival of the morning light.